Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
Imagining monsters coming out of the portal, the main character thought that 15 years ago their world had changed a lot since rifts appeared in it. Imagining images of monsters, he thought that the rifts were magical portals from which demons emerged. Pressing his finger on the system window, the main character recalled that after the appearance of rifts, people created a system of levels and abilities to resist monsters. Imagining images of heroes, he reflected on the fact that people who defend the world from demons were called adventurers. While studying the sources, the main character thought that adventurers should choose their own fighting style, called classes. While reading the book, the main character, imagining images of magicians, thought that they are slow and difficult to control magic, therefore they are considered a weak and useless class. He held his finger to his chin and decided to choose a class with high agility, since first of all he needed to gain more experience and improve his survival skills. Having grown up, the main character reflected that he was able to gain a huge amount of experience using the thief class, so he became one of the strongest adventurers. Imagining the sight of the burning city, he thought that faults began to appear more and more often. Looking at the monster emerging from the portal, the group of heroes raised their weapons. Some time later, the group leader, looking at the main character, said that they were expelling him from the Sword of Glory. Ikoma, putting on a discouraged expression, asked why they wanted to expel him. The leader, exhaling in defeat, replied that the level of monsters is growing every year, but the main character's attacks are no longer effective against them. Plus, without support or recovery skills, he became redundant. Raising his hand, the leader explained that the times when thieves were strong are long gone. Therefore, they decided that his class would only be useful for obtaining materials from low-level monsters. The leader, glancing at the sorceress, continued to explain that it would be more useful to use her against strong monsters, since she would be able to inflict decent damage. Ikoma, presenting the guild building, listened to the words of the leader that they would deprive him of his C rank, since the new rifts were much more complex than the previous ones. Ikoma glared at the group and shouted that they couldn't do that to him since he had risked his life for the group many times. And besides, he is well versed in poisons, so depending on the enemy he can be useful. The leader, displeasedly folding his arms across his chest, said that he had one request to the main character. Ikoma, looking hopefully at his former friend, asked what request he was talking about. The leader, smiling slightly as he passed by the main character, replied that he should pretend not to know them. Ikoma stood behind the departing group, making a sad expression on his face. Some time later, sitting in a heap of garbage, the main character smoked doomedly. Ikoma looked sadly at the floor, thinking about how he dedicated his life to working as an adventurer to fight demons to save the country. However, after everything he did, they got rid of him very easily. The main character, leaning on the bed, thought that he had begun to lag behind others, so he had to spend money on consumables. And all his money went to buy equipment and potions. Looking at the purchased equipment, the main character realized that he had absolutely no money. In addition, the guild deprived him of C rank, so now he cannot clear high rank rifts. Ikoma, glancing at the phone, looked at the photo of his comrades, reading that they managed to conquer the Dark Palace Fault, so they were going to China. The main character, looking at the phone screen, was discouraged by reading comments that he had been replaced, since he was simply an extra burden for the team and always had been. Ikoma, irritably throwing his phone aside, said that he simply made a mistake in choosing the class. He, looking with a sad look, thought that he could sell all his equipment and potions to survive. Remembering the images of his comrades, the main character, sobbing, shouted that he had dedicated his whole life to them. Falling doomed to the floor, he thought that he didn't know what to do now. Looking at his phone screen in dismay, Ikoma read a warning that a high-ranking monster had appeared, so civilians should proceed to safety. The main character, realizing what was happening, said that the rift appeared at a time when his group was not in the country. However, there are no longer any strong adventurers in the city who could deal with him. Holding his hand to his chin, Ikoma said he probably wouldn't be able to handle him either. He smiled slightly as he knelt down. The winged demon, flying up to the main character, looked at him, listening to the words that Ikoma, fortunately, had not yet sold the equipment. The main character, looking at the system window, said that the time dragon sounds too pretentious. However, he needs to remember their fight. Looking up at the monster, Ikoma continued, saying that the battle would be the dragon's last. As he jumped on the monster, he thought that he was an adventurer, so he could hold out for a while until the others arrived. The main character, dodging the fiery attacks, jumped, swinging his knife. Looking at the monster's attack, Ikoma clenched his teeth in horror, realizing that the enemy was very fast. Holding a split knife in his hands, he jumped and dodged the collapsed building. Ikoma, turning his head, saw a glowing dragon, thinking that he was obliged to keep his distance from it. The main character, throwing a sickle, saw how it bounced off the monster's leg, thinking that he did not imagine that the monster's skin was so impenetrable. Looking in horror at the swinging monster, the main character realized that their levels were too different, so without specialization and speed, he would have already died. Ikoma, unwinding the rope, thought that he had no other options other than using the thief's claw. Imagining the sight of the artifact, Ikoma thought that with its help he could steal an item from his enemy. He, looking at the monster in horror, thought that he must have a powerful object with which he could repel the attack. The main character, looking in horror at the flying claws, was hit in the chest, coughing up blood. Bleeding, the main character, lying on the ground, thought that he had met his end. He, looking at the monster next to him, thought that they were always called heroes, but he could not hold out for only a few minutes because he was very weak. However, if he manages to survive, he will definitely become stronger. Looking at the gold watch, Ikoma thought that he had obtained the artifact with the help of his weapon. The system window notified that this artifact allows you to rewind time 10 years ago. However, after use, it disappears forever in all timelines. The main character, gritting his teeth in pain, realized that the object would allow him to rewind time. He, seeing the attacking monster, said that this was the first time he had heard about the mythical class. Ikoma, realizing that he had little time left, clutched the watch in his hands, shouting that he would turn back time. Swinging its claws, the monster pierced the body of the protagonist, who thought that he felt a strange and unpleasant feeling. Once in the room, young Ikoma opened his eyes, looking at the date on his phone. Rising from the floor, he opened the window, holding the phone in his hands. The main character, remembering the system window that appeared before his death, said that he did not have a class, so he was actually able to go back in time. Smiling slightly, he clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he would definitely become the strongest adventurer. Ikoma, brushing his teeth, looked at the phone screen, listening to a man who said that an ordinary person should not go into the cracks. The scientist in the video said that the levels and sizes of monsters are constantly growing, and that soon they will become a real disaster for humanity. The main character, holding the phone, said that he was actually in a world 10 years ago. He held the toothpaste in his mouth and thought that there would be much less controversy in the future, and the point will be that people will have to increase their level. Ikoma, looking in the mirror, said he went back in time with an incredible advantage. He, presenting the types of artifacts, said that he should get as much experience in these items as possible. The main character, holding the phone in his hands, said that first of all he had to get a class, but for this he needed to rise to the 10th level. Ikoma, showing his phone at customs, reflected that there were special rifts for low-level adventurers who had not yet received a class. He, looking at the isolated portal, thought that such faults are not protected and are under control. Ikoma, being in the goblin cave, said that he would soon be able to get the 6th level. The man, killing the goblin, smiled broadly, saying that the main character should be more careful. Ikoma, making a puzzled expression on his face, thought that he did not understand who the man was helping him. The warrior, turning his head to the main character, said that hunting alone is too dangerous, since the goblins could surround him, and then problems could not be avoided. Kenji, smiling widely, gave a thumbs up, saying that he was a level 16 greatsword warrior, and his task was to help newcomers to the rift. The main character, looking discouraged at Kenji, who said that people usually call him a guide, thought that the man did not look like a bad person. Kenji, while leading the protagonist through the rift, said that the company was experiencing heavy losses due to problems with the faults, so he thought that working as a guide would be great for his retirement. Ikoma, turning to Kenji, thought that he had been following him for a long time and talking a lot. The main character, killing the monster, shouted that he had finally reached the 10th level. The system window notified that the main character had increased his level to 10 and received 2 skill points. Kenji, hitting Ikoma's back, said that he did a great job. He, holding his hand to his chin, said that the main character would make an excellent adventurer. Ikoma thought that he used to be an adventurer of the highest rank. Kenji, smiling widely, shouted that by going up to level 10, you can get a class, but Ikoma should think carefully about the choice and can ask him for advice. The main character, holding his hand to his chin, reflected that obtaining a class depends on characteristics and abilities. Imagining the class representatives, Ikoma thought about the skills he could acquire with the help of glasses. Kenji, smiling widely, showed his biceps, saying that he recommends his class to the main character, and besides, he can teach him techniques. The main character, anxiously looking away, listened to the warrior's words that the thief class would be more suitable for his fighting style. Kenji, looking at the main character's system window, asked if he had acquired skills. He, making a thoughtful expression on his face, asked if the main character knew how to acquire skills. The warrior, holding his hand to his chin, said that during the classes they were supposed to be taught to activate the skills of acceleration and strengthening. Ikoma, imagining adventurers, thought that these skills increase physical parameters, and increasing these skills comes first. However, to become the strongest adventurer, it is better not to waste skill points on such enhancements. The main character, closing his eyes, thought that he had found a class that would be useful to him. Kenji, looking at Ikoma's actions, shouted that he shouldn't do them. The system window notified that the soft fall method reduces damage and increases gravity resistance. The warrior, holding his hand on his chest, shouted that such a skill could be useful in few places. He, clutching his head, continued to explain that they had very few high places, so next he should learn another skill. Kenji, looking at the system window in horror, said that the main character had raised his soft fall skill to the 3rd level, spending all his skill points. As he fell to the ground, he said doomedly that the main character had used up all his experience points, but he had to listen to him. The warrior, holding his face in fear, said that with the skill of soft falling, only 2 classes would be available to him. Ikoma replied that this was not the case. Kenji looked discouraged at the main character, choosing among the Gravity Master classes. Ikoma thought that this hidden class only appears when all the points are used for a soft fall. In addition, this class was found much later due to strict appearance conditions. Imagining a falling apple, the main character thought that even after discovering this class, no one wanted to choose it because of its weak abilities. And even 10 years later, no one was able to unravel his secret. The main character, remembering the past, thought that he was able to understand the essence of the gravity class when he was a high-ranking adventurer. And then he realized that this class is the strongest of all possible. The system window announced that the main character must choose whether he wants to become a master of gravity. Kenji, looking furiously at the system window, shouted that the main character could still become a swordsman and not choose a magic class. Ikoma, extending his hand to the system window, replied that this was the class he wanted to select. The system notified that the main character had acquired the skill of gravitational magic and gravity control. Ikoma, smiling widely, shouted that he was finally able to get the class he needed. Remembering the images of his comrades, the main character thought that with the Gravity Master class he would become the strongest adventurer in the world and would not go through betrayal again. Kenji, lowering his doomed gaze and raising his hand, said that the magic class was not suitable for the main character. Holding his hands in front of him, he explained that mages might not live long because such a class is difficult to fight. The warrior, making a sad expression on his face, said that Ikoma had better not become an adventurer. The main character, looking at the man, thought that he believed that melee classes were much stronger than others. Kenji, looking ahead in horror, saw a level 17 goblin, saying that usually there are no high-level monsters in training rifts. The warrior, defending the girl, shouted that monsters of this level appear very rarely. He, looking forward doomedly, thought that he was not confident in his own abilities in a real battle, so he was where the low-level monsters were. Kenji, turning to the monster, thought that if they did not escape, they would lose, since all the adventurers in the rift were no higher than level 10. He realized that he had to do something. The warrior, attacking, shouted that the main character should run while he distracted the monster. Ikoma, looking discouraged at the battle, thought that the warrior would not be able to defeat the goblin, since he was clearly not used to fighting an enemy of his level or higher. Kenji, raising his sword, shouted that everyone above level 15 should help him in the battle. The adventurers, watching the battle, said that the warrior could not cope with a strong opponent, and after one mistake he would die. The main character, standing behind the adventurers, thought that he could not help the warrior because the enemy's level was too high for him and he could not properly calculate his movements. Ikoma, clenching his hand into a fist, thought that his gravitational magic was still too weak. In addition, he still knows little about the class's abilities. Remembering the meeting with the warrior, Ikoma smiled and lowered his gaze, saying that he could not leave the good guy because he liked him. As Ikoma unsheathed his sword, he screamed that he couldn't leave Kenji. The warrior, repelling the attack, demanded that the main character step back because the enemy was too strong. Sweating from exertion, he shouted that Ikoma's magic was too weak, and with such a difference in power he would die. The main character, looking at the monster, said that he would test his powers on him. As he pushed off from the ground, he thought that he was ready to risk his second life to find out what his strongest class was capable of. However, if they cannot defeat the monster, they will not be able to escape. Although Ikoma was confident that his class would not fail, the goblin, running away, swung his sword, striking the main character. Ikoma thought that the weak point of the magic classes was the lack of physical abilities, and the magicians were highly dependent on the help of other classes. The main character, furiously clenching his teeth, thought that his class could improve physical parameters in exchange for mana. He charged his body with energy and dodged the goblin's attack. Kenji, making a surprised expression on his face, shouted that the main character was moving very quickly. Ikoma, dodging the attacks, thought that by reducing gravity, he increased his speed, but this made his movements more predictable. The main character, watching the attacking goblin, thought that he could read his further movements. He dodged, striking the monster, thinking that in his past life he had won more than 1,000 fights using only speed. Kenji, making a surprised expression on his face, shouted that, having a low-level magic class, the main character was able to injure a strong opponent. Ikoma, charging his body with energy, thought that his class was special, and thanks to good control over mana, it allowed him to increase his physical performance. And those who have the necessary skill reach unprecedented heights thanks to this class. The main character, smiling slightly, reflected that in the early stages the movements of monsters were very predictable. And with the help of his speed, he can dodge attacks as much as he wants. Kenji, looking at the goblin's back, ran forward, swinging his sword. Ikoma, creating a magic circle, smiled widely, saying that he shouldn't have turned his back on it. The goblin, shrouded in gravitational bonds, turned in horror at the attacking warrior. Kenji, making a blow with his sword, killed the monster. The system window announced that 28 experience points had been gained and the level had been raised to 12. Ikoma smiled slightly as he thought that the battle was very intense, but with his class, he could definitely become the strongest adventurer. The adventurers, looking at the main character, said that, being a beginner, he was able to defeat a strong monster. The warrior, with his mouth wide open in surprise, thought that he could not strike even one blow to the monster. However, the main character, having a low level, was able to defeat him. Kenji, sweating, thought that Ikoma was not just a genius, but a real fighting monster. The main character, putting away his weapon, grabbed a stone in pain. Blushing, he thought that he had lost all his mana since his skills were consuming a lot of it. Therefore, he cannot even move a finger. The warrior, approaching the main character, asked if he needed help. Ikoma, smiling slightly, replied that he would be very grateful to receive help. Kenji, holding Ikoma on his back, thought that besides him, there were many low-level adventurers in the rift. However, only he decided to save his life and help him overcome his fear. He, imagining images of low-level monsters, thought that he could not fight strong monsters, so he only hunted the lower ones. Kenji, smiling slightly, realized that the main character helped him decide, so now he can end his role as a guide. The warrior, walking forward, thought that he was able to personally see the birth of a new hero, and for this he was grateful to him. The main character, walking along the corridor, thought that he found out what his gravitational magic is capable of, so he can begin to raise the level. However, this will not be easy on your own, so you need to find a temporary team. The employee, looking away, said that she had never heard of the Gravity Master class. With her hand on her chin, she continued to say that the magic class had very low stats, so it was hardly suitable for battles. Looking at the computer screen, the employee replied that they had several low-level teams that could take him. Ikoma, lowering his doomed gaze, asked if he could meet with them. Looking at him, the employee replied that he could, but his characteristics are so low that there may be some difficulties in communicating with them. Ikoma, sadly looking at the floor, thought that he had a rare and unknown class, so many were not happy about him. The blonde young man, approaching the main character, said that he should be less persistent. Ikoma, turning his head, asked who the young man was. Sho, approaching the team, replied that he was the leader of their group. He, turning to the main character, continued to say that he had a warrior class since he did not choose magic classes because they are absolutely useless. Sho, smiling broadly, explained that the mage class was for those who were afraid to get close to monsters, so mages could not be adventurers. The leader, smiling, said that the main character should blame himself for making the wrong choice. He, looking at the main character, explained that although Ikoma has a rare class, he has very low characteristics, unlike his rare class, with which you can achieve a lot. The main character, putting on a calm expression, asked what rare class Sho had. Charging the sword with energy, the leader raised it and shouted that he would use Lightning Strike. Sho, lowering his sword, explained that he was using a very rare class with high stats and strong skills. The employee, looking at Sho, said that skills cannot be used in the guild. Sho replied that he just wanted to show the newcomer's strength, but he was not going to take him on the team. He, pointing his finger at the main character, continued to say that Ikoma is too stupid, and since the adventurers are not volunteers, no one will help him. The main character, looking at Sho, thought that his class specializes in attack, but has low speed, and therefore is very weak in front of opponents who specialize in agility or control lightning. The adventurers, looking at the main character, said that he could not get into the group since magicians were very useless. They turned their heads towards Sho and continued saying that they would like to have the same class as him. But to obtain it you need high initial characteristics. Ikoma, looking at the young adventurers, thought that too little time had passed since the appearance of the rifts, so it was better to be alone and earn the trust of others. He held his hand to his chin and reflected on the fact that previously everyone emphasized effective abilities and high performance. The main character, turning his head towards the employee, said that he decided to be alone. Sho, smiling widely, replied that he had better stop being an adventurer or at least try not to die. Ikoma raised his hand as he left, thanking the leader for his advice. The main character, standing in the archives of the Adventurers Guild, said that a temporary team was not enough for him to gain trust. He, putting the book on the shelf, continued saying that he would rather find people with whom he would create a full-fledged group. However, he should consider compatibility with gravitational abilities. Ikoma, exhaling calmly, said that he needed to level up and earn some achievements. In addition, he was able to defeat a strong goblin because he knew that the movements of low-level monsters were predictable. The main character, snapping his fingers, decided to raise the level a little and go to high-level rifts. Holding the book, he thought that the suitable rift for him was the stone temple of the 25th level. Ikoma, imagining an isolated rift, thought that it was intended to raise the level and extract stones. The main character, imagining the types of monsters, understood that in that rift they were very weak. However, mid-level hunters can effectively collect materials and increase levels in it. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, thought that the stone temple was like a dungeon for beginners. In addition, hunting alone, he will soon be able to find associates. The main character, closing the book, thought that his level was low, but he had no choice. Walking down the corridor, he thought that he would have to find comrades suitable for his abilities. The warrior, running out of the stone temple building, turned around in horror and shouted that no one should listen to the monster. Falling to the ground, bleeding, he turned his head to see the bloody monster. The employee, slamming her hands on the table, said that going into the rift, having only the 12th level, is madness. Ikoma, showing his phone screen, replied that according to the rules, he had the right to go there. The employee, leafing through the documents, replied that he could go, but it would be certain death since the recommended level for this vault was 20th. She, looking at the leaving main character, shouted that the rift was unstable, so very strong enemies could meet there. Ikoma, turning his head, replied that he was going to look around a little and return immediately. As he approached the portal, he thought that he would not become stronger without risks, and he has no other choice but to defeat strong monsters in order to level up. Having crossed the border of the portal, the main character, walking along the corridor, thought that he would not linger in the rift since, even after defeating one monster, he would be able to increase the level. The monster statue, looking at the passing main character, swung its sword, missed, not hitting him. Ikoma, dodging attacks and looking at the system window, realized that the monster was at level 20, which would be enough for him. Ikoma dodged and hid behind the wall, charging his body with energy. Having struck the monster, he turned around and thought that even the actions of a monster with a high level could easily be predicted. The monster, receiving blows to the body, looked discouraged at the wounds. Ikoma, smiling broadly, said that the enemy is only strong in defense. He, seriously looking at the attacking monster, thought that, even knowing that he was much faster than him, the monster still thoughtlessly ran into the attack. The main character, attacking, extended his sword, piercing the monster's body and splitting it in half. He, looking at the collapsing enemy, said that having the pressure and acceleration helped him win because they became a rather powerful attack. The system window notified that the main character had raised his level to 16. Ikoma, looking at the system window with a smile, replied that he had received several levels and skill points at once. The system window announced that he could improve magic and gravity control to the 2nd level. The main character, holding his hand to his chin, said that he only had enough points for one skill, but he would use gravity control more often, so he chose it. After pressing the button, the system notified the main character that he had improved his gravity control skill to the 2nd level. Ikoma, with a glance, said that he could now control the direction of pressure and not just change the weight. He held his hand to his chin and thought, thinking that his skill was quite useful depending on its use. The main character, bending down, picked up the cannonball from the floor, saying that he was able to achieve what he wanted. He, holding the magic stone in his hand, said that this would be enough to prove his victory over the statue. Looking at the magic ball, the main character said that he was ready to return. However, having still a lot of mana, he was in no hurry to leave. Turning his head towards the monsters, he explained that he was going to try out a new ability. Sho, striking the monster with lightning, watched the incinerated earth. A member of the group, turning to the leader, said that he, as expected, was quite strong. The girl, looking at Seo, continued, saying that even with protection from lightning, the monsters could not resist his power. Sho, turning his head, replied that the monster's defense was barely noticeable. Smiling broadly, he added that they were gaining levels quickly and could move on to more difficult rifts. The system window notified that Sho's level had reached 26. The girl, looking at the leader, asked if he thought that he had acted too rudely with the main character. Sho, raising his hand, replied that if they went into the rift, the main character might get hurt, so there was no point in giving him false hope. The leader, looking at his friend, asked if he had done the right thing. The group member shrugged and replied that it was not worth asking. Sho turned his head and took out his sword, saying that the statues were approaching them. The girl, looking down thoughtfully, noticed that the steps sounded too loud. Sho, turning to her, replied that there was no need to worry since even monsters have their quirks. The group members, looking at the statue in horror, shouted that it had more than just features. Seo, smiling widely, noted that such a monster should not have been in the training rift. Looking up at the monster, he explained that the statue, although it was on the 30th level, was, however, only slightly higher than the others. The girl, making a frightened expression on her face, shouted that they had not yet fought monsters of this level. Sho, raising his weapon, replied that he was bored fighting weak monsters. Moreover, he is much stronger than other adventurers of his level. As he approached the group, he continued, saying that he was ready to fight the monster and test what the statue could do. The monster, raising its hand, broke the ground in front of the adventurers. A member of the group, observing this, asked if they could handle it. Sho replied that the three of them would defeat one monster. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he continued, saying that it doesn't matter what level the monster is, as long as it remains an ordinary statue. Swinging his sword, Sho explained that the statue's movements were slow and predictable. Dodging the monster's blow, he jumped to the side and, holding his sword, said that the monster had increased its speed a little. Charging his body with lightning, he jumped and hit the monster, saying that the gaps between his attacks remained the same. Glancing at the monster, Sho continued, saying that the monster should have sensed the difference in their strength. The monster, raising its weapon, swung at Sho, who was charging his body with energy. The leader thought that the monster's attempts to win were starting to irritate him, and to win he only needed to come closer. The monster, striking with his sword, threw the adventurer aside. Sho, lying on the ground, thought in horror that the monster had enormous strength, despite the fact that the level was slightly higher than usual. The leader, seeing the girl turning her head at him, demanded not to be distracted from the battle. Karen, raising her sword, deflected the monster's blow, flying to the side. The adventurer, running up to the girl, was hit in the stomach and flew to the side, spitting blood. The wounded Sho, sitting on the ground, watched the monster in horror, thinking that he was frightened by its appearance. As he charged his sword with energy, he thought about being the strongest adventurer. While performing a lightning strike on the monster, Sho thought that he was finally able to try the strongest skill and the enemy would easily not survive it. The leader, watching the monster grab his sword, recalled in horror Karen's words that the statues had protection from lightning. Sho, watching the monster split his sword, jumped to the side, sobbing, saying that he was just in a dream. Seeing the approaching monster, he began to cry, shouting that he did not want to die in such a place. The leader, on his knees, begged the monster for mercy. Ikoma, charging his body with energy, jumped, reflecting the monster's blow. The monster turned around furiously and looked at the attack. The main character, raising his head, replied that it would not be easy for him to win. Sho, sobbing, shouted that the main character could not cope with such a strong opponent. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, replied that the difference in their levels was too great. With a calm expression on his face, he explained that by devouring adventurers and other monsters, the statue was able to evolve into a new and unique state. Ikoma, standing opposite the monster, replied that it was a little too big. Taking out his sword, he said that he had saved a lot of mana, so he had enough strength for one battle. Sho, looking at the monster in horror, said that it was impossible to defeat him and that they should run away. He, looking at the main character, shouted that even the three of them could not cope with the monster. Ikoma, watching the losers, charged his body with energy and, jumping, dodged the monster's attack. He, being on the ceiling, hit the monster's head. Sho, watching the battle in surprise, thought that the main character, using the magic class, was able to strike the monster. Ikoma, watching the monster, thought that it was very slow, so controlling gravity would be enough for him to win. The main character, seeing the split on the monster's head, thought that he could not inflict enough damage on it since the statues were of a defensive type. Moreover, due to the difference in their levels, he received virtually no damage. Ikoma, raising his weapon, said that it took too much mana to support his skill, but he could not wait any longer. The protagonist, dodging the attack, charged the sword with energy, saying that he had no choice but to rely on the last attack. Ikoma, dodging the attacks, said that he was hoping for a quick victory, but the monster's defense turned out to be much stronger than he expected. Making a serious expression, he thought that his skill consumed too much mana, but without it would be impossible to cope. The main character, attacking, thought that he shouldn't delay it and needed to kill the monster faster. Dodging the attack, he jumped and struck back. Ikoma, standing on the ground, charged his body with energy by jumping on the monster's head. Sho, making a surprised expression on his face, asked where the main character got such speed. Ikoma, pushing away from the monster, thought that with the second level of gravity control he had gained a new skill that he had not yet tried in practice. The main character, stopping on the ceiling, watched the monster, thinking that he had used the gravitational shift method, obtaining an interesting result. Pushing off from the ceiling, the main character, flying towards the monster, pulled out a sword, saying that he was falling at incredible speed. Ikoma, striking the monster, split the body, killing it. The system window announced that the main character had increased his level to 23. The main character, turning his head, said that he was able to defeat an enemy who was twice as strong as him. He, removing the sword from powerlessness, fell to the floor. The system window notified that the soft fall method reduces damage and increases resistance. Ikoma, sitting on the ground, thought that he had used up a lot of mana. Sho, looking at the monster's fragments, said that the protagonist's strength was simply incredible since his method did not even leave a scratch on the monster. The leader, smiling broadly, asked why the main character saved him since he said a lot of unpleasant things to him. He, being aware, realized that Ikoma simply wanted to take revenge on him by disgracing him. The main character extended his hand and asked if Sho was okay. The leader's surprised face changed to a friendly one and, taking the main character by the hand, he said that he thanks him for saving him. Sometime later, in the Adventurers Guild building, an employee asked in surprise whether it was true that the main character was able to defeat a level 30 statue. Ikoma, nodding his head, replied that he had actually defeated her. The employee, making a surprised expression on her face, replied that she did not believe him because a newcomer alone could not cope with such a strong opponent. The main character, holding out the core, said that this stone should be enough for proof. The employee, holding the stone in her hands, replied that it was quite large and looked like a level 30 stone. However, despite the fact that it is suspicious, she recorded his achievement. The employee, looking at the main character, offered to sell him the stone since its cost could reach 200,000 yen. Ikoma, looking at the stone, thought that this money would be enough for him to start. Sho, approaching the main character, said that he was looking for him because he wanted to thank him again for saving him. Smiling widely, he continued, saying that he had come to give good news. Sho, spreading his arms, shouted that he wanted to take him to their team. The adventurers, making surprised expressions on their faces, shouted that the main character was being invited to the strongest group of newcomers. Sho, smiling widely, explained that the main character was very lucky since many only dream of joining their group. However, he need not worry because he saved his life. Ikoma, holding his hand on the back of his head, replied that he refused his offer. Sho, making a surprised expression, asked why he was refusing if he was looking for a group. The main character, looking down, replied that his plans had changed a little. He, standing in front of the exit, thought that he was going to continue to raise the level. Imagining the appearance of the artifact, Ikoma thought that in the near future a new rift would appear in which a unique item that he needed would fall out. He clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that he remembered what was happening in the rift, so he could be the first to get the item by defeating the monster. Ikoma, emptying the stones from the bag, said that he wanted to sell the materials. The employee made a surprised expression and asked why he was hunting alone again. The main character, looking at the system window, continued, saying that he was also going to apply for a rank increase. Imagining a pyramid of ranks, Ikoma thought that adventurers had their own system, in which, starting from rank F, one could advance to E, and starting from rank D, they could clean out real rifts. The employee, raising her hand, replied that to be promoted he needed to be at least level 25. Ikoma, pointing to the system window, said that he had level 26, which was enough. The employee, making a surprised expression on her face, shouted that he had raised the level very quickly, and besides, he was also a lone magician. She raised her hand and asked why he was leveling up so quickly and how strong his class was. Ikoma, smiling widely, asked if he could level up. He, remembering the image of his past self, thought that his strength was determined not only by class, but also by experience, which would be enough for him for decades to come. The main character, smiling slightly, thought that he needed to raise the level as soon as possible. He, imagining the warning about the rifts, thought that, having received the D rank, he would have access to many useful rifts and, in addition, it would be much easier to receive tasks. In addition, in the near future a rift will appear in which he will be able to obtain a unique weapon. Ikoma, remembering the image of the adventurer, thought that in the past the person who received this artifact suddenly gained incredible power, but after that he went crazy and began killing adventurers. The main character, clenching his hand into a fist, thought that he could not allow such weapons to fall into the hands of bad people again. Ikoma turned his head and looked at the adventurers, saying that he needed allies to clear the rift. He, imagining a partner, said that a large group would slow him down. In addition, you should choose your allies carefully. Ikoma thought that he needed to find someone who would fit well with his gravity magic and be at a sufficient level. In addition, the partner must be a loner and agree to his terms. The main character, holding his hand to his chin, thought that he had many conditions. He, looking at the map, said that he probably would not be able to find a partner since there was little time left, but in any case he would visit other guilds. Ikoma, walking through the city, said that he spent the whole day visiting all the guilds in the city. He, entering the building of the 4th guild, announced that he was going to lower the criteria for choosing a partner. AI made a furious expression and screamed that the girl was useless. The girl, making a sad expression on her face, apologized to her friend. AI, holding her hands on her hips, screamed that she didn't need changes. She, pointing her finger at the girl, said that she was expelling her from the group. Satsuki replied that she would try harder next time. AI, remembering Satsuki's skills, shouted that they were very weak and useless. Therefore, her hunger, fear, and direction distortion curses won't be any more useful even if she puts in a little more effort. She, making a furious expression on her face, explained that for her efforts she could only demand monetary compensation. Satsuki, sobbing, looked up, closing her mouth in doom. Ikoma, looking at the girls, remembered his departing comrades in the past timeline. As he left, he reflected that he understood Satsuki's feelings, but he was not going to rely on pity when choosing an ally. AI, holding her hand to her chin, said that the girls' class was trash and completely useless. Ikoma, listening to the girl's words that Satsuki's class was a sham and class, stopped abruptly. The main character, turning to the girl, thought that her class was perfect for him. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, thought that Satsuki's skills would play an important role in the battle with the monster in the rift. AI, looking at the main character, asked what he was looking at. Ikoma, introducing himself, said that he was a level 26 adventurer and had come to another guild to find an ally. AI, looking at the system window, thought that the main character had a D rank, so it was luck that they had a seat freed up. AI, smiling widely, stated that they had one empty seat for him. Ikoma, approaching Satsuki, invited her to team up with him. AI, making a discouraged expression on her face, shouted that she did not understand what was happening. The main character, making a calm expression on his face, thought that he was lucky to meet the shaman, so he could not miss her. AI, raising her hand, shouted that Satsuki's class was useless, so he better join them. Satsuki, making a sad expression on her face, replied that she would gladly accept his offer, but she was only level 10. Ikoma, grabbing the girl by the hand, shouted that he would help her solve the problem with her level, since he really needed her strength. Satsuki replied that she would interfere with him because she was very weak. She, sadly lowering her gaze, continued to say that she was not at all sure whether she needed to continue working as an adventurer. Ikoma, placing his hand on his chest, replied that if she gave him a little time, he would definitely help her become more confident. Satsuki bowed and replied that he should take care of her if he really didn't mind. AI, making a surprised expression on her face, said that magicians are really useless, so the main character should not regret his choice later. Ikoma, leaving, thanked for the advice, saying that he knew the class to which he belonged better than they did. Looking at the girl, he thought that he could compensate for the weaknesses of the shamans with his class. In addition, her curses will be very useful in the battle against the main monster in the Mad Theater. Ikoma, smiling slightly, thought that he would definitely get a weapon since Satsuki was with him. Satsuki, sitting at the table, said that she was glad to meet the main character. Looking down, she sadly asked if everything was okay since her class was very weak. Ikoma, smiling broadly, replied that he also has a magic class, which everyone considers useless, but in a few years everything will change. Raising his hand, he suggested discussing strategy before the rift appeared. Satsuki, clenching her hands into fists, asked which training rift they would go to. Ikoma, imagining a rift, replied that he was going to clear a new portal of the 30th level, which would appear in the near future. Satsuki, grabbing a strand of hair, replied that the fault was of a high level for her. And besides, he is unknown, which makes clearing him even more difficult. The main character thought that unknown faults are the opposite of training faults and there is practically no information about them. Satsuki, frightenedly fingering her fingers, replied that she was only level 17 and in a weak class. She, looking at the main character in surprise, listened to his words that she should not be afraid of dangers, since he was always ready to help her. Ikoma, remembering studying books in the past, thought that he learned everything about him thanks to information from a past life, and this will help them prepare well for cleaning this fault. The main character, placing his hand on his chest, said that if they were on the same team, they would definitely be able to get through the rift. Imagining the artifact, he apologized for his lack of restraint, saying that he really wanted to get the item from the rift. Satsuki, blushing, asked how he knew about the appearance of rifts in the near future. Ikoma, raising his finger to his mouth, replied that he could not tell all the details about his rare item. Satsuki, raising her hand, said that it was impossible to guess where and when a new rift would appear. She glanced at the ringing phone, took it in her hands in surprise, and read that a new fault had appeared. Ikoma, stretching his hands, said that within a week no one would dare to enter the rift without information, and the path to the monster would be clear. The next day, Satsuki, approaching the rift, said that there was no one nearby, but it was unknown whether everything would be okay. Running up to her companions, the woman asked them to find out information about the fault. In addition, any information will be useful to them, including about the internal structure of the rift and the monster's skills. The employee, placing her hands on the table, continued to say that they definitely need to return alive since they can easily die in an unknown rift. Satsuki, turning to the main character, asked if he was going to completely clear the rift. Ikoma replied that he lied to the employee in order to let them in. As he entered the rift, he asked if the girl was worried. Satsuki, looking down, replied that just a little. The main character apologized for forcing her to go with him. However, as soon as it becomes dangerous, they will retreat. Satsuki, raising her staff, shouted that she would try to do everything possible to help the main character. In addition, he is going to fight in close combat and even become bait if necessary. Aikoma replied that her curses would be enough. Satsuki, making a sad expression on her face, said that her curses are quite weak. Aikoma, imagining the shaman's technique, thought that thanks to her skill he would be able to fight strong monsters, receiving mana from them through the shaman. In addition, this skill is incredibly useful for him since he will be able to fight without worrying about depleting mana, and thanks to its powers, he will be able to stay in the rift longer, increasing his level. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said that her magic is weak and ineffective since there are spells that deal much more damage. Aikoma, putting on a calm expression, replied that he himself would be bait, and when he lured the monster out, she could attack. The protagonist, dodging an attack from a level 26 circus bear, turned his head, demanding that Satsuki attack. The girl, creating a magic circle, sent an attack, causing damage to the bear. The main character, running up to the monster, shouted that he was going to attack. Jumping behind the monster, he struck it on the back using the double gravity method. Aikoma, glancing at the monster, said that he was dead. Satsuki, making an enthusiastic expression on her face, said that she was able to get as many as 3 levels. Looking down sadly, she continued, saying that she felt like she was a parasite. Aikoma, smiling slightly, replied that he needed her strength, so it was important for him that she level up. Satsuki, smiling widely, said that she never felt good when working with other people, but now she wants to try with Aikoma. The main character replied that she shouldn't overexert herself. Satsuki, thinking about how she had previously been tense and insecure, smiled. The main character thought that he could defeat the main monster and get a rare weapon. Aikoma, remembering the image of a criminal, reflected that in a past life he received a weapon and became the most dangerous among the adventurers, but if he did not get this weapon, then history would change for the better. The main character, raising his head with a smile, thought that he was obliged to receive the item. Besides, Kaoru would capture the rift much later, so there should be no problems with him. Kaoru, dodging the attack, struck his opponent's neck using a deadly lunge. He, looking at the loser, said that he should have been more attentive. Kaoru, smiling ironically, continued to say that his level had increased, but the enemy was too weak. Laughing madly, he explained that the world works on the principle of kill or die, although it is much easier to hunt people of the same level than monsters. The system window notified that the mercenary was at level 37. Aikoma, creating an energy ball, sent it to a level 27 killer doll. Satsuki, being at level 22, said that he was growing very quickly, but she was simply attacking from behind. Blushing, she looked away, apologizing for following the main character since he would have done it much faster alone. Aikoma, walking forward, replied that at their level, monsters are not so dangerous, and their movements are easy to predict. Turning his head towards the girl, he explained that magicians are a very powerful class. Satsuki, looking up at the main character, replied that they should return since there was little mana left. Aikoma, looking at the system window indicating that he had 16 units of mana left, replied that he had indeed spent a lot of energy. Crossing his arms across his chest, he said that he was enhancing his stats by manipulating gravity. However, if the mana remains less than half, then you need to return to the guild. Aikoma, smiling maliciously, continued, saying that it was time for Satsuki to show his skill. The main character, looking at a level 24 goblin, grabbed him, saying that the girl should use mana drain. Imagining Satsuki's skill, he thought that mana could be sucked out of an immobilized demon endlessly and then, thanks to the skill, restore mana to allies. Satsuki, making a discouraged expression, said that they shouldn't torture the demon. Aikoma replied that monsters can't faint, so it's okay. Satsuki, raising her staff, drew mana from the monster and, turning her head at him, said that she felt sorry for him, so they better not do that again. Blushing, she offered to restore mana to the main character. Aikoma, turning his head, replied that she should not be shy. While receiving mana, he looked at the system window, which said that it had been restored from 16 to 25 units. Satsuki, looking at Aikoma, replied that the effect of her magic was not strong since she was only able to recover 9 units. Aikoma, smiling slightly, replied that they only needed to use 6 goblins. In addition, they will help raise the level. Sometime later, the main character, striking the monster, said that he had killed the 6th goblin. Satsuki, imagining leveling up, said that using the main character's tactics, they could hunt as much as they wanted and level up. Aikoma, receiving mana, replied that they should not rush to restore, since if they make a mistake, it could lead to serious consequences. Turning his head, he explained that if they did everything right, they could defeat even 100 monsters. Satsuki, looking at the system window, said enthusiastically that she had raised the level very much in one day. She continued, smiling widely, saying that for the first time she was able to make huge progress. However, when training in the guild, they were told that they could not fight monsters of a higher level. Aikoma, holding his hand to his chin, replied that he could not learn anything from the guild, since he was sure that the level could not be raised without taking risks. Satsuki, putting on a determined expression and walking down the corridor, said that they had already walked quite a distance. However, she doesn't understand how far they want to go. Ikoma, holding the door with his hand, replied that their target was the rift monster. He smiled broadly and explained that no one would expect the rift to be cleared the day after it appeared. Satsuki, shaking in fear, replied that it would be her first time meeting a rift monster. The main character, turning around, replied that they could return if she was afraid. Satsuki, remembering the image of her friend, replied that the girl was constantly angry with her because she was afraid. Placing her hand on her chest, she continued, saying she wanted to change. Satsuki, looking up at Ikoma, said that he could count on her if he needed her magic. The main character, smiling slightly, stretched his hands, saying that they should go to the monster. Satsuki, with her hand on her chin, asked if his strategy would actually work against the rift monster. Ikoma, opening the door, replied that the shaman was perfect for fighting the circus monster. Entering the building, he looked up in horror at the monster, whose level was 35. Ikoma smiled slightly as he imagined the artifact, thinking that if they could defeat the monster, the unique weapon would be his. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that the girl must work according to their plan. Kaoru, watching his companions from behind the wall, smiled. Ikoma, looking up at the monster, pulled Satsuki aside, attacking him. Running up to the monster, he thought that he had to distract its attention so that Satsuki could take the desired position. Imagining the monster's stats, Ikoma thought that it had a large amount of health and high reincarnation, allowing it to restore 12 health units every minute. And with such indicators it will be very difficult to defeat him. He said that he would have to play with the monster a little. Having created a magic ball, the monster threw it at the dodging protagonist. Ikoma, while running away, thought that he could dodge attacks with the help of dashes. Raising her staff, Satsuki used the mana drain on the monster turning towards her. Looking at Satsuki, Ikoma shouted that she should run away and head closer to the gate. Watching the monster create a magic circle, the main character demanded that the girl stay close to the center, otherwise the monster could slam her into the wall. Seeing the clown's shadow, Satsuki turned around and ran forward, dodging the attacks. Running up to the monster, the main character shouted to him not to forget about him. Watching the main character's actions, Satsuki thought that his attacks were very fast. Jumping, Ikoma dodged the monster's attack and, clenching his teeth furiously, shouted that the passage to the gate was closed. Watching the monster's fiery attack, Ikoma jumped and stopped on the ceiling. Hanging from the ceiling, he thought that his skill was working better than he expected. Before going to the rift, sitting in a cafe, Satsuki said that she understood the main character's tactics, which consisted of attacking from a certain distance. Sitting at the table, Ikoma thought that the monster's attacks are very fast, so if you move too slowly, there is a chance of simply getting burned. However, if you attack from afar, it will cause him big problems. Raising her staff, Satsuki pointed it at the angry clown, thinking that the main character was too far from cover so he could have been hit. Having created a magic circle, the clown directed it at the frightened girl. Standing on the ceiling, Ikoma said that the clown had run out of mana. Being above the monster, the main character thought that his barrage of fire and fast movement were consuming a lot of mana. Therefore, he is very dependent on her. Watching the monster flee, Ikoma pushed himself off the ceiling and jumped at it, shouting that he was using the meteor fall method. Extending the sword to the monster's neck, the main character stated that without movement skills the monsters are very slow, so he will not be able to escape. Raising her staff, Satsuki pointed it at the monster, striking it with a shadow attack. Jumping, Ikoma swung his sword, shouting that he was using double gravity. He sheathed his sword, saying that the main monster of the rift had been defeated. The system window notified that the main character's level had increased to 30. Smiling widely, Satsuki said that they had finally completed the task. Imagining the portal, the main character said that it would close over time, so they better get out quickly. Horrified, Satsuki asked if they would have time to get out. Turning his head, the main character replied that they should not be in such a hurry since the portal would close only in half a day. Blushing, Satsuki grabbed the back of her head, replying that Ikoma should have told her everything right away. Smiling, the main character held the sword, saying that he received the item from the monster. Looking at the blade, Ikoma thought that the artifact was the best weapon for him since its powers were beyond imagination. Satsuki, looking at the sword, asked if this was the blade that the main character wanted to get. Smiling, she looked at the system window that said the blade was C rank, saying that it didn't really look strong. Ikoma, displeasedly folding his arms across his chest, replied that she was wrong since rank and attack power were not important, and the power of the blade lies in its abilities. The main character, looking at the weapon, explained that it improves all classes that rely on skills and is the strongest blade of all. Ikoma, recalling the moments of the battles, said that with the artifact he would be able to use gravitational magic faster and also reduce mana consumption. In addition, it will allow you to make up for all his weaknesses. Ikoma, imagining the image of the sword's past owner, thought that with its help he was able to rise to rank a heap. Running his finger along the blade of the sword, thought that the previous owner chose to become a killer. Therefore, Ikoma was able not only to obtain powerful weapons, but also to prevent murders. Satsuki, holding her hand on her chin, said that the main character received a weapon that made up for his weaknesses. She, making a frightened expression on her face, realizing, screamed that he no longer needed him. Ikoma, glancing at the girl, replied that he wanted to continue cooperation since his mana runs out very quickly even with a sword. Satsuki, looking at the sword with displeasure, thought that she and he were rivals. Some time later, the main character, looking at the system window, said that his level had risen, so some skill points appeared. He held his hand to his chin, thinking that to become the strongest adventurer, he needed to become more dexterous. Ikoma, pressing the button, received system alerts that he had increased gravity magic to the 2nd level and gravity control to the 3rd. He glanced at the notice and said that he had acquired a new skill. The main character, looking at the sword, said that with the skill of controlling gravity and the new weapon, it would be easier for him to use magic. Blushing with pleasure, he said that he wanted to try a lot, but didn't know where to start. Ikoma, turning around furiously, listened to the stranger's words that he was late. Kaoru, smiling and clapping his hands, said that the companions did a good job. The main character, looking at the mercenary's boots, thought that he had used disguise to hide his presence and observe the battle. He, imagining losing in the battle, thought that if they could not win, then the stranger, knowing the information about the monster, would have defeated him without any problems. And although this is a vile act, this happened often in his past life. Ikoma, looking at the mercenary, asked if they had met before. Realizing, he remembered the image of the previous owner of the clown blade, realizing that the person in front of him was the very same killer of adventurers. The main character, looking irritably at Kaoru, thought that in the previous timeline it took him longer to get to the rift. Ikoma, imagining the fight from his past life, realized that they could not meet during the battle with the main monster since he did the same in his past life. And for the sake of weapons, Kaoru killed the weakened adventurers who defeated the monster. Kaoru, looking at the sword, said that it looked very interesting. Smiling maliciously, he asked to hold the sword for a while. Ikoma, holding a weapon in his hands, replied that he would not give it up. Kaoru, looking at his companions, thought that they should not have let their guard down. He, licking his lips, thought that as soon as he killed the main character, he would immediately have fun with his girlfriend. Kaoru, spreading his arms, replied that the main character should watch his feet. Ikoma, observing the enemy's attack, dodged and ran to the side. He, looking at Kaoru, thought that it was very difficult to strike him since he moved too quickly. Moreover, compared to them, he is on a completely different level. Kaoru, smiling maliciously, asked how Ikoma was able to reveal his identity. The main character, turning to the girl, shouted that the mercenary wanted to kill them and take the blade. In addition, his class specializes in surprise attacks. Kaoru, smiling madly, replied that the main character should not reveal all his secrets. He, looking at the blade, explained that if they gave it up, Kaoru would save their lives. Ikoma, raising his weapon, replied that his crimes could not be solved in the dungeons since it was impossible to find evidence, so he won't let them just leave. Kaoru, replacing the discouraged expression on his face with a smile, replied that the main character is very brave. He, taking out his weapon, shouted that despite Ikoma's courage, he would very soon beg him for a quick death. The main character, looking at how the mercenary twisted the knife, thought that the situation was becoming dangerous since the enemy was a killer who had hunted adventurers with his blade in the past. Ikoma, recalling the meeting with the enemy, thought that he should have taken into account the possibility that he could have arrived at the rift earlier. Sweating, he thought that his miscalculation could cost them their lives. Ikoma, looking at Kaoru, told Satsuki not to approach since the enemy's specialty was a high speed and unexpected attack. Satsuki, in horror imagining a possible attack, listened to the words of the protagonist that if she were near the enemy, she would die immediately. Ikoma, covering the girl with his hand, explained that under no circumstances should she approach the enemy. Besides, he can handle it himself. The main character, turning to Satsuki, thought that even alone he was a strong opponent, but even he could not cope against Kaoru alone. Ikoma, looking at the enemy twirling knives in his hands, thought that their level difference was too big. In addition, there was a difference in skill. The main character, seeing the attack on the girl, covered her with energy, thinking that the mercenary would constantly try to aim at her. Kaoru, parrying the protagonist's blow, asked if he had killed people before. Swinging a knife at the main character, he, without waiting for an answer, said that he had killed many people, and such experience gave him a huge advantage in battle. Kaoru, smiling maliciously, thought that he could have a little fun with Ikoma. The main character, while attacking, thought that he was having difficulty holding back the onslaught and could not find a gap in the enemy's defense. Kaoru, looking at the protagonist's sword, thought that it was no longer shaking, and with each swing Ikoma was adapting better to his movements. However, this was impossible because the main character's level was much lower. Satsuki, looking enthusiastically at her companion, thought that he was not only smart, but also incredibly strong. Ikoma, repelling the enemy's attack, thought that thanks to the blade, he was able to speed up the activation of skills, and also gain the ability to switch between skills faster, which was very helpful in the battle. Kaoru, gathering air in his mouth, shouted that he wanted to stop playing. While spitting at the main character, he thought that he was using a poisonous needle on him. Ikoma dodged and parried the blow with his sword. Kaoru, making a surprised expression on his face, thought that the main character was able to repel his attack from a short distance. Furiously attacking, he said that the main character was simply lucky, but he should not become arrogant. Kaoru, looking at the retreating Ikoma, smiled, pointing a knife at him. The main character, using a sword, knocked the knife out of the enemy's hands using the double gravity method. Looking at the disarmed enemy, he said that his actions were too predictable. In addition, all killers, using their skills, aim at the neck. Ikoma, looking down at Kaoru, explained that it doesn't matter how many times he uses the skill, as his movements are easy to read anyway. Satsuki, pointing her staff at her opponent, shouted that she was using a bullet of darkness. The main character, jumping on the distracted Kaoru, struck him in the eye. Kaoru, clutching his eye in pain, shouted that the main character was a fool who did not dare take his sight away. Ikoma, looking at his opponent, thought that he knew all his skills, so he could not take him by surprise. And besides, with the help of the gravity used, he kept up with the actions of the mercenary. The main character, looking at his hand, thought that after the battle with the main monster, his mana was almost gone. The system window notified that Ikoma had 8 units of mana left. The main character thought that very soon it would end, and then Kaoru would kill him. Ikoma, attacking, shouted that they should finish the fight already. Kaoru, holding his sore eye, thought that he could not resist anything. As he watched the protagonist's actions, he thought that the longer they fought, the better Ikoma understood his movements. Kaoru, looking with one eye, thought that the main character was using his blind spot. As he dodged the attack, he shouted that he was using Shadow Leap. The mercenary, smiling, thought that the main character had an advantage, so he was not going to rush. Looking at Ikoma holding the sword, he thought that he did not have time to recover after the battle with the main monster. Kaoru, looking at Ikoma, said that if he had survived the day, he would probably have become a hero. Making a mad expression, he smiled, saying that he still would not survive the day, and the main character was very unlucky to have encountered him. Kaoru, laughing madly, attacked the main character. Satsuki held out her staff and hit it with a magic bullet. Kaoru, dodging the attacks, used the shadow jump method. Satsuki, looking at Kaoru in surprise, thought that she couldn't hit him. She, watching the fight, noticed a tired Ikoma, thinking that he was beginning to lose. Kaoru, repelling the main character's attacks, shouted that he needed to kill or die. However, it was not often that he got the chance to kill such a strong opponent. The mercenary, smiling madly, shouted that they should continue the fun. Kaoru, dodging the protagonist's attack and looking at the sword, shouted that it was close to hitting him. Having been kicked in the face and clenching his teeth in rage, he jumped to the side, saying that the main character must show him everything he is capable of. Ikoma, recalling the moments of the battle, thought that thanks to the use of force, he acquired acrobatic skills. In addition, the mercenary, attacking directly, acted too predictably. Ikoma, looking at the maliciously smiling enemy, thought that Kaoru realized that he had little mana left. The mercenary, making a crazy smile, thought that Ikoma was still holding up well. However, once he runs out of mana, he will die. Ikoma, parrying the enemy's blow, clenched his teeth from tension, thinking that his mana was almost gone. He, dodging the attack, thought that he must defeat the enemy at the first opportunity. Kaoru, raising his head, watched Ikoma jumping, thinking that he still had mana left for a high jump. The main character, looking at the enemy, believed that he needed to take advantage of double gravity and deliver the decisive blow. He, holding the sword in his hands, decided that he would use all the remaining mana on the meteor falling method. Kaoru, gritting his teeth from tension, thought that he did not understand where the main character got so much strength. Ikoma, breaking the enemy's knife, struck him with his sword. Satsuki, looking at the sweaty Ikoma and smiling widely, shouted that he did it. The main character, looking at the girl, replied that he lost. Kaoru, standing up with a wide smile, said that the main character no longer has mana. Ikoma, looking exhaustedly at the ground, said that the girl should run since the enemy did not have enough strength to pursue her. Kaoru smiled madly and said that he respected the main character's strength. since he was able to fight with him on equal terms immediately after the battle with the monster. He, looking at Satsuki, said that the main character, even while protecting her, was able to wound him. Ikoma, clenching his teeth furiously, listened to the mercenary's words that he liked him and would like to know his full name. Satsuki, sadly lowering her gaze, thought about the fact that she was actually superfluous. She, sobbing, thought that she should have given up earlier so that the main character would not lose. Satsuki, remembering her meeting with Ikoma, stopped crying, thinking that he needed her strength. The main character, raising his head, replied that he was not going to give his full name to such an unpleasant person. Kaoru, smiling madly, said that he shouldn't be rude since Ikoma was the first person he recognized. He, swinging a knife, shouted that he would forever remember the main character. Satsuki, firing a shadow bullet at her opponent's back, threw her staff at him. Kaoru, holding his wound with his hand, said that she attacked him from a blind spot. Satsuki, running up to the main character, took him by the shoulders, saying that they need to run faster. Ikoma, turning his head, replied that he had no strength left. Satsuki, handing over the mana, shouted that the main character had shown her what she was capable of. Kaoru, running up to the girl, swung his knife, shouting that she must die. Satsuki, turning her head, calmly looked at the enemy's attack. Ikoma, parrying Kaoru's blow, thanked the girl for saving him. The mercenary, gritting his teeth, realized that the girl's skill restored mana. He shouted that the main character was just a coward. Ikoma, standing in front of a serious Satsuki, replied that they had been fighting together since the beginning. Therefore, now the enemy is wounded and his mana has been restored. The main character, looking at the irritated enemy, asked which of them would die. Kaoru, attacking, opened his mouth wide, shouting that he would use black magic. Ikoma, observing the enemy's magic circle, raised his weapon, charging it with gravitational magic. He explained that the enemy's magic took too long to activate, and in the previous life, the activation speed increased only due to the effect of the weapon. Kaoru, watching in horror at the attack of the protagonist, listened to his words that he would not have time to counterattack. Kaoru, pressed against the wall, thought that he did not understand why he was losing if his level was much higher. Ikoma, looking at him, imagined the task of the crime department, thinking that they were not yet very developed in cases inside the rifts. Therefore, if someone was killed in the rift, it could not be proven in any way. However, now, in addition to him as a victim, there was also Satsuki as a witness. Ikoma, turning to the girl, said that he would look after the mercenary, and she should report the incident to the rift crime department. The main character, looking at Satsuki running away, thought that after clearing the rift, demons would no longer appear, so she could easily return back. Kaoru, looking at the main character in horror, thought that Ikoma was just a child, but had incredible strength. He, looking into the burning eyes of the protagonist, thought that Ikoma was different from everyone he had previously met. Some time later, the main character, sitting at the table, read the news that the serial killer of adventurers had been caught. Holding the phone, he thought that the mercenary had been safely captured. Satsuki, holding the drink in her hands, said that she was hoping for more questions. The main character, placing his hand on the table, explained that crimes in the rift are difficult to solve, and if the criminal is unknown, then the department abandons the case. Ikoma, imagining the building of the city, thought that with the advent of the faults, the situation in the country had changed greatly and the crime rate outside the faults had decreased. In addition, control over emergency situations has been strengthened. Ikoma, imagining the image of a poor person, reflected that their numbers had increased sharply as their welfare faded into the background. Satsuki, looking away, said that she knew about crime in the rifts, but did not expect to encounter a killer. Ikoma, holding his neck with his hand, replied that such situations are not uncommon in the lives of adventurers. Looking away, he continued, saying that this is how their world is. However, there are other ways to survive other than being an adventurer. Satsuki, holding a glass of drink, replied that she was actually worried. She, remembering helping the main character, continued, saying that she felt then that she had become his true ally. Satsuki, smiling widely, stated that she was very happy and ready for the upcoming trials with Ikoma by her side. She smiled, blushing, saying that next to him she seemed capable of anything. Ikoma, making a surprised expression on his face, scratched his temple, extending his hand. He said he hopes for her in the future. Satsuki, smiling widely, shook his hand, answering that she would help him. Some time later, Ikoma, looking at Satsuki, thought that she really was a good person. Satsuki, with one glance to the side, said that she didn't understand much, so she tried to do everything she was told. However, someday she wants to learn how to make decisions on her own so that she can always be useful to the team. She continued, closing her eyes, saying that her ex-friend also didn't like her spineless trait, which was probably why she was so angry with her. Ikoma, without answering anything, listened tiredly to the girl's words. Satsuki, imagining Ikoma as a knight, continued by saying that when she is with him, she feels like she is able to overcome any difficulties. Smiling enthusiastically, the girl said that she would like to stay with him and the group forever. Ikoma, looking at Satsuki with discouragement, thought that although she was a good person, she talked too much. Ikoma, smiling tightly, looked at Satsuki as she continued to talk, thinking that he would like to turn off her monologue. Visitors, looking at the main character, said that he was one of those who defeated the monster and caught the killer in one day. Ikoma, looking at Satsuki, replied that they had become celebrities. Sho, holding the phone in his hands, said that the main character has become familiar to everyone. Sho, looking at the phone, continued, saying that Ikoma is in any video of people who collect information from various sources and create legends about him. Sho, showing the phone, explained that no one knows Ikoma's real name yet. He, pointing his finger at the main character, said that Ikoma is now a celebrity, so he is going to take them on the team. AI, pushing Sho away, shouted that she was finally able to find companions and was looking for Satsuki everywhere. AI, grabbing Satsuki's hand, apologized, saying that she had hurt her for nothing. She explained, smiling slightly, that she had been thinking about a lot, so she wanted Satsuki to return to them. Besides, they are allies. Satsuki, who was looking sadly at AI, heard her say that Satsuki must have earned a lot and raised levels. Slamming her hands on the table, Satsuki stood up and asked the main character to leave. Ikoma, walking behind Satsuki, asked if he and AI were friends. Satsuki responded coldly and said that the girl was a stranger to her. Showing the video, she noted that they were getting a lot of views. Ikoma, looking at the cover, replied that videos of faults always attract a lot of attention. However, they are not made for entertainment, but for profit. But still, faults are dangerous places. Satsuki, holding her phone discouraged, asked if she needed to unsubscribe from the channels. Ikoma replied that he might not unsubscribe. At the same time, sitting in the rift, the girl, looking at her phone, said that she was able to get over 1 million views. She, looking at the cover, shouted that someone else's video had much more views than hers. The knight standing behind the girl replied that she could not do anything. The blogger, smiling, replied that she could make a new video that would amaze everyone. Crossing her legs, she explained that she did not like the main character, who cleared the rift very quickly. The girl speaking turned out to be rift researcher Sanji Sena. Ikoma, sitting opposite Satsuki, explained that she needed a different weapon because as the level increases, the rarity of the monsters to defeat also increases. Imagining the scales, he said that for an adventurer, weapons play a key role. Therefore, to compensate for the lack of firepower, they need to get an expensive staff. And to do this, they should earn more money in the next rift. Ikoma, exhaling calmly, said that it was important for him that his comrades had good weapons. Satsuki, smiling widely, replied that they were really good friends with him. Some time later, while scrolling through websites, Ikoma turned the tablet over, saying that he had one option for where they could go. Showing the site, he explained that in the Tomb of Ancient Kings Rift there is a very high chance of items falling out. The main character, remembering the past, thought that the Tomb of the Ancient Kings was a rare rift, which he learned about from notes in a past life, and it drops very rare items that are easy to obtain. In addition, the cost of items in this rift is enormous. Ikoma, folding his hands, thought that there should be no adventurers in the rift, since there is no information about the rift. Satsuki, looking at the smiling main character, thought that he had a very scary face. Some time later, while walking along the rift, Satsuki turned around and saw a walking skeleton. The system notified that the monster is at level 28. Ikoma, jumping, attacked the monster, swinging his sword at it. Satsuki, looking at Ikoma, thought that he very quickly dealt with a strong enemy. The main character, seeing the skeleton, thought that piercing attacks were ineffective against him. Ikoma turned his head and demanded that Satsuki attack with magic. The skeleton, attacking Ikoma, turned around and received an attack of magic. The system notified that the monster received 240 experience points. The main character, looking at the remains of the skeleton, reached out to them, saying that they were lucky. The system notified that the blade received by the hero emits a blue glow and adds 8 units of power to the attack. Satsuki, looking at the blade, said that they could sell it for about 400,000 yen. Ikoma, looking at the weapon, explained that such blades are hard to find, so a buyer will appear quickly. The girl, making a discouraged expression on her face, asked how much they could still sell the blade for. Ikoma replied that they would give him at least 3 million yen. He, looking at the shocked Satsuki, explained that no one knows about the rarity of the rift, so they should take advantage of it while they have the chance. Ikoma, looking ahead, explained that they should not stop, because within 3 days they would explore the rift, obtaining new items. Satsuki, counting on her fingers, thought that they could earn a lot of money in 3 days. She, blushing with pleasure, thought that she had found herself in a wonderful place. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, suggested that they then watch how someone was fighting on the opposite side of them. Sana, approaching the mummy monster, sent the warrior to attack. The knight, looking at the girl, said that she would definitely cope with the enemy. Sana asked the manager if the camera was ready for filming. The knight, holding the camera, replied that he was ready to film. The second knight, charging the sword with energy, passed it to the girl jumping on the monster. Sana, making a blow to the mummy, landed and, smiling broadly, greeted the audience, saying that they had decided to explore a completely unknown rift. The girl, standing in front of the camera, showed the monster, saying that she was able to destroy it with one blow, so the rift is not too dangerous. Satsuki, watching the blogger, said admiringly that she had previously seen her on several sites with videos about faults. The girl enthusiastically listening to the blogger's words that she thanks the audience for their support. Satsuki, turning to the disgruntled Ikoma, recalled his words that bloggers make videos for views and money, not realizing that rifts are a dangerous place. The girl, disappointed to realize that the main character did not like the bloggers who explore the faults, realized that he considered their actions reckless. Sana, showing the rift to the camera, turned around and screamed in displeasure that she did not understand who was standing behind her. The blogger, looking at the dissatisfied Satsuki, shouted that he ruined her good shot by standing on the wall. Sana, pointing her finger at him with displeasure, shouted that she had spent a lot of time preparing personnel, but it was all in vain because of the main character and Satsuki. Coming down the stairs, the main character asked if the blogger was ashamed of deceiving his fans. Sana, clutching the back of her head, replied that a show was being created, so she had to show her best side. She looked at the camera as she approached the knight and said that she wanted to know if they could use the footage. The knight replied that he would do the editing, but overall there were no problems. Sana, looking at stills from the video, said they had a lot of great material. She, sighing doomedly, added that many good shots were still ruined. Sana, pointing at herself displeasedly, said that she was the best researcher of faults. Ikoma, standing next to Satsuki, introduced them, apologizing for ruining the girl's video. Sana, throwing up her hands, said that they would be able to film a lot more interesting material. Ikoma, looking at the girl, asked why she became a rift explorer. Sana, showing a money gesture, explained that she was engaged in blogging only for the sake of money. She added, imagining the video covers, that fault exploration is a very lucrative business. In addition, all videos about faults always gain a huge number of views. People who film them receive advertising offers. Sana, imagining herself on stage, explained that thanks to the video she could also become popular and be on par with idols. Ikoma responded disgruntledly that being an adventurer was not easy, so she had better stop before she got hurt. The main character, looking up at the statue, explained that one cannot relax in faults of this level. He, turning to the blogger, said that if she continues to take the faults lightly, she may regret it. Sana, furiously clenching her hands into fists, replied that he not only ruined her video, but also said nasty things. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said that he said too much. Ikoma replied that he told the truth for the good of the girl. The knight, extending his hand to Sana, asked her to be less aggressive. The girl replied that she should ignore the main character. Sana, turning to the manager, demanded to turn on the camera. She, approaching the main character, said that they should organize a competition to collect magic stones. If she wins, the protagonist will have to apologize. Sana, pointing at the camera, said that he would have to apologize on video. Imagining a secret photograph of Ikoma, the girl explained that they would make sure that no one knew his identity. However, if she loses, she will end her career as an adventurer by listening to the protagonist. Ikoma, looking away, replied that he was ready for an argument. Sana, holding her hand at her side, said that they would have to meet at the entrance in 3 hours. Some time later, the knight, walking behind Sana, said that she had come up with a good idea for a video. The blogger, smiling broadly, replied that with such a video her popularity would increase and they would be able to earn even more money. Stopping, the girl explained that she was offended by listening to Ikoma's words. She, making a furious expression on her face, thought about what would make the main character regret the words he had spoken. Ikoma, dodging the mummy's attack, jumped and hit her from behind, gaining 364 experience points. Looking at the monster's body, he thought that usually the undead are very slow. The main character, imagining battle tactics, thought that he usually used the gravity shift jump to attack and then finished off the monster using double gravity. The main character, taking out the item, said that he had found another artifact. Satsuki, holding a staff, replied that the main character should not have been rude to Sana. The main character, turning away, replied that he was annoyed that they were using the rifts to film the video. Moreover, he was not going to lose the argument, because if the blogger realized that being in the faults was dangerous, then this would only benefit her. Ikoma, putting the artifact away in his bag, continued by saying that their main problem was the bag containing the artifacts, as it was incredibly heavy. Satsuki replied that her bag was already full too. Ikoma, entering the tomb, said that they had reached a dead end. Satsuki, turning her head towards the statues, noticed that the exit door had closed. The main character, looking down, replied that they were trapped in a rift. He thought that the traps that appeared in the rifts could be used to his advantage, especially in the rare portal. Therefore, they could not miss such a chance. Opening its mouth, the statue said that they had to prepare for the test. The statue, with glowing eyes, said that the companions had to prove that they had wisdom and answer 3 questions for her. However, if they make even one mistake, they will lose lives. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, explained that the trap was special and if they answered incorrectly, they would be immediately attacked. Therefore, they had better answer correctly since the statue had a very high level. Ikoma, holding a finger to his temple, explained that Satsuki needn't have worried since he had no intention of losing. The statue, opening its mouth, said that the first riddle was the question of how many experience points are needed to rise from the 1st to the 10th level. Satsuki, making a surprised expression on her face, said that no one knew the answer to this question. Ikoma replied that 45 experience points were required to level up. Looking at the statue, he thought that he remembered all the answers from his past life. Ikoma said the statue could ask the following questions. Sometime later, the statue, making a dismayed expression on its face, asked which monster had 3 heads and 4 paws. Ikoma, sitting down wearily on the ground, gave an answer by continuing, saying that they were already in a hurry and could not continue the game. Satsuki, turning to the main character, said that he should have made a mistake. The statue, making a discouraged expression on its face, shouted that it was asking the 20th riddle about which monster throws green slime. Ikoma, imagining the image of a scientist, replied that there was no rift yet in which green slime could be found, since it could only be created using the alchemy skill. The statue, cracking, screamed that the main character could not give 20 correct answers, since this simply does not happen. Ikoma, looking at the open door, thought that the statue was very surprised by his answers, since someone else would probably answer incorrectly. Satsuki, pointing at the ruins, said that an object fell out of the statue. Ikoma, taking out the bracelet, said that it was very useful and extremely rare. The system window informed that items can be stored in the bracelet, and the amount of space depends on the strength of the wearer. Satsuki, looking at the bracelet in surprise, asked how expensive it was. Ikoma replied that it could be sold for 10 million. He, remembering the questions of the statue, thought that he received such an expensive item because of the number of correct answers. Satsuki, looking at Ikoma, said that they had wasted a lot of time, so they should go now. The main character replied that with the bracelet they would not have problems with objects. Smiling widely, he continued, saying that victory would be theirs. Walking along the corridors of the rift, the main character thought that it was not difficult to cope with ordinary monsters. As he struck the skeleton, he thought that they had good defense against swords. Ikoma, looking at Satsuki holding the staff, thought that by distracting the attention of the skeletons, he allowed her to attack them with magic, so they could easily cope. The main character, while stabbing the mummies, realized that they were slow, so they could be easily dealt with using gravity control magic. He, looking at Satsuki's mana drain, thought that mummies were vulnerable to her magic. Ikoma, smiling, looked at the system window, saying that he was able to increase the level and also get a bunch of rare items that he expected to find in the rift. Satsuki, observing the action of the protagonist's storage, said that the bracelet was indeed very useful. Ikoma replied that they had collected 6 magic stones, which were enough to win and earn money. He smiled widely and said that they should continue hunting the undead. Sena, sweating, said wearily that they had done it. She, looking at the dead undead, continued, saying that they were very strong opponents. The knight, raising his hand, replied that they were only able to defeat 2 monsters, so they would never be able to completely finish the cleanup. However, they were still in a new rift. Sena, sitting against the wall, replied that it was probably also difficult for her companions to deal with the monsters. The knight asked what would happen if they lost. Sena replied that she would give them money and ask them to forget about the incident. The knight, making a gesture of embarrassment, asked what would happen to their video. Ikoma, approaching the girl, said that they should not have rested. Sena, folding her arms across her chest with displeasure, replied that he could have apologized right away so that they would already end the argument because, most likely, they had not yet collected the required number of stones. The girl, observing the power of the bracelet, was horrified to see a pile of jewelry, saying that they could not collect such an amount. She looked at the main character in surprise and asked how they were able to get so many stones and objects. Ikoma, smiling maliciously, replied that she could apologize and then he would forgive her. Sena, turning away with displeasure, replied that their argument was not over yet. Satsuki, glancing at the main character, said that he was too aggressive towards Sena. Ikoma replied that he was just teasing her a little. He, looking at the leaving girl, continued, saying that he would like her not to do anything stupid. Ikoma calmly turned around and listened to Satsuki's words that he was simply trying to take revenge on Sena. Looking at the girl, he replied that Sena was too frivolous about dungeons and he didn't like it. Ikoma, recalling his conversation with the girl, explained that dungeons are a big risk, so exploring them cannot be taken lightly. The main character, looking down, continued, saying that he would definitely regret Sena soon. At the same time, in the rift, Sena, making an irritated expression on her face, said that in order to defeat the main character, they need to find something grandiose. She, furiously clutching her head, said that she did not understand how her companions managed to get so many stones and artifacts. The knight, placing his hand on his chest, replied that they should have returned since they had made good progress, but there was little mana left. Sena turned around in displeasure and replied that they couldn't go back and lose, even though replenishing mana was important. She clenched her teeth furiously, thinking that she had not yet shown everything that she was really capable of. Sena, remembering the burning city 8 years ago, thought that at that time fault breakthroughs occurred very often. Little Sena, looking at her father, who was captured by monsters, sobbing, listened to his cries for help. As she ran away, she held her brother's hand, leading him to safety. Some time later, sitting in a safe building, Sena watched a video in which the adventurer said that she did not like the feeling of helplessness in the face of disaster, so she worked on her skills for a long time. Sena, enthusiastically watching the girl's appeal, listened to her words that she was surprised that such little things were shown on television. However, she was glad that she could become someone's brave man who saves people from monsters. Sena, looking at her channel with 100,000 subscribers, thought that she wanted to become the same as the girl from the video. However, she was going to inspire not only loved ones, but also all people. Besides, she didn't want to be looked down upon. Sena, turning to the knights, said that they had too little material for the video. She, smiling widely, shouted that she had figured out what they should do. The knights, catching up with the girl, asked where she was running. Sena replied that she remembered about one enemy while they wanted to return. She, watching the level 40 pharaoh attacking, said that she did not expect to see him. Sena, being on the 33rd level, thought that such a monster was beyond her strength. The knight, raising his blade, said that the monster was pursuing other adventurers from the depths of the dungeon. The second knight replied that they could not resist him, so they had to flee. Sena replied that they could find a narrow passage where the monster could not pursue them. The frightened adventurer, lying on the ground, asked the girl for help. Sena, remembering her father's death, reflected on the words of the girl who said that she did not like the feeling of helplessness in the face of disaster. Imagining herself as a little girl, the girl thought that she constantly needed help, but she was no longer going to run away. Sena, attacking the monster, shouted that the knights should have run away without her. She, repelling the attack, demanded the girl to leave. The knight, repelling the monster's attack, covered the girl's body, shouting that he would not allow her to be killed. Sena looked at the knight in surprise, saying that he was her main admirer, so he couldn't just run away. The second knight, throwing down the camera, said that he was not very good at fighting, but he was going to show everything that he was capable of. He raised his hand and created a barrier to protect Sena. The monster, swinging its sword, hit the barrier, splitting it. Sena, watching the attack, thought that she was weak in strength and agility, so she could not win. She, looking at the attacking monster, closed her eyes in horror. Ikoma, charging his body with energy, said that the girl was too reckless. He dodged the attack, jumped, holding the girl in his arms and, standing on the ceiling, used the gravitational shift method. The main character, looking seriously at the girl, explained that he decided to make sure of her safety and then heard a story from the runaway girl. He, calmly inhaling, remembered the argument with Sena, saying that he had lost. Ikoma, holding the girl in his arms, said that he was ready to apologize to her and take back his words. Ikoma, holding Sena in his arms, jumped off, thinking that he was using gravity reduction. While he was flying and striking the monster, he thought that he had reduced gravity with the help of a skill and was able to parry the attack. Satsuki, raising her staff, shouted that she was using a bullet of darkness. She, looking at the enemy, thought that he had withstood the attack, and her magic turned out to be absolutely useless. Sena, looking at the knights lying on the ground, said that they were seriously wounded and could not escape. Moreover, their opponent turned out to be a high-rank rift monster, which greatly complicated the situation. Ikoma, imagining the image of his past enemy, thought that even though his blade reduced gravity, the battle would still be much more difficult than with him. Sena, looking at the main character, said that the knights came because of her, so she cannot escape without them. Ikoma, holding the sword in his hands, replied that she should not worry as he would ensure their safety. He, looking at the monster, continued, saying that he didn't mind testing his strength. Satsuki, holding the girl by the back, listened to the demands of the protagonist to restore Sene's mana. Ikoma, raising his weapon, said that he would bide his time for them. He, imagining Sene's attack, thought that she belonged to the class of magical swordsmen who fought in close combat with little magical support. Therefore, she must have a healing skill. The main character, imagining the images of the girls, thought that while he distracted the enemy, Sena would be able to restore his health, and with the help of Satsuki's skills, mana. Ikoma, dodging the attacks, thought that he was able to increase his speed, but his strength decreased. He clenched his teeth furiously and thought that the difference in levels was enormous. Therefore, he will not cope if he only uses gravity reduction. The knight, lying on the ground, extended his hand to the main character, transferring his strength to him. He asked Ikem to save their lady's life. The main character, jumping away, thought that the monster's strength was that it was big and fast. Therefore, it is difficult to guess the moment to attack. Ikoma, dodging his opponent's sword, looked into his burning eyes, thinking that he was incredibly fast. He, gritting his teeth in horror, realized that if the enemy touched him, it could be fatal. However, he had to hold out until help arrived. The knight, lying on the ground, thought that his clothes were very heavy. Looking up, he observed the actions of the main character and thought that they were very fast and dexterous. The knight raised the camera and pointed it at the attacking monster, recording video. He, watching the action through the camera, said that the main character is incredible. Ikoma, looking at the monster, thought that he could compensate for the difference in levels with the help of skills, but he could not cause damage. Therefore, it is impossible to defeat him alone. Sena turned to Satsuki and thanked her. Raising her weapon, she announced that she was joining the fight. The girl, charging the blade with energy, took advantage of the healing and said that she was ready for battle. Satsuki, holding the staff, replied that she was also ready to fight. Ikoma, smiling slightly, reflected that the situation was still not in their favor, so they could not delay the monster and they must defeat it in one attack. Ikoma, running away from the attack to the side, looked at the enemy, finding himself against the wall. Satsuki, looking at him, thought that he was pressed against the wall. Ikoma, transferring energy to the statue, thought about reducing its weight by throwing it at the enemy. She, looking at the monster splitting the statue, shouted that the girl should shoot him in the head. Satsuki raised her staff and aimed an attack at her opponent's head. She, looking at the monster in surprise, thought that the attack did not work on him. Ikoma, smiling, thought that the monster's head was protected because it contained something important. Sena, running up behind the enemy, thought that there was his blind spot. She, dodging the monster's attack, thought that because of his forearms it was completely impossible to get close to him. Sena, remembering the attack of the main character, thought that she did not understand how he was able to attack the monster directly. Ikoma, looking at the girl, demanded that the mask be destroyed with a skill, and he himself began to weaken the enemy. The main character, imagining a member of the sword class, reflected that they had a skill that pierced armor, which took a little time to train but significantly reduced the enemy's defense. Sena, charging her body with energy, thought that she did not understand how the main character was going to weaken the enemy. Ikoma, jumping on the monster, looked at his hands, thinking that his strength lay in them. However, if they are disarmed, he will move much slower. The main character, jumping, thought that they would have a chance to attack after neutralizing their hands. Turning around in flight, he directed the attack of gravitational bonds towards the hands of the monster. Ikoma, looking at the monster's shackled hands, thought that he had used them to bind the monster's hands, and their strength was enough to slow him down. Besides, he used the bonds on his shoulders, and in this position they were not easy to break. Ikoma, smiling slightly, thought that he used similar tactics against large and multi-armed opponents. Sena, watching the attack, put on a confident expression and ran forward. The companions looked in surprise at the girl's attack, splitting the mask. The monster, clutching his face in pain, took off his mask, revealing a terrifying expression on his face. Ikoma, holding the sword, thought that he had found the enemy's weak point. He, running up to the monster, thought that he had to attack while its movements were slowed down. The main character, jumping, remembered the monster's attacks, thinking that he had already seen its movements. He stopped on the ceiling under the monster, thinking that he was using a powerful attack in which all hands were used. However, as long as his hands are tied, he cannot do it. Imagining the monster's attacks, Ikoma noticed that during the attack he lowered his head. The main character, pushing off from the ceiling, hit the monster in the face using the meteor falling method. Ikoma, looking at the defeated monster, smiled broadly, saying that he was defeated. The system window notified that the main character's level had been raised to 36. The knight, having received Seien's energy, thanked her for the healing. Satsuki, looking at the monster, said that an artifact fell from it. The system window notified that the artifact adds 16 units to magical power. Ikoma, picking up his staff from the ground, thought that objects often fell out of the rift monsters. Holding it in his hands, he said that the weapon was perfect for Satsuki. The main character thought that he was going to continue searching for items to sell for a long time. However, they were lucky and got good weapons. Satsuki blushed as she looked at the staff, asking if she could really take it away. Ikoma, remembering the fight with the clown, replied that she helped him get the sword so she could take the staff. However, Sena also participated in the battle, so she could ask for the artifact. Sana, turning around, replied that he need not worry. She, clutching her elbow, continued, saying that the main character saved them, so he could leave the staff and magic stones. Ikoma, exhaling calmly, said that she had won their competition. Sana, her eyes wide open in surprise, listened to the protagonist's words that he would take back his words, since she definitely took clearing the rift seriously. Sana, blushing with embarrassment, replied that she was glad that he understood her. Ikoma said that if she wants to achieve more as an adventurer, she should stop blogging. The knight, approaching the main character, shouted that the work of an adventurer does not always bring income. He, imagining the girl's family, explained that a high-level adventurer could barely support himself alone. However, due to the disaster, Sane's mother lost her legs and there was no one to feed her 5 younger brothers. The knight, coughing into his hand, continued, saying that the girl's father died, so it was not easy for her to provide for her family even while blogging. Sana furiously demanded that the knight be silent and not tell information about her family. Ikoma, scratching his head, replied that he only thought Sana was obsessed with money out of selfishness. Blushing, the girl replied that she always took faults seriously. Imagining the video's covers, she continued by saying that everyone was afraid of disaster, so she wanted to bring smiles to people during turbulent times. Sana, warily listening to the words of the protagonist that she was doing a good job, blushed and looked away to the side. Some time later, Sana, walking down the street, said that they would make a great video demonstrating the skills of an experienced adventurer. The knight, holding a tablet in his hands, said that they had few magic stones and frames from which they could edit a video, so they should have taken the stones from at least the main monster. Sana replied that she was not going to accept the stones out of pity. She, holding the operator's hand, said that any material they could use would be suitable for her. The knight, showing a video of the main character, replied that he had filmed the footage. A little later, in the building of the Adventurers Guild, the main character, sitting at the table, was reading a book. Satsuki, holding the phone, asked him to watch the video. Turning around, the main character replied that the girl should not look for information about the faults in the video, since it was better to ask experienced adventurers about it. The main character, looking at the cover of the video with his participation, read comments that said that he was a cool adventurer who used risky movements. He, raising his head doomedly, thought that they were looking at him strangely because of the video. Satsuki, smiling widely, enthusiastically said that the main character received more than 1 million views in less than 24 hours. At the same time, Sana, sitting at her laptop, said that the video with the main character had received 1 million views. Smiling widely, she shouted that she was the best. Sana, picking up the ringing phone, thought that she had exchanged data with Ikoma. The girl, holding the phone, said that the main character quickly missed her and probably decided to become her fan. Ikoma replied that he had seen the video. Sana, blushing with embarrassment, replied that they agreed that if she won, she would post the video. However, if he didn't like it, she would delete it later. Ikoma, holding the phone, recalled the conversation with the knight, thinking that the girl was simply trying to feed her family in turbulent times. He closed his eyes and replied that everything was fine. Sana, holding the phone and smiling widely, said that she had a great idea. She, putting on a happy expression, said that since the main character had become popular, they should record a video together. The girl, looking at the phone, said doomedly that the main character had rejected her call. Ikoma pressed his phone screen irritably as he listened to Satsuki ask about what Sana told him. He replied that he did not hear her words. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, thought that with the rapid speed of development he would be able to obtain the artifact he needed. He, imagining the appearance of the ring, thought that it was a rare item that he had missed in a previous life. Ikoma, hitting the table with his hand, thought that if he received it, the history of the new timeline would change dramatically. The employee, with a trembling finger, studying the main character's system window, said that to confirm you need to have the 35th level. However, he has, in fact, already received it. Therefore, his application for promotion to C rank was approved. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said that he was already able to reach C rank. However, she expected nothing less from him. Ikoma replied that the girl would also be able to increase her rank soon since she was at level 32. However, he is surprised that he reached this rank faster than anyone else in the guild. The main character, imagining battles with monsters, thought that in order to increase his level he needed to constantly defeat monsters of a higher rank. However, without proper knowledge this is not easy to achieve. Satsuki, blushing with joy, excitedly said that adventurers who reach C rank are considered first class, so she wants to do her best to keep up with him. Ikoma, walking down the corridor, stated that he was going to reach rank B within a month. Satsuki replied that it was impossible to rise to this rank in a month, since only a few people were able to achieve it. Ikoma, looking at the girl, explained that he wanted to get one item. Imagining the appearance of the rift, he explained that the ring was inside the monster. However, due to the fact that the rift is high ranking, it is impossible to get into it without rank B. Satsuki, making a surprised expression on her face, asked how he knew about the ring falling out if the monster had not yet been defeated. The main character, raising his head, said that the ring falling out of the rift monster is associated with the phenomenon of their occurrence. Ikoma, imagining the sight of the ring, thought that it was a rare item with incredible potential. However, in his past life his whereabouts were unknown. But there were rumors that it contained the secret of the occurrence of faults, and since Ikoma doesn't have much time, he needs to get the ring as soon as possible. Ikoma, turning to Satsuki, said that he did not intend to drag her into adventures so she could refuse. Satsuki smiled widely and replied that she was going to help because she was indebted to him. Satsuki, trembling with horror, said that it would be difficult to reach B rank in a month. Ikoma, showing his phone, explained that in order to raise their rank, they would need to come up with a plan that he had already thought about. The main character, walking through the tunnels of the rift, killed the main monster, saying that he had drawn up a plan to capture the rifts. Satsuki, firing a shadow bullet, defeated the level 30 rift monster. Ikoma cut the body of the 36th level arachne using the meteor fall method. Sometime later, Satsuki, looking at the system window, said that they were able to go through 3 rifts in 2 weeks. However, the last rift, although low level, required a lot of effort to defeat its monster. Ikoma replied that the last monster had indeed given them a lot of trouble. However, the movement of monsters at this level was too predictable, so one should not expect anything unusual. The main character, looking at the map on his phone, thought that he had picked up faults that could be easily passed, and carefully studied the information about the faults for their level. Therefore, if they go through 5 more rifts above level 30, they will be able to advance to rank B. The employee, while in the Adventurers Guild building, said that after checking the status, she confirmed that the minimum requirements for companions had been met. However, it was simply impossible to raise such a level in a few weeks. Ikoma replied that he was going to move up to rank B. The employee, looking at her companion, said that there was a strict exam to move up to this rank, so they would have to wait a few weeks. The approaching man, making a furious expression on his face, said that children would not be able to obtain rank B. Ikoma, looking at the man's badge, thought that he was a contract soldier. These people were experienced adventurers who could sign contracts with guilds. Ikoma, looking at the employee promising with Agami, reflected that their job was to manage rifts and respond to unexpected situations, as well as help with capturing difficult rifts. In addition, they had enormous influence in the guild. Agami, smiling, said that children would not be able to obtain rank B since this had never happened. The employee, looking at her laptop, replied that they were able to reach level 40 and had a good track record. Agami, turning his head, thought that they were very small, but they were able to defeat a bunch of monsters. And even after working as an adventurer for 7 years, he was the only B rank in the guild. Agami, looking furiously at the main character, thought that he was trying to take away his glory. Ikoma, exhaling in defeat, thought that they had again attracted the attention of an unpleasant person. Agami, approaching the main character, said that he could not accept their level since they had not worked for a year. Therefore, they were unworthy of B rank. Ikoma, looking at Agami, thought that he was the only B rank adventurer in the guild. Therefore, they may not be able to ignore his opinion. In addition, applications for promotion were considered by the heads of the guild, and the doubts of contract workers were also taken into account. Because of this, it was impossible to avoid Agami's decision. Ikoma, glancing at the girl, thought that he would have remained silent, but Satsuki was with him. Therefore, they were not going to retreat. Ikoma, looking at the man, asked why his application was rejected. Agami, coming close to the main character, replied that they were too inexperienced to carry such a rank, since the holders of such a level had great responsibility. He, making a furious expression on his face, added that they cannot come and get what they want, just like that. In addition, they must be at least 17 years old to become adventurers. Ikoma, making a serious expression on his face, asked how many 17-year-old adventurers were able to reach rank B. Agami, making a surprised expression on his face, asked what the main character was talking about. Ikoma, looking at him, replied that 15 years have passed since the appearance of the rifts, and only 6 people were able to reach B rank in less than a year. However, all of them were not promoted by mistake. He thought that in order to level up, he needed to kill high-class monsters, and if you killed enough of them, it would be possible to raise a similar level in a short period of time. The main character, putting on a serious expression, continued, saying that he was strong enough to achieve B rank. However, if he rejects their application for some other reason, then he is ready to listen to it. And although all the laws related to faults are still not ideal, it was impossible to deprive them of their chance. Agami, smiling widely, replied that he should listen to the opinion of a more experienced adventurer. Ikoma, imagining the statue of justice, responded that a man should look at their achievements and not make decisions based on their own feelings, since it should be made according to the rules. The main character, looking at the employee, said that this is the policy of any adventurer's guild. The woman, looking down, replied that he was right. Satsuki, looking at the main character, thought that he could easily resist an experienced adventurer and again show superiority. Agami, looking angrily at the adventurers who said that the main character was able to calm him down, thought that Ikoma was mocking him, and for this he will not be forgiven. Agami, approaching the employee, asked what level and class the main character was. She replied that he was a level 38 gravity master. Agami, frowning furiously, thought that he had never heard of such a class before. He, imagining the main character next to the knight, thought that he definitely had good connections with the warriors, so it was not surprising that he was able to achieve a similar level. Agami, smiling broadly, said that he hastened to conclusions, so he should take into account the abilities of the main character. However, only if he personally checks whether Ikoma is worthy of rank B. Therefore, Ikoma must come to the training hall. Agami, standing in the training hall, stated that if the main character defeats him in a training battle, then he will agree to their promotion. However, if he cannot, he will not receive a rank. The adventurer, watching the dialogue, said that Agami was able to kill 2 people in a training battle, so it would not be easy for the main character, and he probably just decided to take it out on him. Agami, smiling, thought that he would pay back the main character for his disgrace in the guild. He, imagining the difference in their levels, thought that it was huge and, moreover, the main character only had a magic class. Agami, imagining members of his class, reflected that the main character was an ordinary hillbilly who was helped to raise his class. However, he was also a warrior, capable of enhancing physical abilities with the help of the power of animals. Agami, smiling, was confident that his level and combat experience were much higher. Therefore, when he tramples the protagonist's pride into the mud, Ikoma will never want to appear in the guild again. The main character, looking at the system window, thought that the enemy had a class with high levels of physical abilities. Therefore, he was afraid that difficulties might arise with him, and he was going to spend the points he had accumulated. When choosing the skill to increase gravity control, the main character thought that with it he would be able to increase his characteristics. Agami, smiling widely, said that even by increasing his skills before the fight, its outcome will not change. However, he should be careful, as accidents during battle were common. Ikoma, raising his sword, replied that they both should listen to his words. Agami, making a furious expression on his face, thought that the main character was too self-confident, and this would be an example for everyone. He smiled maliciously and thought that no one dared to dare him, otherwise he would regret it. Agami, holding the sword in his hands, said that they should have started the fight. However, he had no intention of using the skills, while Ikoma could use whatever he wanted. Agami, smiling maliciously, shouted that they should start a duel. Ikoma, creating a magic ball, said that he would launch an attack. Agami, looking at the main character, thought that he had a very low level and was only a magic class. However, every adventurer knew that magic classes were the most useless. Therefore, not a single attack from Ikoma could harm him. Ikoma, running up, swung his sword, striking at the turned enemy. Agami, making a fearful expression on his face, deflected the protagonist's blow, thinking that he had incredible speed with a low rank. The man, turning in horror at the main character, swung his sword, thinking that he was taken by surprise. However, he would not be able to escape. Agami, turning around in fear at the jumping Ikoma, thought that he could not resist his attacks. The main character, attacking a man, kicked him in the jaw. Agami, swinging his sword, imagined an attack, thinking that an ordinary beginner would not be able to hit his face with his knee. The adventurer, filming the battle, shouted that the main character was winning. The second adventurer, standing nearby, replied that the fight was a simple test of skill, and besides, the man did not use abilities. Agami, dodging the attacks, thought about how he would not allow the main character to get the same rank as him. He, attacking the dodging Ikoma, thought that he could not hit him and would probably lose the fight. Agami, imagining people laughing, thought in horror that he had to win and could not disgrace himself in front of everyone. He, imagining the image of the main character, reflected that his level was much lower. Ikoma, making a serious expression on his face, thought that his class was the strongest, since with the help of his skills he could compensate for the lack of physical strength. The main character, repelling Agami's attack, thought that in short duels his mana was enough to make maximum use of his skills. He, making a furious expression on his face, thought that without using skills it would be quite difficult to defeat him. Ikoma, imagining a fight with the mercenary, thought that he was much stronger in close combat. In addition, he had good fighting skills and not so pronounced hostility. The main character, running up to the enemy, thought that he was going to finish the fight. While striking Agami, he thought that he was using the gravity doubling method. Agami, furiously clenching his teeth, thought that the protagonist's sword had become heavier. However, he was only good at speed. The man, swinging his sword and clenching his teeth in horror, realized that the main character had disappeared. However, this could not happen. Ikoma, pushing off from the ceiling, jumped behind the man, pressing his sword into his back. He thought that at the moment when he attacked the enemy, he reduced gravity. The main character, imagining the attack, thought that he took advantage of the moment, jumped over Agami, and then at the moment of the jump was in his blind spot so that it seemed that Ikoma had disappeared. The adventurers, watching the battle, shouted that the protagonist was able to defeat the B-rank adventurer. Satsuki, blushing with joy, shouted that Ikoma was able to win. Agami, shaking with anger, clenched his teeth furiously, thinking that he could not lose and would not admit defeat. Ikoma, holding the sword at the man's back, said that now there should be no problems with increasing the rank. He, making a frightened expression on his face, realized that he felt thirst for blood. Agami turned around and furiously charged his hand with energy, shouting that he was using Beast Claw Rip. Ikoma, repelling the attack, jumped to the side, thinking that he had lost his guard after winning the duel. Agami, furiously remembering the attack, thought about using the weapon as bait to attack with a skill. However, the main character obviously did not have time to react. The adventurers, watching from the stands, shouted that the man acted despicably because he was going to not use his skills. Ikoma, sweating profusely, said that they could continue the fight. Agami, furiously clenching his teeth, thought that the main character could barely stand on his feet. However, he still continued to defy him. However, he never admits defeat. Ikoma, looking at the enemy, said that their battle was enough. Agami, imagining the guild building, thought about how he would not accept defeat. In addition, he simply underestimated the main character due to his low level, and if rumors of his loss spread, he would no longer be able to calmly be in the guild. Agami, smiling maliciously, replied that there was really no point in continuing the fight since he was rejecting his application for a rank increase in any case. The man, raising his hand, explained that although they played a little, the decisive blow was never struck. And with this approach, Ikoma simply could not cope with strong monsters. Agami, raising an eyebrow, continued, saying that he deliberately left many gaps in the defense, but the main character never took advantage of them. Ikoma listened furiously to the man's words that he was injured even in a battle where the enemy did not use skills. Therefore, it immediately became clear that he was not able to quickly respond to unforeseen situations. The adventurers, looking displeased at Agami, shouted that he was a vile person who was not initially going to recognize the merits of the main character. The adventurer, looking at Agami's furious face, said that he should not have angered the man since he could have done anything. Sho, looking at Agami, shouted that the man had acted unfairly and he should be ashamed. Ikoma looked up in surprise to see Sho, thinking that he didn't expect him to intercede. Sho, making a furious expression on his face, shouted that the main character fought honestly and was able to win. However, Agami, breaking his promise, used the skill. Agami, clenching his teeth furiously, listened to Sho's words that the contractors had a high opinion of themselves. Sho smiled widely and gave a thumbs up, saying that the main character could rely on him. Besides, he is his best friend, so he will definitely help. Ikoma, putting on a discouraged expression, replied that he appreciated his concern, but they were not the best of friends. Satsuki, sadly lowering her gaze, thought about why the main character was able to win. Ikoma, sweating, thought that until Agami admitted defeat, their battle was pointless. Imagining the attacks, the main character thought that the difference in their strengths was huge. Therefore, he hurt Agami's dignity. Ikoma, looking at the embittered man, thought that he should have given in. Serizawa, approaching the fighters, asked what was happening. He, looking at Agami, said that he was looking for him but did not understand what was happening. Agami, throwing up his hands, replied that he had done a little checking but wasted his time. Serizawa, turning to the main character, said that accidents during training battles happen often. Therefore, he should have been more careful and consulted a doctor. Agami, smiling widely, replied that he had caused a small scratch. Serizawa, making a furious expression on his face, replied that they needed to talk urgently. Agami, looking at the main character, said that their test is over since he is a busy man. Sho, slamming his hand on the railing, shouted that the man was a coward who, unfortunately, was one of the best adventurers in the guild. Satsuki, approaching the main character, asked what they should do. Ikoma replied that he would have to find another way. A little later, Serizawa, going up to the 13th floor, asked why Agami arranged a practice fight. The man replied that the main character wanted to get to rank B, but he showed him that Ikoma was not ready yet. Serizawa, making a surprised expression on his face, thought that Ikoma had already applied to move to rank B. The deputy head, entering the office, thought that Agami hated people like the main character most of all. The man asked what the deputy wanted to talk about. Serizawa, imagining the appearance of the rift, replied that it was very difficult to control a rank B rift. Although the adventurers were leveling up and also mining a lot of high-quality materials, they still received a message about a sudden change in the location of the monsters in the rift. The deputy, imagining a burning city, continued, saying that the concentration of magical energy had exceeded optimal values, and with such indicators, they should have prepared for disaster. Serizawa, adjusting his glasses, continued, saying that they had to eliminate risks. Agami, taking the piece of paper, asked if the guild wanted to capture the rift before a disaster occurred. The deputy replied that the agency wants to preserve several B-rank rifts, and the guild heads also insist on preservation. Agami, listening in surprise to the deputy's words that he was obliged to close the rift, replied that they still did not know much about them, so they should not make such hasty conclusions. Serizawa, looking at Agami, said that he asked him to convince the head to change his decision. The man, rising from the sofa, replied that he was always given the most boring assignments. The deputy, looking at the man, shouted that they had not finished speaking yet. Agami, scattering papers, replied that he was not going to solve other people's problems. Serizawa, holding up the sheets of paper, demanded the man to look at the data again. Agami, stepping on the papers, replied that by delving into the numbers, it was impossible to find out anything about the faults. As he left, he raised his hand, saying that he had more experience and the rift would not be a problem. Besides, if something happens, he will simply deal with the problem and close the rift. The deputy, slamming his fist on the table, shouted that they might be late because they knew nothing about how the disaster would happen. Serizawa, watching Agami leave, lowered his gaze in horror, saying that they had an obligation to protect the city. However, he hoped that nothing would happen. At the same time, in the rift, the monster, lying on the ground after sleep, opened its main eye. Satsuki, sitting in a cafe, imagined the image of Agami, saying that he was a terrible person, and besides, she did not expect such a thing from a high-class adventurer. Ikoma, remembering the man, thought that he could only receive a new rank in the guild of his district. However, Agaki would definitely not allow him to be promoted to rank B. The main character, imagining the appearance of the rift, thought that he could only get into it if he received rank B. He, looking at Satsuki, thought that she could take the exam in another guild, but her level was still too low. Ikoma, lowering his doomed gaze, said that he did not know what to do. Seina, hitting the table with her hands, shouted that she knew about the main character's problems with the contract worker. Showing her phone, she said that she quickly received information from one of the fans who sent a video of their fight. The girl, showing the cover of the video about injustice on the part of a rank B adventurer, said that the whole world saw the video, and all her 100,000 subscribers were furious. However, they need more views. Ikoma, making a dissatisfied expression on his face, replied that he did not need help. Seina, remembering being in the arms of the main character, said that she was in his debt, so she wanted to help. She, clutching the back of her head, continued, saying that she could also make good money on this topic. Ikoma, presenting the image of Agami, replied that they still knew very little about the rifts. Therefore, the guild relies on the knowledge of experienced adventurers. And besides, the man was not one to change his opinion about others. Satsuki overheard the protagonist saying that Agami didn't care about other people at all. She looked at Sane, blushing, as she said she was worried about Ikoma. Satsuki, turning to the girl, furiously asked if she had fallen in love with the main character. Seina, blushing, replied that he was very rude and self-confident, and such guys are not her type at all. Looking down, the girl continued, saying that she was helping him because she owed him for saving his life. Satsuki, looking at the blogger with displeasure, listened to her words that she could not date anyone because she was an idol. Satsuki, grabbing her phone, screamed that a rank B rift had appeared in the city. Seina, looking at the alert, said that a rift had appeared nearby, and it was probably an invasion. Ikoma, imagining demons emerging from the portal, thought that they were creating a disaster, and there was only one way to stop the invasion. If you kill the monster, the rift will be destroyed. Ikoma, recalling the events that happened, thought that the disaster had not happened in his past life. However, it probably happened because he brought changes to the world. Seina, looking at her phone in surprise, thought that the fault was getting out of control. However, he passed all the tests and the guild had to control him. Seina, remembering her father's death, thought that she had not yet been to the B rank rift because her level was too low. However, there were many people in the city who did not have the level at all. Turning around, the girl screamed that she had gone to the rift. Ikoma, looking at her, replied that they would also go. As he left the building, he thought that the fault was out of control, so it was unknown what would happen to it if it was not dealt with. In addition, during a disaster, the monsters are much stronger than they should be. Agami, looking at the level 34 werewolf, jumped and swung his sword, shouting that the monster should get out of his way. He, looking at the monster, clenched his teeth furiously, thinking that something terrible was happening to him again. Agami, remembering his conversation with the deputy, thought that he had disgraced himself again, and everyone around him was trying to make him look like a fool. The warriors, looking at Agami, enthusiastically said that they expected him to kill a strong monster with one blow. Glancing at the warriors, the man shouted that they should stop talking since the monster was of low rank. Agami, showing a gesture of retreat, demanded the soldiers to disperse and be in touch. However, if they find something, they will have to return and report. The man, looking at the burning city, thought that if he received too much damage, his position would be in danger. He, imagining the sight of a level 47 monster, thought that it would not be difficult to defeat him. And if he defeats him, he will become a hero and blame Serizawa for what happened. Ogami, smiling widely, said that they must defeat the monster and end the disaster. The adventurers, looking at the monster coming out, shouted that it was completely different from their information. They, seeing the two-headed level 55 demon, shouted that he looked incredibly monstrous. Ogami, looking at the monster, thought that he had undergone evolution, thereby significantly increasing his level. In addition, he changed form and gained new skills, becoming a completely different life form. Also, due to the accumulation of enormous magical power, unusual phenomena began to occur in the portal, and this often happens with other disasters. Ogami, clenching his teeth furiously, thought that the main problem was the evolution of the monster. The adventurer, looking at the system window in horror, shouted that they could not resist a level 5 monster. The second warrior, approaching him, declared that they must retreat and find another detachment. Ogami clenched his teeth furiously, thinking that if they retreated, then all their efforts would be in vain. In addition, his role as the portal's protector would be jeopardized. The man, turning around, shouted furiously that he was a B-rank adventurer and had been in similar situations many times. Ogami, charging his body with dark energy, madly declared that he forbade them to retreat since he would easily kill the monster. The adventurer, making a furious expression on his face, shouted that a man could not defeat such a strong monster, and his decision is very reckless because if he attacks the monster, he will die instantly. Ogami, making a furious expression on his face, thought that the warriors should not doubt his words. He replied, smiling slightly, that he would help them gain confidence. The man, charging his hand with energy, pointed it at the adventurers, who were grimacing in pain. His skill temporarily increased the attack power of the person under its influence. Ogami, looking at the adventurers, mentally ordered them to let go of their worries and go into battle. He, remembering past fights, thought that at the beginning of his career he used people under his skill as bait. However, a lot of time has passed since then. The man, looking at the attacking adventurers, thought that he would use them as bait and then deal a decisive blow. He, smiling, understood that an ordinary adventurer could not survive if he did not use cunning. The monster, looking at the attackers, used its eye, creating destruction on the ground. Ogami, looking at the flying cobblestones, shouted that he did not understand what was happening. Dodging stone blows, he asked what kind of spell the monster was using. The man, looking at the adventurers hiding from the stones, shouted that they were absolutely useless. He, seeing a cobblestone, hit it with his sword, thinking that the monster was using the skill of telekinesis. Ogami, looking at the monster, realized that the scope of his abilities was too wide, and this was the first time he had encountered magical abilities of the 55th level. The man, turning around in horror, realized that he had to do something immediately, otherwise he would die. He clenched his teeth furiously and raised his sword, thinking that he should have run away while the adventurers distracted the monster. Ogami, holding the sword, turned to the monster, which struck him with its claws. Lying on the ground, he thought that he had no equal in close combat, but the monster could easily defeat him. The man, stopping his heartbeat, thought that he had a skill that allowed him to disguise himself as a dead body. The monster looked at the man and turned away, walking away. Ogami, looking at the leaving monster, thought that he needed to run, and he doesn't have time to take care of others. The monster, sensing the movement, turned around, hitting the man with its tail and throwing him to the side. Ogami, wounded, lay on the ground, thinking that the monster should not have noticed him. Besides, now he couldn't move. The man, looking at the monster, thought that he would not die in such a place. The monster, charging its paw with energy, lifted the man, pressing him against the wall. Ogami, looking at the monster, thought that he was mocking him. The fox, using his eye, sent tentacles towards the man's body, shoving one of them into his mouth. At the same time, the main character, looking at the dead werewolf, received 554 experience points. The man, receiving healing from Sane, looked at his hand, saying that his wounds had healed. Ikoma, turning to him, demanded to run away since they should not meet monsters along the way. Sana, looking at the man running away, said that they could not escort everyone to safety. Therefore, if they do not clear the labyrinth, there will be even more victims. Ikoma, looking at the time on his phone, thought that even after half an hour of the disaster, the threat was still not eliminated. The main character, imagining the image of a monster, thought that he should have already been defeated by one of the troops. However, too much time passed and there was no result. Therefore, they need to prepare for the worst. The adventurer, parrying Ogami's blow, shouted that he had to stop because they were a squad of exorcists. The man, watching the fight, said that there was no point in talking to him since he was influenced by the monster's skills. He, imagining Ogami's system window, thought that they would face bad consequences due to the fact that he was on the enemy's side. The adventurers, attacking from behind, swung their swords at the smiling Agaki. Agaki, furiously growing fangs, directed dark energy towards the adventurers, striking them. A bald man, watching the fight, ran up, attacking Agaki. He, looking at the smiling warrior, said that it was useless to communicate with him. Hirakawa, looking at the insane Agaki, thought that a fight to the death with him was equivalent to a fight with a high-ranking monster. And the problem was not the anomaly itself, since it was only a side effect of a disaster that none of them had ever encountered. And ordinary adventurers or a squad of exorcists could not cope with it. Agaki, swinging at the captain, was surprised to see the main character parrying the blow. Ikoma, looking at the man, said that he was under the psychological influence of the monster's skills. Hirakawa, watching the main character, shouted that he could not cope with him alone. Ikoma, dodging the attacks, thought that the B-rank adventurer had to fight an equal opponent. However, he fought a little differently. The main character, sitting down, thought that the enemy's movements were slower than during the exam. However, he was probably affected by a side effect from the psychic effects. Agaki, charging his clawed hand with energy, swung at the main character, thinking that he was using the blow of the King of Beasts. Ikoma, jumping behind the enemy, thought that he had lost patience and hastily attacked. As he hit Agaki, he thought that he was using the double gravity method. Ikoma, looking at the man, asked if he had woken up. Agaki, remembering the training with the main character, said his name. He, imagining a sweating Ikoma, remembered his words that they should continue with the exam for promotion of rank. He thought that he would not allow Ikoma to treat him with contempt. Agaki, furiously charging his body with energy, thought that he would kill the main character using the Berserker method. Ikoma, reflecting the enemy's magic, thought that the monster's influence on his brain had increased. Therefore, even with a high-level opponent, he could not drag out the battle any further. He swung his sword, jumping, thinking that the higher he rose in the air, the stronger his blow from gravity. Ikoma, landing, cut off his opponent's arm, musing that he was able to cut his tendons so that he would no longer pose a threat. Hirakawa, looking at the main character, thought that while fighting with the B-rank adventurer, he was holding back so as not to kill him. The girls came running and shouted that he should not have left. Ikoma apologized, saying he had to respond to an emergency. While imagining the classes, he thought that the speed of movement also depended on them. Satsuki, approaching the sick adventurer, said that they needed to take him to safety. Ikoma, raising his head, replied that they would not be able to take the people. He, looking at the monster standing on the wall, explained that they had a very serious problem. The girls, looking at the monster, covered their faces from the flow of its power. The main character, raising his weapon, looked at the growling monster, saying that he was out hunting. Looking at the monster, Satsuki asked why his eyes were empty. Ikoma looked at the system window, which reported that the monster was a level 55 Rift monster. Presenting the view of the dossier, the main character noticed that the information received was different from the original one, since the evolution of the monster occurred instantly. He noted that this greatly complicates the situation. Making a thoughtful expression on his face, Ikoma realized that after the monster's evolution, it would be much more difficult to predict its skills. Looking forward, Sena said that they need to defeat the monster to stop the destruction of the city. Ikoma replied that it would be very difficult. Using the power, the monster created many level 30 phantoms. Seeing phantoms in the sky, Sena said that the monster had summoned even more of its kin. Imagining images of the townspeople, she shouted that if this continues, more people will suffer. Sena, looking at the beast, thought that the destruction of cities and innocent people brought him happiness. Turning her head, the girl listened in surprise to the words of the protagonist that she and Satsuki should take the wounded to shelters. Lowering his furious gaze, Ikoma continued to say that he would try to defeat the monster alone. Raising her hand, Sena, smiling maliciously, replied that every time Ikoma plays the hero, she wants to do the opposite even more. Raising her weapon, the girl said that they would deal with the phantoms, covering the wounded. The man, looking at the girls, said that they were crazy since the monster was at level 55, and if reinforcements did not arrive to them, they would die. Ikoma, jumping up and down, looked at the phantoms, dodging their attacks. Lowering his head, he shouted to the girls that he was leaving the monsters to them. The Rift monster, looking at the flying protagonist, used a roar, lifting the stones of the destroyed buildings. Ikoma, looking at the flying cobblestones, thought that the monster had interesting tactics. The monster, opening its mouth, directed the cobblestones at Ikoma. The girls, looking at the main character, thought that he should not lose. The man, watching the fight, thought that a terrifying aura was emanating from the monster as he used his strength to the maximum. Dodging the attacks, Ikoma ran forward, and the man looking at him thought that he was moving incredibly fast. Moreover, he had never met such a fast adventurer. The main character, remembering his image from the past timeline, thought that he had a lot of experience in speed battles. Looking at the monster, he said that his spell did not work on him. The main character, picking up a stone, threw it into the monster's mouth. Ikoma, looking at the monster biting through the stone, created a gravity bomb, striking. The man, watching the battle with discouragement, thought that the main character at rank B was able to deal with a level 55 monster single-handedly. Imagining the protagonist on the throne, he thought that he would become the most powerful adventurer in the world. Making a surprised expression on his face, the main character said that after the death of the monster, the rift will close. Sena, turning to him, replied that the monsters were already gradually disappearing. However, they still need to finish the main thing as soon as possible since they don't have more time. Ikoma, raising his weapon, replied that he would finish the monster once and for all. Using its tail, the monster, lifting cobblestones, directed them at the main character. Ikoma, dodging the blows, said that the monster was huge and strong, but lost control when fighting. Therefore, people like him cannot defeat him. Jumping on the monster, Ikoma, lifting a boulder, hit the monster on the head. Breaking the ground, the main character, swinging his sword, said that he was not defenseless, despite the fact that he was floating in the air. Making a malicious expression on his face, he continued to say that he was a master of gravity. Grinning furiously, the monster aimed cobblestones at the main character. Ikoma, dodging the blows, thought that compared to other humanoid-type monsters, this monster was much simpler. Taking a swing at the monster, the main character thought that he would not be able to finish the battle quickly since they had a huge difference in levels. Looking furiously at the monster, Ikoma reflected that his mana was almost zero. However, considering their huge difference in levels, he was very lucky. Swinging his sword, the main character realized that he was almost unhurt, but at the same time he senselessly spent a lot of mana. Looking at the monster, Ikoma thought that he needed to spend less mana. However, this is impossible, because otherwise it will not be possible to defeat him. Turning to the girls, the main character thought that he should involve them in battle. However, they were dealing with phantoms, so they could not be distracted. Imagining the shaking civilians, Ikoma realized that the girls were also protecting them. Imagining an image of himself in the past, he realized that he had learned to predict the possible endings of the battle, which made it clear that the monster had the same type of attacks and a lot of health, which it could restore through auto attacks. Departing from his past image, the main character realized that he would probably die on the battlefield, but there must be another solution. Imagining Sane, he thought that he should not hesitate, because then a catastrophe could not be avoided. Smiling at the image from the past, the main character said that he could not escape. As Ikoma jumped to attack, he thought that he needed to focus and use his powers effectively to save the others. The main character, swinging, struck the monster, thinking that he had become more reckless than he was before. Closing his eye in pain, the monster, stepping aside, created a dozen phantoms. Looking at him, the main character said that summoning phantoms was a waste of energy. Watching the monsters in horror, the man thought that the main monster had begun to use his skills too carelessly, so now only one adventurer could not cope with him. Sena, looking at the main character in surprise, shouted that he could not cope with the monster alone, so they needed to help him. Satsuki, turning her head, thought that the main character was trapped, but was not going to retreat because the monster was simply afraid of him. Raising his head to the phantoms, Ikoma, holding a sword in his hands, thought that he should concentrate. Opening his eyes, the main character, killing the phantoms, struck the monster. Jumping on the monster, Ikoma said that he had finally shown him his weak spot. Looking at the monster's eye, the main character, flying towards it, struck with his sword, thinking that he would end the fight with one blow. The monster was hit by a meteor and, opening its mouth in pain, dissipated. Turning his head to the system window, the main character said that he was able to miraculously survive, but at the same time he received 6 levels for killing the monster. The system window said that his level had been raised from 38 to 44. Imagining the image of the monster, Ikoma thought that he had also taken away the phantoms he had created. Moreover, with the rift closing, the remaining monsters also disappeared. Smiling slightly, the main character thought that the chances of their victory were low. Satsuki, smiling, shouted that they had won. Remembering the image of her father, Sena thought that she was finally able to become a hero who protected many lives. The man, looking at the main character with bewilderment, thought that he was able to defeat the monster of the rift alone. A few hours later, the team arrived at the Adventurers Guild building. Rising from the table, the employee thanked the protagonist's group for being able to minimize the damage. Bowing, she shouted to the civilians around that they saved the city from disaster and were able to cope with the main monster without the help of a special squad. Satsuki, blushing, said that the main character dealt with everything alone, so she was ashamed. Imagining the moments of the battle, Ikoma replied that he could not have done it alone, because if he had not been covered, he would have died from the phantoms almost immediately. Sena, clutching her neck, said that they won only thanks to their common efforts. Looking at the girl, Ikoma said that she should have filmed the fight on the channel. Sena replied that while they were fighting, she had no time for it at all. In addition, she helped the wounded. Looking away doomedly, Ikoma thought that he was taking everything too calmly. At the same time, Sarazawa, walking along the corridor, thought that he did not expect such a quick start to the disaster. And even the special squad could not solve the problem with this fault, so it was lucky that Ikoma's group ended up in the city. And if they were not around, it would be impossible to cope with the impending threat. Sarazawa, looking at the main character, thought that he had already met him before. Remembering the moment of meeting Ikoma, the man thought that he was the one who applied for rank B. And his appearance was deceptive because, despite his age, their city was safe thanks to him. With a smile, looking at the group of adventurers, Sarazawa thought that legendary adventurers were being born before his eyes. Sometime later, in the hospital building, slamming his fist on the table, Ogaki thought that he vaguely remembered the fight as the monster took control of his mind. Remembering the moment of the battle with the main character, he realized that Ikoma cut off his hand and also became a hero who single-handedly closed the rift. Clenching his teeth furiously, the warrior said that Ikoma had deprived him of his hand. Because of this he would make his life hell. And besides, he will use his position and influence to teach him a lesson. Opening the door, the man said that the warrior was an ungrateful person since he was taken control of by the rift monster, and they had reasons to kill him for the safety of others, but the main character saved his life. Ogaki shouted furiously that he didn't have to thank Ikoma for depriving him of his hand. Ogaki, looking at the soldier, thought that he had used him earlier as bait, but he should not have survived. Folding his arms across his chest in dissatisfaction, the man said that Ogaki used the consciousness of the soldiers to turn them into cannon fodder, and this is a criminal offense, especially if it is used to save one's life. Turning, Ogaki listened to the man's words that he was obliged to know the laws about crimes in the rifts, since he had entered into a military contract. A few days later, in the Adventurers Guild building, looking at the rejected request for a rank increase, the main character asked why he could not do it. Raising her eyes in fear, the employee replied that a higher rank had more privileges, so the rules for it were stricter. And also in case of refusal, a quick review is not possible and a reapplication can only be submitted after 3 months. Pointing to himself with his hand, the main character said that he was level 44 and had fulfilled all the requirements to increase his rank. Looking at the main character doomedly falling onto the table, the employee replied that he should apply in 3 months, and then he would receive rank B. Imagining the view of the rift, Ikoma thought that in 3 months he would be cleared out, and then he would not be able to get a rare item. Standing behind the main character, Satsuki shouted that Ikoma saved the city from disaster and defeated the strongest adventurer single-handedly. In addition, a person who has exceeded his authority does not have the right to influence the filing of an application. Closing her eyes, the employee replied that she was simply following the rules. Looking down doomedly, Ikoma said that Satsuki needed to stop the conversation because it was pointless. Imagining the appearance of the artifact, the main character thought that it could influence the future of the whole world, so he needed to get it at any cost. Sarazawa approached Ikoma and Satsuki and asked about what they were discussing. Turning to the deputy head of the guild, Ikoma thought that he did not understand why he decided to intrude on their conversation. Sarazawa, looking at the main character, said that he approved of his promotion to rank B. Rising from the table, the employee shouted that this was impossible since this rule had not been agreed upon before, and this could affect general discontent. In addition, the head of the guild would also not approve of this decision. Sarazawa, presenting the moments of the fight, responded that they could not ignore Ikoma's heroism. In addition, the reasons for failing the rank promotion exam were not the protagonist's inability, but Ogaki's personal dislike. Presenting an image of the guild master adhering to the rules, the deputy replied that they would not break them as it was the guild's fault for not promoting the protagonist's rank earlier due to Ogaki's low grades. Moreover, it would be a huge loss for the guild if they did not raise the rank of such a talented adventurer. And, despite the fact that the head of the guild will have questions, he will work to persuade him. Making a surprised expression on his face, the main character asked why the deputy decided to help him. Sarazawa, looking down, replied that it was his duty to support the adventurers, as they were the protectors of his peaceful existence. Imagining the image of a monster, the deputy continued to say that the disaster overtook them suddenly. However, it had to be stopped before it led to such destruction in the city. Extending his hand, the deputy said that he wanted to thank the main character by promoting him in rank for stopping the disaster. Ikoma, smiling slightly, shook the outstretched hand. Sometime later, Satsuki, blushing and smiling widely, said that she was happy for the main character because he had finally received the B rank. The girl, looking at Ikoma, said that he had reached the B rank surprisingly quickly. There are very few adventurers with such a high rank in the entire guild. Smiling slightly, the main character, imagining an image from the past, thought that compared to the other timeline, he was achieving new ranks with great speed. However, he could level up even faster by hunting higher ranked enemies. But in any case, his level increased to 44 very quickly. Satsuki, looking at the doomed look of the main character, asked why he was not happy. Introducing the hourglass, Ikoma replied that he was worried about the difficulties ahead. Remembering the image of the monster, he reflected that the events of the new timeline were moving incredibly quickly. For example, a rank B rift, which they managed to deal with very quickly, although it never appeared in the previous timeline. Holding his chin, the main character thought that his actions greatly influenced the events of the timeline, but this cannot be, since rifts defy logic and appear suddenly. Imagining butterflies flying, Ikoma thought that he had not originally intended to influence the timeline, but his minor changes in the world lead to devastating consequences. Squeezing his chest with his hand, the main character thought that he didn't understand why he was so restless. However, constantly thinking about negative consequences is a bad habit. Ikoma, smiling widely, said that they had reached their goal and he was finally able to achieve rank B. Looking at the phone screen, he read a message that a new rift had appeared. Smiling widely, the main character said that the rift he needed had finally appeared. Imagining the appearance of the rift, Ikoma thought that information about it was published just a couple of minutes ago, and thanks to the deputy guild head, he received a rank promotion on time. Turning her head, Satsuki asked if he had received a message about the required rift. Imagining the appearance of the ring, the main character replied that an artifact was falling from the monster of this rift, with the help of which they would be able to reveal the secret of the appearance of rifts in their world. Lowering his head, Ikoma replied that entering the rift required rank B or higher, so they should send a request for access to this rift. Satsuki, blushing, replied that she agreed with the words of the main character. A little earlier, in the Special Forces building, Hojo, looking at the phone, said that in the near future a rift will appear, objects from which are very dangerous. Therefore, they must not allow them to fall into the wrong hands. The caller replied that Hojo's squad must clear the rift completely since his power and resources are enough for this. With his hands on the table, Hojo replied that he couldn't do that because otherwise rumors would spread. Looking at the parrot in the cage, the head of the Special Forces continued to say that they should let someone else into the rift, and it doesn't matter who his puppets will be. However, his identity and intentions must not be revealed, so those who cannot manipulate them are needed. Rising from his chair, Hojo continued to say that once his people go into the portal, they must contact the Chimera Fang, since the main task is to destroy the monster and eliminate all objects. Looking out the window, the head of the Special Forces said that they should also eliminate all adventurers who find themselves in the rift. Concluding the conversation, Hojo added that he would make sure to make the deaths of the adventurers look like an accident, since the public did not need to know the truth. After knocking and entering the office, the employee said that he had received a report from the Special Detachment regarding the disaster. Turning around, the head of the Special Forces said that they should talk less and act more. Sitting on the train, Satsuki turned to the main character and asked about what kind of rift the Library of Mysteries is. Ikoma replied that all the monsters in the library use magic attacks, and the boss in the rift reaches level 60. Therefore, you should be on your guard against such an enemy. Looking down in fear, Satsuki asked if they could cope with a level 60 monster. Smiling slightly, Ikoma replied that he had come up with a winning strategy. Sometime later, making a surprised expression, the main character asked why their application was not accepted. Looking down, the employee replied that they had received an order from the guild that access to the library was limited. Moreover, they are adventurers from another division and do not know anything. Imagining newspaper headlines, the employee explained that in their area, adventurers were dying one after another, and if an adventurer dies after going through a rift in this area, then they will definitely blame the guild. Therefore, the issuance of passes and their fault has become more stringent. Ikoma, making a furious expression on his face, shouted that if they ignored the appearance of rifts, their number would only increase. However, their task is to close faults to prevent disasters. Exhaling tiredly, the employee looked up and said that she was going to look at their level. Seeing the system windows, the girl explained that with the recent B and C rank, they would not be able to get into the rift. Seiji, coming up behind the companions, asked if they wanted to go to the Library of Mysteries. Smiling slightly, he said that he was a healer located at the 43rd level. Moreover, there are not many high-ranking adventurers in the area, but he also wants to clean out this rift. With his hand on his chin, the main character thought that they could gather a larger group, and then they would be allowed into the rift. Looking at the smiling Seiji, he thought about the fact that he promised Satsuki that she would level up before they entered the rift, but if they had high-ranking adventurers with them, then she would not have to worry about her safety. However, you still shouldn't trust a suspicious-looking guy. Satsuki, smiling widely, said that with the group they would be able to enter the rift. Seiji, extending his hand to the main character, asked him to join their group. Satsuki doomedly listened to the doctor's words that he wanted to clear the portal, but it would be more difficult to do it with her, since all the monsters in the rift use magic, and the girl's power would simply be useless. Seiji, smiling widely, added that the more people come, the harder it will be to distribute the spoils. Satsuki looked down, blushing, and replied that Seiji was right. Ikoma replied that he would not go anywhere without Satsuki. Seiji, making a furious expression on his face, said that the protagonist's stubbornness would not benefit him. Imagining the group members, Seiji explained that there were already 2 first-class adventurers among them, so he intended to clear the rift with them. Making a serious expression, the main character replied that the shaman class is not superfluous for the group since he is able to replenish the mana of allies with the help of skills. In addition, they are dependent on mana, so such an ally is irreplaceable. Raising his hand, Seiji replied that they should then exchange numbers so that he could talk to the other members of the group and give the companions a final answer. Raising his hand in farewell, he added that as soon as the group came to a common decision, they would submit documents and meet at the entrance. Sitting on a bench, Satsuki said doomedly that Seiji despised her, so going with him was not a good idea. Holding the phone, the main character replied that he was a really unpleasant person, but he could be useful. Introducing the image of Seiji, he added that it was correct that they told him the conditions right away. Plus, he doesn't seem like a leader who enjoys conflict. Looking at Satsuki turning away in embarrassment, Ikoma replied that he would protect her anyway if Seiji said something bad again. Biting his lip, the main character thought that in any case they could not refuse the opportunity to fall into the rift. However, if there are more of them, the chance of the ring falling out will decrease, but you still need to at least enter the rift first. Imagining the group members, the main character realized that it would be easier for them to defeat the monster in a large team, since the winning strategy would then also be simplified. Shin, striking the ground with her cane, said that Seiji could take unnecessary ballast, but should not force them to drag it. Seiji, raising his hand, replied that they had no other choice, since it had already taken him a lot of effort to get permission to enter. Besides, they need more people in the group. Shin replied that they did not need a support mage who could be useful in close combat. Besides, they weren't even told the grades. Seiji, smiling widely, explained that the main character's level was high, and Satsuki would be useful for backup. Satsuki, making a doomed expression on her face, thought that she was glad that they would be able to enter the rift, but everyone was very tense. The main character, looking at Shin, thought that she was the biggest problem for them. Shin, extending her weapon towards the main character, said that they should not hope to get any loot if they do not help. Ikoma replied that everyone would receive as much booty as they earned. Shin, turning to Kasai, asked his opinion. Kasai, who was on the 45th level, replied that they could join if they could use them to get into the rift, since he was tired of standing still. Looking at the group, the main character thought that they were all at high levels, but did not take each other into account. There are privileges in clearing the rift in the first days, since you can sell information about the rift to the guild. In addition, the very first adventurers also receive rare items. Looking at Shin and Kasai, the main character realized that Seiji had not thought through who would be better to take into this rift. Smiling slightly, Ikoma realized that he and Satsuki had no choice. Seiji, smiling widely, said that their group was created in a hurry, and therefore they might have differences. However, high-ranking adventurers rarely get together, so he is grateful that they decided to join. Looking at the members of the group, the main character thought that their qualities were greed, arrogance, and insolence. However, he still hopes that their trip will go well. Walking through the library building, Seiji, looking at the shelves with books, said that he had finally fallen into one of the elite rifts of rank B. However, he looked too simple. Smiling maliciously, he said that rifts of this rank are very rare, so they can clear it entirely for profit. Pointing her finger at Seiji, Shin replied that Ikoma and Satsuki were taking advantage of the opportunity as they only took them because the group was short of a person, so they shouldn't slack off. Putting on a calm expression, Ikoma replied that they had come a long way to explore the fault, so they would not come out empty-handed. Satsuki thought that the girl had a lot of airs, but was several levels lower than the main character. Turning around furiously, Shin shouted that Ikoma had better stop provoking her. The main character, calmly exhaling, replied that he simply expressed his position because he remembered their conversation that if they did nothing, they would not receive anything. Turning away, the girl replied that she was not going to sort things out once again if the main character already understood everything. Satsuki, looking at Ikoma, asked in a trembling voice if he was sure that they would receive an artifact in such a competition. Glancing at the girl, the main character replied that he was also concerned about this issue, but they should focus on further strategy. Looking at the shelves, Ikoma thought that it would be difficult to clear the rift, since its structure could change at the request of the rift monster, and it is very difficult to predict what they will encounter. Seiji, holding the book in his hands, opened it, saying that he did not know the language in which it was written, and it probably contains the knowledge of a race unknown to them. Looking at the shelves, the main character thought that all the objects, except for the artifacts in the rift, could not be taken outside of it. And in the future, scientists will study faults from a cultural perspective. However, from these studies, all he understood was that the cultural and technological aspects of the things found in the portals were very distorted. In addition, scientists were unable to find out from which family the manuscripts in the vaults came to them, but there were many disputes about them and theories were put forward, although they were all based only on guesswork. Imagining the Ring of Wisdom, Ikoma thought that he could answer all the secrets of the rifts. Therefore, it cannot be missed. Some time later, Seiji, raising his head, looked at the flying attacks, reflecting them with a barrier. Jumping behind the monster, Kasai made a knife strike, cutting off the monster's head. Seiji, smiling widely, said that his partner was incredibly agile. Looking at his companions, he said that they should collect items from their opponents, because they do nothing else. Shin said with a big smile that the main character needs to learn how to do the job. Satsuki replied that they themselves do nothing. Shin turned around furiously and shouted that her moment of glory had not yet arrived, but Satsuki could test the power of her scythe. Looking at his allies, Ikoma thought that they quickly assessed the situation and knew how to use their skills effectively. He kept his hand on his chin, thinking that Kasai's actions reminded him of something. Satsuki, looking at Ikoma approaching the group, thought that he wanted to answer him for the insults. Smiling, Ikoma clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he knew from Kasai's skills that he belonged to the class of thief. He, holding his hand to his chin, continued to say that Kasai deliberately moved behind his opponent because he understood that he was going to hit in a straight line and therefore performed a quick decapitation. Smiling enthusiastically, Ikoma said that Kasai should learn the skill of stealth. Kasai, disheartened as he listened to the protagonist's words that he advised him to mix a class with magic support or learn the decoy skill, said that in this way he could achieve a lot. Making a furious expression, Kisai replied that he did not ask for advice and could figure out his own class. Besides, if he tries to give him advice again, he will kill him. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said that he should not have communicated with the evil guy. Ikoma replied that he knew his class a little. He thought that the thief class would become useless in the future. Therefore, if Kisai does nothing, he will lose everything, repeating his fate. Shin, displeasedly folding her arms across her chest, said that the main character cannot know anything about the thief class. In addition, Kasai is one of the best adventurers in their country and knows everything himself. Imagining his image from the past, Ikoma thought that he was also the best thief class adventurer, but that no longer mattered. Some time later, Kasai, with his hand on the book, said that he knew that the rift was full of all sorts of useful items. Seiji, raising his finger, said that Kasai is very strong, so he is glad that he joined them. Kasai looked ahead warily, seeing the shadow of a rabbit. The system notified that the monster is at level 45. Kasai said that the toy is much higher level than the librarian. Looking at the monster, Ikoma thought that it was one of the rare monsters that had killed many adventurers, so they would not be able to deal with it easily. Stopping Kasai, the protagonist said that they should look for a workaround before they provoke the monster. As he left, Kasai replied that he could handle it himself. Ikoma, gritting his teeth in horror, thought that if the rabbit was activated, it would be almost impossible to win. Ikoma, watching the running rabbit, thought that it was dangerous to run after him, otherwise he might fall into a trap. The rabbit, jumping, dodged Kasai's blow. The thief, making a surprised expression on his face, thought that the monster was very fast and only dodged without attacking. Looking at the running rabbit, he thought that he still decided to escape using his skill. Kasai, looking down doomedly, thought that the monster uses a strange model of behavior, being a rare species. Holding the sword by the hilt, Ikoma thought that they had attracted the monster's attention, so retreating would not be possible, which meant they had to fight. Turning to the girls, he shouted that the rabbit's main skill was speed, so they should cover each other. And if they let their guard down, they will die immediately. Seiji, looking at the monster, thought that even though the rabbit was level 45, the 5 of them could easily defeat it. Turning around in fear, he realized that the monster could manipulate space. Kasai, turning around, replied that he was not going to listen to the main character since he was of a lower level. The rabbit, opening the clock, moved the books using the magic of the looking glass. By growing eyes, the books changed into level 43 and 42 monsters. Seiji, with his mouth wide open in horror, shouted that they now had 4 opponents above level 40 in one place. Looking at Kasai, the main character demanded that he retreat since he could not do anything with the books. The thief, turning his head, replied that he was not going to listen to his orders. He, dodging the fiery attack, hit the monster behind with his sword. Kasai, raising his head, saw the monster opening its mouth, thinking that the rabbit was constantly running away from him, but now everything is bad. Ikoma, repelling the monster's blow, thought that he barely managed to save the thief. Kicking the monster, the protagonist threw it aside, thinking that by manipulating gravity in the air, the rabbit would not lose. He looked at the disgruntled monster in surprise, saying that he shouldn't be offended. Kasai, looking at the main character, thought that he was close to death, but Ikoma was able to foresee the monster's sudden attack and save him. The main character, looking at the fleeing monster, thought that the rabbit would never attack directly, because his tactics are a sudden attack and after it a retreat. He, looking at Seiji, shouted that he would stop 3 books and they would have to deal with the 4th. Seiji, placing his hand on his chest, replied that the main character was acting very recklessly since they were still experienced adventurers and he could trust them. Making a furious expression, Ikoma replied that a mistake could cost everyone their lives, so they should do what he asks. The main character, looking at the group, understood that they were faced with a very smart and cunning enemy, so they could not remain calm, having an insufficient level in clearing faults. Ikoma, seeing the doomed Kasai, thought that he had completely lost faith in his abilities. Looking at Shin trembling with fear, the main character realized that she was starting to panic. Seeing Seiji and Satsuki, the main character thought that they would not be able to help them if everyone else was not collected. Blue with terror, Shin screamed that he couldn't fight 3 high-level monsters at the same time. Satsuki, putting on a confident expression on her face, thought that they would absolutely succeed. She shouted that everyone should gather to cover the main character. Ikoma, looking at the flying monster, dodged, letting him pass ahead. Looking away to the side, he looked at the opponents and thought that they were moving quickly and, moreover, had a huge attack range and high magical damage. Looking at the rabbit that appeared, the main character thought that he also should not let his guard down, otherwise the monster could easily take him by surprise. Exhaling calmly, he decided that his situation was much more difficult than when fighting the monsters in the city, so he could not afford to make a mistake. Smiling widely, the main character shouted that the monsters could fly towards him since he would kill everyone. Seiji, raising his staff, shouted that he was using a shield. Shin, being protected, jumped and, swinging her scythe at the book, shouted that she should not be underestimated. As she landed on the floor, she thought about how books had high attack power, magic damage, and free movement in the air. Imagining the image of a rabbit, she thought that she should never forget about his presence. Holding a weapon in her hands, Shin shouted that the main character should not take the entire blow on himself in such a serious situation. Ikoma, swinging his sword, destroyed the protective barrier of the book. Bouncing away from the enemy, the main character, returning, swung his sword, made a piercing blow to the book. He, looking displeased at the disappearance of his enemy, thought that he had been able to cope with only one in a long time. At the same time, Satsuki used the darkness bullet method while raising her staff. Kasai swung and hit the monster's eye using the flash strike method. The companions, smiling widely, shouted that they were able to defeat the 2. The rabbit, picking up the clock, created 2 books using Alice's magic. Ikoma, watching him, thought that the monster could only use 4 books, so he summoned 2 dead ones to replace them. Satsuki, watching the monster, screamed in surprise that their fight would continue endlessly. Shin, looking at the flying books, raised her weapon, shouting that they could attack her. Turning around, Ikoma replied that they should work in pairs. The girl, furiously gritting her teeth, thought that the main character considered them weak, but she alone could cope with the books. Swinging her weapon, Shin opened her eyes wide in horror, thinking that she was hearing a strange sound. Imagining the attacking rabbit, she realized that the sound was coming from him. The girl turned around and saw a bunny jumping, thinking that it made sounds when attacking. Receiving a bite from the book, Shin, falling to the ground, clenched her teeth in horror, thinking that she would die due to the bite. Swinging his sword, Ikoma shouted that he would have to tear the book off by force. The girl replied that nothing would work out for him. While creating a gravity bomb, the protagonist hit the book, splitting it. Shin, flying to the side, thought that her body was hurting, but the main character saved her. Ikoma, jumping, deflected the blow of the book, demanding the doctor to cure the girl. Satsuki, watching the fight, said that their strike force was no longer fighting, so they would soon lose. Looking at the flying book, the main character replied that they still have a chance since the rabbit's magic consumes too much mana. Therefore, to defeat him, you should kill books one by one until his mana is completely gone. Ikoma, turning his head towards the monster, thought that he knew his weaknesses and had consciousness. Therefore, they need to be patient to fight him. While attacking, the main character thought that the body of the books was quite strong, and the mouth was protected by fangs. He shoved the sword into his opponent's mouth, creating a gravity bomb, tearing the book apart. Satsuki, smiling widely, shouted that in this way they could defeat all the books and win. Seiji, looking at the flying books, shouted that Ikoma was in danger because he had become the main target for the monsters. The rabbit behind the main character, jumping, began to attack. While dodging the monster, Ikoma thought that even after eliminating 2 more books, they would not be able to win. Imagining the attack pattern, the main character thought that the books had cooperated and driven him into a corner, deciding to act together. In addition, if you chase a rabbit, the monsters will definitely attack from both sides. Watching the rabbit run, Ikoma thought that he should act faster. Swinging at the rabbit, Ikoma clenched his teeth furiously, thinking that he had managed to avoid the blow. Imagining attack methods, the main character thought that he should have struck not horizontally, but vertically. However, it was difficult to hit the small and mobile monster. Standing under the shield, Satsuki thought that they should not hesitate. Ikoma, swinging his sword, was sure that they would soon be drawn into the space of the looking glass, so it was necessary to defeat the rabbit as soon as possible. While catching up with the monster, the main character thought that he would not be able to simply catch up with the rabbit. The monster, dodging the attack with a jump, created a sign, awarding itself 10 points. The rabbit turned towards the bomb, the impact of which sent it flying to the side. Ikoma, looking at him, said that the monster would not be able to simply dodge the bomb since every skill has a weakness, and his running has a short distance, and at the end of use it makes him even more vulnerable. Therefore, he should have simply chosen the moment and dealt damage with an unusual attack and with a skill. Looking at the enlarged rabbit, Ikoma calmly swung his weapon, cutting it into pieces. The system notified the main character that his level had been increased from 44 to 45. Having returned to their original form, the books fell to the ground. The main character, turning to his companions, said that they were able to leave the rabbit's space. Shin, sobbing, asked if it was really over. She, holding her hand on her chest, explained that she was not crying, but she just had dust in her eyes. Seiji, extending his hand to Ikoma, thanked him, saying that they could not easily defeat the rabbit. He, looking at the dead monster, explained that he considered the group to be sufficiently prepared, but was mistaken since 3 people were initially not enough to clear the rift. Ikoma, looking at the dark book, picked it up, explaining that it was a rare rabbit item. While reading the data in the system window, the main character said that the book is a guide to learning the rabbit's skills. In addition, it can be useful depending on the class and is sold in the guild for 10 million yen. Seiji, smiling, imagined the currency, saying that such revenue would be enough even if it was divided among everyone. Holding his hand to his chin, he said that they should come out of the rift since he underestimated the library of mysteries. Moreover, his mana was spent and Shin suffered greatly. Imagining the ring, the main character thought that leaving the library would be the right decision, but he must take it. Looking down, Ikoma said that the biggest problem in the rift is the rabbits, so if you ignore them, then reaching the main monster will not be difficult. In addition, the girl's wounds can be healed by Seiji, and mana can also be completely restored in one of the following ways. Satsuki, remembering moments from past fights, thought that she would not want to repeat painful memories. The main character explained that librarians often walk alone and have a huge supply of mana, so they are an excellent target for pumping it out. Seiji, looking at his companions, said that he would not mind continuing the cleanup. Folding his arms across his chest, Kasai replied that he also didn't mind continuing. Looking at the main character, he thought that Ikoma is very strong, so with him they will be able to clear the entire rift, and this opportunity cannot be missed. Shen, throwing up her arms furiously, shouted that they should leave quickly. Seiji, holding his hand to his chin, replied that he understood her fear and the reason for her desire to leave. The girl said that she was not scared at all. Ikoma replied that they would continue cleaning the rift since no one was against it. The guard, standing at the entrance to the rift and looking at the ID, said that he did not expect the special to arrive. Squad. The guy told him that he was carrying out a secret mission. The girl, entering the fault area and tearing up her ID, asked why they were being careful. The guy replied that after the death of many adventurers, such precautions are necessary. However, thanks to her strength, they were able to enter safely. Alice, throwing up her hands, said that she did not understand what the point was in destroying objects from the cracks, not knowing what power they possess. The guy replied that he was not interested in the details since their task was to fulfill the order from the Chimera Fang. In addition, she needs to dispel the illusion since she spends a lot of mana. Alice, clutching the back of her head, replied that Kikayo was very boring. Kikayo turned around and replied that she must follow the orders of the head of the Chimera Fang, as they would need strength to defeat the Rift monster. Alice, in her true form, being on the 57th level, said that they could simply kill everyone who stood in their way. Kikayo, who was on the 54th level, replied that the girl would still have a chance to have fun inside the rift. The book demon, who was on the 43rd level, grinned at Shin, making a strike at her. While fending off the attack, the main character shouted that she shouldn't just stand there. While attacking the monster, the main character thought that the peculiarity of the book demon is that it can stretch its limbs as it wishes. Besides, you shouldn't look him in the eye, because he, enjoying people's fear, begins to attack harder. Glancing at Shin, the main character thought that for her he was a particularly unpleasant opponent because her psyche was weak. Satsuki, raising her staff and stepping forward, hit the monster in the face, killing it. Looking dissatisfied at the system window, the main character thought that Satsuki had become much stronger, and the battle against the rabbit was good for her since she was able to level up and increase the power of her skills. Ikoma, looking at the monster, thought that Satsuki's skills were greatly consuming her mana, but thanks to them they dealt with enemies much faster on the way to the monster. The main character, approaching the girl, said that she was doing well, but she could rest if she was tired. Satsuki, smiling widely, replied that Shin should let the main character go and not interfere with him. Shin, releasing Ikoma's hand, screamed that Satsuki had misunderstood everything, since she was simply scared and therefore instinctively grabbed the main character. But she was not scared at all. Ikoma, looking at the girl in bewilderment, replied that she was still scared since she said so herself. Satsuki, gritting her teeth in irritation, listened to Shin's words that she simply slipped and grabbed not out of fear. Shin, pointing her finger at the main character, shouted that she was grateful to him for being there, but she used his help for the last time. Seiji, having created a shield, defended Kasai, who was killing monsters. Turning to them, the main character said that they were doing well together. Seiji, watching the thief jumping on the monster, shouted that he should not be killed. Kasai, making a blow with his sword, grabbed the monster, strangling it. He replied that he remembered the main character's request. Ikoma, looking at the falling monster, thought that the librarian had the largest reserve of mana. Therefore, with its help, they were easily able to obtain a sufficient amount of mana. The main character, turning to Kasai, thought that out of the whole trio he was the nicest person, since he always came to the rescue and watched over everyone in the group, covering their backs. Satsuki, extending her hand towards Seiji, said that she was using mana transfer. Seiji, clenching his hands into fists, replied that he could use all his powers again. Moreover, with such useful skills, it would be possible to continuously explore the vault for several days. And if they catch 2 more librarians, then all members of the group will be fully restored. Ikoma replied that mana can be easily restored, but physical fatigue cannot be avoided. In addition, there is also psychological exhaustion, because skills like mana transfer should only be used in extreme cases. Seiji, clapping the main character on the shoulder, said that in any case he was grateful to them for being back in action. Looking ahead, the main character said that they had almost reached the depths of the rift, so they would soon have to fight the main monster of the library. Shin, making a frightened expression on her face, shouted that they should not engage in battle with the main monster. Ikoma, looking at the girl, asked if she was afraid. Shin replied that she was fine. Satsuki, listening to the conversation of her companions, thought that the main character manipulates Shin very easily. Seiji, holding his hand to his chin, thought that he had originally gathered a group to completely clear the rift, but they had extracted so many precious resources that there was no need to go further. Moreover, even despite the greed, the risk was very unjustified. Ikoma replied that before entering the rift, with the help of a rare item, he learned the necessary information about the monster, and with it they could easily defeat him. While imagining the images of the fans, Seiji thought that clearing a B-rank rift sounded very attractive since they would immediately become popular. The main character, raising his hand, continued to say that for information about the monster, the group would have to give him the item that would fall from him. Smiling broadly, he continued to explain that everything they obtained from the rift along the way could be taken by the second group and divided among 3. Ikoma, turning his head to Satsuki, thought that they had already discussed the plan, so she was not against it. He added that he was also willing to pay everyone if the money from the items was not enough. Seiji, holding his hand to his chin, thought that he wanted to get a rare item from the main monster, but he already had a book with the rabbit's skills, for the sale of which he could get more than 3 million yen. Kasai, looking at the girl, asked if she would go with them, since everyone agreed. Looking up, Shin replied that she would only go if no one shied away from killing the main monster. The companions, making a dissatisfied expression on their faces, thought that she was reproaching them again. At the same time, a little further in the fissure, the witch, standing opposite the window, reached out to it with her hand. She was a library rift monster located at level 60. Standing at the gate to the entrance to the rift, the main character said that they had come to the main monster. Turning to his companions, he asked them to act according to plan, since the monster was not very mobile and almost motionless. Moreover, the most important thing is that they should not panic and work together all the time. Seiji, holding his chin, replied that according to the protagonist's plan, they could easily defeat the monster. Shin, throwing up her hands in dissatisfaction, shouted that she did not believe in an object that allowed her to find out everything about the monster. Satsuki turned around and replied that the girl had already agreed to go with them. Shin, pointing her finger at the main character, shouted that he did not show them the item, and everyone easily believed him. Seiji, raising his hand, replied that one of the main rules of adventurers is not to reveal their strengths to others. Plus, the main character helped them along the way, so the information about the monster is probably reliable. Kasai, folding his arms across his chest, replied that even if Ikoma deceives them, he will not turn back. However, if she is afraid, she can go back because the path is clear. Ikoma turned his head and said that the adventurer's profession is very dangerous, so she should change it. Shin, making a furious expression on her face, screamed that she just wanted to check on him. The main character replied that she should not worry, since he and Kasai would take the brunt of the damage, and Seiji and Satsuki would protect her in case of an unforeseen attack. Angrily holding her hands on her sides, the girl screamed that he should not have humiliated her in such a way. Ikoma replied that he was just trying to give her some confidence. Kasai, watching the quarrel, thought that he was in vain to worry about the girl since she had always been like this. And in any case, his goal is to defeat the monster of the rift, but if you completely trust the main character, then there is a chance to die. Ikoma, looking at the system window, said that he was going to distribute skill points before the battle. Holding his finger on the screen, the main character thought that he should raise the gravity control to the 4th level. However, to defeat the rift monster, increasing gravitational magic will be much more effective. The system notified the main character that his gravity had been increased by 3 levels and that he had acquired several new skills. Turning his head, the main character said that he was ready for battle. Opening the door, Ikoma and the group entered the building. The monster, standing by the window, turned its head towards the adventurers. Kasai, looking at the enemy, said that she was not really mobile. While attacking, Ikoma shouted that they should proceed as planned. The witch, creating magic circles, sent peals of thunder at her opponents. The main character, watching what was happening, thought that his information from the previous timeline was confirmed. While dodging the thunder, Ikoma thought about how it has a short range but great power. Therefore, for the first stage, great speed is needed, which he and Kasai possess. Watching the actions of the monster, the main character thought that the witch could not defeat them using only thunder magic. Because due to the lack of mobility, she is not able to make accurate strikes, which means that she should attack after she has used up all the mana. Satsuki, raising her staff, shouted that she was using a bullet of darkness. Shin, swinging her weapon, shouted that she was using a whirlwind of blades. The witch, covering her face with her hands, looked at Satsuki, saying that she should not attack. Satsuki, looking ahead discouraged, thought that the monster was highly developed and therefore could speak. Ikoma, looking down, realized that the witch wanted to attack Satsuki, so she should retaliate at a distance. The main character shouted that everyone should come closer to Seiji. Kasai, while running away, thought that he usually does not listen to the main character, but now he will fulfill his request. Shin, looking at the fiery attack, asked where they should run. Ikoma, smiling maliciously, thought that they should face the attack directly. Seiji, holding the staff in his hands, shouted that the group should hide behind it. Raising his weapon, he created a barrier, saying that the monster's skills were easily dispelled by holy magic. Therefore, everyone can rely on him as he is able to develop the magic of a witch, and when she finishes her attack, they must be ready to attack. Ikoma, looking at the monster, thought that she was not able to move quickly, but she had many powerful spells. But at the same time, you can come up with many strategies against her in which she will be helpless. The main character, turning his head, shouted that he would cover everyone, so they should attack again. Kasai, looking at the main character, thought that he really was a good warrior. However, the thief wants to get rid of a couple of people with the help of the monster. Kasai, seeing the protagonist's face, thought that he was incredibly capable, so if you get rid of him, the whole group will fall apart. The witch, looking at the fleeing opponents, raised her hands, creating a magical sword. Having dodged the blow of the sword, the main character made a retaliatory attack. Looking at the monster, he said that she was too slow and close combat was not for her. Ikoma, smiling, added that she left all long-range attacks for the end of the battle. Shin, smiling widely, said that the monster could be easily destroyed by 2 people if they attacked in close combat. Therefore, they should finish it quickly and leave. Satsuki, listening to the girl's words, thought that Shin was too self-confident, although she was most afraid of going to the monster. Seiji, watching the battle, thought that the protagonist's strategy seemed too easy for him to win. However, it was functional and amazingly accurate, and taking advantage of the enemy's weaknesses by attacking him close and then running away was not a particularly risky method. Seiji, recalling the moments of the battle, thought that Ikoma's skills and heroism allowed them to believe in his actions. However, his self-confidence and fearlessness raised many questions, but revealed him as an experienced adventurer who had survived many battles. Ikoma, watching the witch who created the stone protection, thought that they would have to change their battle tactics, otherwise it would be impossible to get close to her. Ikoma, imagining the battle scheme, thought that the defense limited Satsuki's actions, protecting the witch from long-range attacks. In addition, it will be more difficult to get close to her in close combat, since after leaving cover she will immediately attack with magic. Turning to the group, the main character demanded that they hide behind the columns. Kasai, observing the monster's attacks, sent an attack in her direction. Shen, smiling widely, shouted that she couldn't stop them even if she created a fortress. While attacking, the main character thought that Shen was able to choose the optimal position for cover. He ran up to the girl and pushed off her head, jumping onto the column. Shen, raising her head, shouted that she was not a diving board. Jumping on the monster, the main character thought that she was closely watching them, waiting for the moment of attack. However, if you attack her from above, she will definitely not have time to react. Ikoma, making a cut with his sword, cut off the monster's horn using the meteor fall method. Raising his head, he thought that the monster had a high defense rate. The system window reported that the monster's health was 42 points out of 302. Kasai, watching the main character, thought that he should intervene, otherwise the battle would end too quickly. Moreover, despite his strength, he still would not be able to dodge his attack. The witch, raising her hands, created a magic ball. The main character, raising his head, thought that she was going to use an explosion that would consume a lot of her mana. And after this powerful spell, she will be defenseless, so you can get close to her for the final blow. Ikoma, running up to the monster, thought that he had to act quickly while the others were hiding behind the columns. And then the battle will be over in one precise blow. The main character, watching the monster, deflected the blow of a flying knife with his sword. Kasai, looking at the attack, thought that the main character was able to repel it because he has an impeccable reaction. Hiding behind a column, he shouted that he accidentally hit the main character, although he was aiming at the monster. Ikoma, making a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that Kasai was actually aiming at him. However, he doesn't have time to deal with it anyway. The main character, opening his mouth wide, shouted that the witch was preparing for a powerful attack, so everyone should hide behind the columns. Shen, watching the witch using magic, shouted that everything was very bad. Dodging the attacks, the main character thought that the spell was launched during a hail of magic bullets and worked until the witch ran out of mana. However, if you bypass all of her attacks, you can deliver a decisive blow. Ikoma, making a calm expression on his face, thought that he would finally be able to get the ring he needed. The main character ran away from the attack with his head raised, thinking that the monster had little health left. However, it was still almost impossible to get close to him. The main character, looking at the monster, thought that she was doing everything possible to prevent him from approaching her. Watching from behind the column, Kasai thought that the main character was strong, however, not strong enough to get closer to the monster. Therefore, he should have waited behind the pillar since it was safer to wait until the monster completely ran out of mana. While running away from the falling column, Kasai thought that the monster had destroyed it, so even if he constantly dodged, he would not be able to hide. The thief realized that Ikoma had set them up and now they could not escape. Approaching the monster, the main character thought that he should not hesitate, otherwise she might hurt the others. Shen, watching Ikoma dodge, screamed that he was getting too close and it was crazy. Satsuki, grabbing the staff, said that they should also approach the witch. The girl, looking at the monster, explained that she could not attack them with physical attacks, so it would be safer to approach her than to stand aside. Seiji, standing in front of Shin, replied that they were a team, so they must help their comrades. Moreover, they have relied on Ikem for too long. Seiji, raising his staff, ran forward, shouting that they should help the main character and do everything possible to cover him. The witch, turning her head, raised her hands, directing an attack towards the group. Seiji, gritting his teeth in horror, realized that they would not be able to evade. He pulled Satsuki aside and raised his staff, creating a shield. Seiji, holding his staff, thought that he would not be able to hold back the attack for long. He shouted for the girls to run away quickly. Seiji, falling to the ground, reflected that it had been a long time since he risked his life for others. Furiously gritting his teeth, he thought that he would cover the girls, but the main character would have to kill the monster. Ikoma, glancing behind him, hoped that the girls had managed to escape. As he approached the monster, he realized that this was a good moment because, thanks to Seiji, they were able to repel the attack. And the witch had not yet found a new target, so she had to act quickly. Stopping in front of the monster, Ikoma decided that it was worth using gravity, which is magic that increases the force of pressure on the target. The main character, recalling the moments of the battle, thought that the witch was holding her hands above her head to aim. However, under the influence of his power it is almost impossible to do this. He, looking at the witch, shouted that she would no longer be able to attack them. Satsuki, holding the staff, thought that the main character had deprived the monster of its ability to cast spells, so she must join the fight. Ikoma, watching Satsuki's magic, thought that the witch did not want to give up on them. However, they could not allow her to restore her mana, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat her. Running up to the monster, Shin threw her weapon forward and shouted that she was using a lunar slash. The witch, being wounded by a scythe, lost her arm, screaming furiously in pain. Ikoma, jumping, swung his sword, making a powerful blow to his opponent and killing her. The system window announced that his level had been raised from 45 to 49. Satsuki, smiling widely, shouted that they had succeeded. Seiji, sitting against the wall, said that they did a great job. Ikoma clenched his hand into a fist, smiling, thinking that they were finally able to defeat the rift monster. In addition, now he will be able to learn all the secrets of the appearance of rifts, since he obtained an object that was lost in the first timeline. Hiding, the thief silently watched the actions of the protagonist. Sitting next to the witch's frame, Ikoma, taking out the ring, said that they were able to defeat the monster and get what they came for. The system window notified that the ring could summon a witch from the library. Satsuki, looking at the artifact, said that if the ring gives information about the origin of the faults, then they are obliged to take it to the special forces. The main character replied that he did not consider such a choice to be correct. Imagining the special forces building, Ikoma thought that in the previous timeline, this ring went to the head of the building. However, for unknown reasons, it was lost, so after something like this they cannot be trusted. Remembering an image from the past, the main character continued to reflect that only a high-ranking adventurer could reveal the true power of the ring. And, since he was previously at rank C, he will be able to unleash the full potential of this ring. Ikoma, smiling slightly, thought that he was not going to give up a rare item that was obtained with difficulty. Satsuki, watching Ikoma, thought that she had never seen him so happy. She wanted to ask what exactly this ring does. Seiji, interrupting Satsuki, threw up his hands, saying that thanks to the main character they were able to kill the monster, so he is immensely grateful to him. The healer, showing his biceps, said that the witch may have hurt Ikoma a little, so he wants to heal his wounds as gratitude. The main character, looking at the hand, said that he tried to avoid direct attacks, but it still caused him some damage. A little later, Seiji held his hand on Ikoma's back, smiling, thinking that for the first time he was lucky enough to meet an adventurer with extraordinary abilities. Remembering the moment of the battle, the doctor smiled and thought that he had always cared only about exploring the faults, and not about his allies. Seiji, looking at the main character, realized that he inspired him, so he was grateful to fate for meeting him. Shun, wearily lowering her head, said that she was already ready to die. In addition, hiking along the faults made her tired. Kasai, turning his head, thought that he had come to get the items from the monster, so he did not intend to give them to the main character. He, raising his weapon, decided to act, since after the battle the adventurers relax and lose their vigilance. Running towards Ikoma, the thief thought that he had the best moment to attack, and besides, thanks to his class, he moves silently. And also his class is capable of attacking quickly, so Ikoma will not have time to get his bearings. Kasai, while jumping, thought about using the shadow capture method. Ikoma, turning his head, parried the enemy's blow. Kasai, looking at Ikoma in surprise, asked how he was able to notice him. Charging his fist with energy, the main character hit the thief in the face, throwing him to the side. Ikoma, turning his head, shouted that Kasai had betrayed them, since during the battle he had already tried to kill him. He thought that he expected another attack, but did not expect it to be repeated in the rift. Ikoma, holding a sword in his hands, said that he still had mana left for the battle. Moreover, there are 4 of them, and there is only one enemy. He, making a discouraged expression on his face, thought that the thief's true goal was different. Kasai, holding the artifacts in his hands, replied that he had already obtained everything he needed. Ikoma, looking at the artifacts, realized that the thief did not intend to kill him, but simply wanted to take rare items. Seiji, looking at the stolen bracelet, thought that it was very valuable. In addition, all the collected artifacts from the rift were stored inside it. Shen, making a furious expression on her face, shouted that he should come to her so that she could deal with him. Kasai, looking at the group, replied that all of them, except Ikoma, were non-entities, but even he was unable to catch up with him. Ikoma, recalling his interaction with Kasai, thought that he was no match for him in speed. However, he was not prepared for the fact that a high-ranking adventurer would engage in ordinary theft from his comrades, but this happened. Kasai, running away, recalled his interactions with past comrades, thinking that his entire life was built on blackmail and intrigue, and from the very beginning of his career, he had a bad reputation, so no one wanted to deal with him. The thief, remembering the image of the employee, thought that he had gone to another area for the sake of new faults, but everyone knew him there too, and they didn't want to take him on the team not only because of his bad reputation, but also because of his strength. Kasai, imagining the image of a doctor, reflected that he was ready to end his career, but met a stupid and greedy leader. And then the main character, who knew useful information about the rift monster. Seiji, falling to his knees in doom, said that Kasai stole all their things and 10 million yen. Ikoma, looking ahead, apologized, saying that he was not paying attention. However, they can catch the thief and hand him over to the special forces. The main character, looking down, thought that he had stolen their loot, and it would be difficult to prove it, since legally they do not secure in any way the division of spoils from the monsters of the rift, and interaction is based on a verbal agreement. Ikoma, gritting his teeth furiously, realized that the special forces would probably not be able to help them. In addition, he needs to return the ring at any cost. Alice, entering the building, said that they missed the battle because Kikayo was too slow. Satsuki turned her head and thought that more adventurers had come to them. She shouted that the mercenaries should run away because Kasai was a criminal. The thief, jumping, shouted that the mercenaries should not stand in his way since they were pathetic fools. Alice, looking at Kikayo raising his weapon, said that he must deal with the thief. Kasai, attacking, thought that he was a high-ranking adventurer so they would not defeat him. The thief, receiving a blow from Kikayo, flew to the side, thinking that the enemy was very fast and, moreover, strong. The group, dismayedly watching Kasai, who split the wall with his body, turned to the mercenaries. Ikoma, examining the clothes of the mercenaries, thought that he had already seen their uniforms before. Alice, looking at the lying Kasai, said that he was completely weak and fell with just one blow, but she was not so interested. Shen, gritting her teeth tightly, said that the thief was one of the best adventurers of rank B and fell with one blow. Alice, smiling, picked up the ring, saying that she wanted to take it. While running around Kikayo, she began to beg him to leave the ring. Kikayo, looking at the system window, replied that it was the one that needed to be taken away. Alice, hiding the ring in her hands, declared that they could not destroy it, and if she took it, no one would know. Kikayo replied that the girl was on duty, so she must follow the orders of the leadership, otherwise he would kill her. Seiji, approaching the mercenaries, said that the thief, although he was a criminal, was too cruel to treat him like that. Alice, smiling broadly, laughed, saying that they had understood everything wrong. Raising the knife, the girl madly said that they had come to kill everyone. Kikayo, approaching the adventurers, explained that they were ordered to destroy each and every one. Watching the frightened group, the main character, furiously clenching his teeth, thought that uniforms and skills reveal in strangers who they are. He asked the mercenaries if they belonged to the Chimera Fang group. Alice, turning her head, replied that this was the first time she had met an adventurer who knew them. Shen, looking at the main character, asked how he knew them, since the Chimera Fang was just an invention from the internet. When imagining the mercenaries, the main character thought that they were members of an underground organization that reported directly to the government and did all the dirty work regarding the rifts for them. In the future, they will cooperate with other governments and their influence will increase throughout the world. In addition, they will become the strongest underground organization with first-class soldiers. And even in the first timeline, rumors about the Chimera Fang were considered an ordinary internet story that no one believed. Ikoma, remembering the past, reflected that he had previously met with one of the members of the organization in the rift, and even though they are still unknown and not strong, meeting them was the worst outcome. Raising his weapon, the main character thought that mercenaries are not the type to reveal their existence to ordinary people. Ikoma, watching the attack, realized that they only introduced themselves to them because they were actually going to kill. Shen, watching the attack in horror, screamed that the mercenaries wanted to kill them, so they needed to retreat. Seiji replied that there are 4 of them, so they cannot win with numbers, they just need to cover each other and attack the blind spots. Ikoma, looking at his opponents, thought that they obviously could not defeat them, so they had to retreat, otherwise everyone would die. Alice, smiling widely, asked her partner if she could play with the swordsman. Kikayo replied that they did not come for fun. The main character, looking at the ring, thought that he had come a long way to find out the secrets of the faults, but only it could give the answers. While attacking the mercenaries, he thought that he could not allow them to take the artifact from him. Ikoma, swinging at the girl, shouted that he could deal with her alone, and everyone else should deal with Kikayo. He thought that he was acting crazy, but this was the only way he could return the ring. Satsuki, screaming furiously, said that she was not going to fight 3 against 1, since the main character would then be left alone. Seiji, turning his head, replied that this was the best decision, since they were just a support class and could not be the main attacking element, and they could not cope alone against a melee opponent. The healer, looking at Shin, explained that they should rely on her, since, unlike the main character, they cannot fight one-on-one in close combat, because they do not have much power and combat experience in a similar style of battle. Seiji, watching the fight, continued to say that the protagonist had decided to fight alone, so they must do their best to kill the only enemy. The doctor, looking at the lying Kasai, explained that he was defeated with 1 blow, so all efforts should be concentrated on killing the mercenary. Kikayo, looking at the adventurers, said that they should not underestimate Alice since she is stronger. Alice, repelling the main character's blow and calling him sweet, said that she had not had fun for a long time. She, looking at the trembling sword, continued to say that she was upset because he was already tired. Ikoma, sweating, thought that he was good at dodging her attacks, but he was very tired, despite the fact that Alice did not look tired because they had a gigantic difference in levels. Alice, remembering the attack on the thief, explained that Kikayo's level was 54 and hers was 57. Reflecting the blows of the main character, she said that he could not win since the difference in levels was huge. Ikoma, looking at the girl, replied that he expected her level to be much higher. Alice, imagining herself standing on the mountain, replied that she had been forced to earn levels since birth, since all Chimera Fang soldiers were required to level up every day, 7 days a week, and anyone who could not withstand such pressure was quickly destroyed. Therefore, she does not intend to tolerate some guy standing behind his comrades and poking his opponents with a toothpick. Ikoma, standing opposite the girl, replied that he did not understand her indignation, since, judging by her style and weapons, she belongs to a class that operates from the shadows, relying on speed. The main character, observing Kikayo, explained that they do not take all the damage like adventurers with higher defense and powerful weapons do, since they are more mobile. Therefore, they are responsible for causing more damage to the enemy. Ikoma, smiling broadly, added that they were absolutely the same, but the girl, deciding to judge by herself, made it clear that she was not so strong. He thought that she was actually very strong, so if you didn't know her skills, it would be impossible to defeat her, but to do this you need to provoke her. Seiji, looking at the main character, thought that he did not understand why he was provoking the girl. Alice, smiling widely, raised her hand, shouting that he was a very interesting opponent and she would show him everything. The mercenary, creating a whirlwind, said that she would make the main character bite his tongue. Ikoma, observing the girl's actions, thought that her attack was aimed at multiple magical damage, concentrated on one target. In addition, her class, being one of the rarest, was considered incredibly difficult and problematic for opponents. Alice, jumping, shouted joyfully that the main character should join her in the dance. She, carefully observing Ikoma, reflected that his movements were not only light and fast, but also his skills allowed him to be agile and strong at the right moments. In addition, he dodged her well-aimed knives with amazing ease. Alice, licking her lips, said that he was much stronger than she initially expected. She, raising the knife, continued to say that she wanted to see his gaze filled with a terrifying mixture of fear and despair. Ikoma clenched his teeth as he slashed with his sword, thinking that the gap in levels between them was huge. However, he held on solely through the use of gravitational magic, although he understood that it could not act forever. The protagonist, while charging the hilt of his sword with energy, mused that doubling the gravity would needlessly drain his mana, especially considering their disparity in magical energy, which made it almost impossible to attack it directly. Ikoma, repelling enemy attacks, realized that he could not count on outside help. He, making a furious look, declared that she should stop playing and finally show all her true strength. The main character, provoking the girl to large-scale attacks, understood that this would accelerate the depletion of her mana, and although this plan was incredibly risky, he had no other choice. Ikoma, glaring at her opponent, argued that her tricks with knives were not her true strength and called for her to show all the capabilities of her class. Alice, smiling broadly, replied that the main character was very knowledgeable about classes, although she had never met a person with such deep knowledge before. Ikoma, imagining representatives of her rare class, reflected that they were capable of turning any, even the most perverted, fantasy into reality. Alice, creating a magic circle, declared that she was ready for a serious fight with the main character. Ikoma, observing her attack, came to the conclusion that her ability to multiply illusions made it possible to increase the radius and frequency of using knives significantly. Alice, directing energy at the main character, screamed loudly that no one had ever evaded her crushing attack. She, looking at the jumping Ikoma, smiling, replied that he was not bad, but this was still not enough to win. The main character, imagining the victim of her attack, reflected that her methods were easily combined with other magical abilities, paralyzing the opponent with fear and causing him to stupor. However, Ikoma, dodging her attacks, was ready to face fear head-on. He, passing magic rays through his eyes, rushed towards the girl, thinking that her illusions did not frighten him, since he could find in them a gap between light and shadow. Alice, watching Ikoma's actions with confusion, thought that he was not even afraid of her illusion, or he was losing his head. Alice, defending herself from flying stones, turned her head and noticed the main character. She reflected that he wasn't just lucky in her attacks, but had considerable knowledge and experience. However, she had never fought such an experienced adventurer before. Alice, looking at the swinging Ikoma, recalled how she fought with dangerous criminals and monsters, but the main character was on a completely different level. The mercenary, having received a blow to the ear, smiled widely and said that she had underestimated his abilities. She admitted that this was the first time she had met a person who could break out of her illusions and remain cool. Ikoma, looking at the sword, admitted that he was actually able to escape, although he initially planned to end the fight with one precise blow. However, this would be too simple and boring. Alice, clutching her ear, looked at her bloody hand and, smiling madly, screamed that it was the first time she was fighting such a skillful opponent. Covering her face with her hands, she emitted dark energy, admitting that for the first time she felt the fear of death. Alice, feeling her heart trembling, admitted that the main character could really kill her and, expressing gratitude, promised to show him her main skill, although she didn't like to use it because the enemies died too quickly. However, Ikoma, being incredibly durable, will probably be able to last a little longer. The main character, observing her shadow double skill, realized that she had decided to use the illusionist's most powerful technique. Ikoma, looking at the copies of the girl, realized that she was capable of creating 3 exact doubles, and the slightest distraction could turn him into their toy. Ikoma, looking at the doubles, reflected that they, having abilities identical to the original, could produce magical attacks at their discretion. In addition, this skill allowed the illusionist to create several identical copies at once, and the more of them, the stronger he became. The main character, repelling the attacks of the spears, thought that because of Alice's spell he could not attack normally. The mercenary, jumping on the main character and smiling, said that he must be having fun, but he did not even try to attack. Ikoma, parrying the blow with his hand and jumping to the side, thought that shadow doubles could be defeated, but only at a high level. The copies, smiling, asked him to show everything he was capable of and continue the battle. Ikoma, looking at the ring, thought that he had to take it. Seiji, watching Kikayo standing opposite him, thought that they still had a numerical advantage. Imagining the battle pattern, he was sure that if Kikayo attacked one of them, the other 2 would be able to attack him. However, realizing this, Kikayo moved extremely carefully, although they could still take advantage and defeat him. The doctor, opening his mouth, shouted that the girls should attack immediately. Raising their weapons, the companions rushed to attack the mercenary, who was the first to start the battle. Kikayo, using Dragon Fang, sent an attack on the girl. Shin, running up to Satsuki, pushed her to the side, protecting her from the blow. She, rising from the ground, furiously asked what attack the mercenary used. Seiji, clenching his teeth in fear, reflected that if they had not dodged, there would have been nothing left of their bodies. Kikayo, imagining the image of Alice, thought that she should have dealt with 3 more adventurers, but again delayed the meaningless battle. Kikayo, charging his body with Blood Guardian energy, said that he was tired of playing with the group and that they should give up immediately. Shin, looking at him in surprise, said that he had become like a monster. The Path of the Bloody Guard was a skill available to every melee class, the essence of which was that all the mana went into strengthening the muscles of the body, making attacks much more powerful than those of an ordinary person. Kikayo, swinging his weapon at the girls, thought that no one could stop him since he used the Bloody Guard. The mercenary stated that his skill consumes a lot of mana, but he will still deal with them faster than it runs out. Seiji, covering the girls with his hand and raising his staff, thought that the enemy began to move much faster. Kikayo, throwing the doctor aside, listened to Shin's words that she would force him to eat dust. The girl, having hit the mercenary's hand, reflected on the fact that she felt like she had hit a pile of metal. Kikayo, delivering a powerful blow, threw Shin coughing blood aside. Seiji, kneeling, thought that the mercenary was not taken by the girl's magic and scythe, as if he were not a person at all. He realized that the main character was fighting alone against an opponent who was even stronger. Alice, attacking Ikoma, asked to hit her. Smiling madly, she screamed that she wanted to feel the real fear of death. Kikayo, watching his partner, thought that she had decided to use shadow doubles, and if Ikoma did not have a secret plan, he would soon die. Satsuki put on a confident expression and thought that her opponent was too strong. Imagining the image of the main character, she realized that they had to distract him, otherwise the 2 of them would definitely kill Ikoma. Satsuki, clutching her staff in her hands, remembered the previous group, thinking that she was always used as bait to distract the enemy. However, the main character was able to prove that she is on the same level as him. The girl, looking confidently at her companions, realized that after everything she had experienced, she could not become bait again, otherwise she would no longer be able to look Ikoma in the eyes. Seiji and Shin listened in surprise to her words that they had not lost yet. Satsuki, throwing the staff and catching it, extended the weapon forward, saying that 3 against 1 could definitely win. Kikayo, looking at them madly, replied that it was stupid to continue fighting him. Kikayo, raising his weapon, said that the opponents, knowing their colossal difference in strength, still wanted to die. Seiji, lowering his reflective gaze, thought that the enemy's technique increases his physical capabilities, so they have no other choice but to fight. However, it is almost impossible to defeat him because he scatters them to the sides. Satsuki, closing her eyes, thought that after the fight with the main monster they had very little mana left. Imagining the main character playing chess, Satsuki thought that she needed to understand what he would do. The girl, imagining the figures in battle, realized that they couldn't drag out the battle because of the difference in levels and the small amount of mana. In addition, if you enter into battle, you need to neutralize the enemy with an accurate blow, but it is not clear how to do this. Satsuki, looking at her opponent, realized that first she needed to weaken him. Shin, looking at the running mercenary, shouted that he was running towards them again. The girl, pointing her finger at Kikayo, continued to say that in his normal state he is incredibly strong, but after using the skill, he became a real monster. Satsuki replied that they should rely on her because with her skill they could stop him. The girl, looking at Kikayo swinging, said that Shin would have to hit him on the right side. Shin, recalling the moments of the battle, replied that last time her blow did not work, so the tactic did not work. Satsuki, turning her head towards Seiji, asked if he could cast magic similar to the Blood Guardian skill on Shin. The doctor replied that he was ready to take the risk. Shun, furiously approaching Seiji, shouted that he needed to think about his life without doing anything stupid. The doctor replied that she must at least once believe in her comrades, otherwise they will not be able to defeat the enemy. Besides, he is ready to trust Satsuki's life. The girl, raising her staff, pointed it at Kikayo using the shadow binding method. Kikayo, trying to escape the trap and raising his fist, shouted that they were good for weak adventurers. Shin, swinging her scythe, thought that it was impossible to stop a monster with their powers, but she had no choice. Kikayo, parrying the blow, threw his weapon to the side. The girl, in a rage, clutching her head, screamed that she had lost her weapon because of her comrades. Seiji, creating a protective barrier, thought that he could attack by running straight ahead. Kikayo, turning his head, swung his weapon, answering that children's tricks would not work on him. The Shadow Bonds, lifting the scythe, threw it towards the stray enemy. Seiji, running up to the mercenary, hit him with his shield, knocking the weapon out of his hands. Kikayo made a punch and destroyed the barrier, watching Satsuki's power and rage. The girl, picking up the enemy's weapon, threw it to the side. Seiji, watching Kikayo, realized that Satsuki had deliberately deprived him of his weapon because he would not be able to use the skill without it. The doctor, glancing at Satsuki, reflected that she had thought through the plan to the smallest detail and was much more decisive than many of them. In addition, it became clear that the main character was able to teach her a lot. Making a serious expression on her face, Satsuki thought that they were not able to defeat him, but they managed to disarm him, and now he will not be able to fight. Kikayo, glancing at the girl, thought that she had delayed him with her skills and used others as a trick. However, his fault is that he underestimated the girl. Shin, picking up her weapon from the ground and pointing her finger at Kikayo, laughed, saying that he had lost his toy and now he would not be able to fight them. Kikayo, clenching his hand into a fist, hit it, splitting the floor and saying that he could handle them with his bare hands. Alice, jumping on the dodging main character, said that he had slowed down a lot. She, looking at the sweating Icom, added that by saving Mana, he would not defeat her. Alice, raising her index finger, said that if he was not going to amuse her, then she would simply kill him. Ikoma, looking at the clones, thought that the weak point of illusionists was their high mana costs, so prolonging the battle was not in her interests. However, to win, you need to find the carrier, and then the copies will disappear. However, if you hit everyone, your strength will quickly dry up. The main character, holding his hand to his chin, thought that he would not be able to find the main carrier easily since the clones would get in the way. Smiling slightly, he realized that all options except one would inevitably lead to his death. Satsuki, raising her staff, shouted that she would use a bullet of darkness on the enemy running towards her. The girl, watching the battle with discouragement, thought that, even after losing her weapon, the mercenary did not retreat. Shin, jumping, swung her scythe, hitting Kikayo in the side. The girl, running to the side, looked at the wounded mercenary, thinking that he was fighting 3 opponents with his bare hands. Seiji, seeing Kikayo, thought that he was not using the skill without weapons to its full potential. And even though he is at a disadvantage, he still does not back down. Kikayo, imagining the image of the main character, thought that the group was not as weak as he thought. However, the strongest of them is the main character, since even Alice fights with him for a very long time. But he is unable to help her and, besides, the rest of the group will not let him get close. Kikayo, getting into a fighting stance, thought that he had to complete the mission even if he had to die. Ikoma, turning around furiously, received a blow to the chest with a blade, thinking that he did not have time to dodge. Alice, jumping on the main character, thought that he was stubborn, but he could not resist her for long. She thanked him for having time to amuse her. The mercenary, throwing blows, ran towards Ikoma, swinging her knife and saying that it was time for them to say goodbye. The main character, repelling the blow, caught Alice's hand. The girl, smiling widely, said that she realized that he set himself up specifically to catch her. Ikoma, holding the mercenary's hand, replied that for the final blow she needed to concentrate so the clones would not deal the final blow. And in order to catch her, he had to let his guard down. Alice, brandishing a knife, replied that the main character was very cool because he was able to catch her. She, hitting the main character, finished off that his strength was still not enough to defeat her. Alice, pushing the main character away with her foot, said that although he caught her, knowing that she uses concentration and is dependent on mana, this did not make his task much easier. Ikoma replied that this was all he could do in battle, since he was well aware that, due to the difference in their levels, he could not defeat her, so he decided to take a chance. The main character, showing the ring on his finger, explained that, thanks to the risk, he was able to take what was rightfully his. Alice, imagining the sight of the ring, thought that he had caught her just to take it. Smiling slightly, the main character thought that the experience of the thief class was useful to him. Ikoma, remembering the image of the main monster, thought that a unique object was falling from him that would help him win. He, looking at the girl, said that her skill is incredible, however, even in it, there are weaknesses. Ikoma, squeezing his hand with the ring, continued to explain that with his class skills, he would not have been able to defeat her so easily, but now it was not in vain that he saved mana throughout the battle. Alice, making a surprised expression on her face, reflected on the fact that it seemed to her that the main character's mana was at 0, which is why he did not use his skills. However, he saved it all this time to use the ring. Alice, plunging into the memories of the battle, realized that the main character had planned from the very beginning to take the ring from her. The girl, remembering Ikoma's words, realized that he immediately understood how her double's skill worked and deliberately forced her to use it from the very beginning in order to catch her. The mercenary, smiling widely, asked what the ring could do against her. Ikoma, recalling studying the ring in the past, reflected that he had spent many hours trying to understand the phenomenon of the ring in his past life. And, if everything is as he read, then there should be no problem with the call. The main character, raising his hand with the ring, holding his wrist, shouted that he was calling on the Great Witch from the Library of Mysteries. The summoned witch, blinding the girl, appeared from a bright flash of light. Alice, furiously clenching her teeth, thought that the ring summoned a magical creature. Ikoma, smiling slightly, stood next to the witch, saying that he could defeat the mercenary. Alice, dismayedly watching the actions of the protagonist, thought that she had seen many artifacts in the vaults, and summoned creatures were never uncommon, but more often than not they were useless and simply wasted mana. Remembering the image of the main character, Alice thought that he was specially saving up mana to use the ring, but it is not clear what he was up to. The mercenary, smiling slightly, said that he should not have been hit on purpose and saved mana in order to summon an ordinary rag doll. Ikoma, lowering his gaze, replied that in order to dispel the illusions, he needed to take the ring anyway. He turned his head towards the double and explained that he could now fight her at full strength. Alice, smiling maliciously, replied that she liked everything. Attacking the main character, she screamed that he must show her what the creature can do against her. Ikoma, looking at the witch, thought that she was a small version of the real witch. The main character, recalling the moments of the fight with the monster, reflected that the witch was able to use all the spells that the original creature knew, and in exchange for mana, he will be able to use all of her skills as he wishes. Ikoma, pointing his finger forward, demanded that the witch use a fire wave. Alice, looking at the attack, thought that she would not be able to escape. Covering her face with her hands, she glanced at the clones, realizing that the magic had caused them too much damage, which was enough for them to disappear. The main character, watching the witch, thought that he had not used the most powerful spell, but it consumed a lot of mana. Imagining a mana consumption pattern, he reflected that using the magic of summoned creatures could greatly deplete the summoner's mana. In addition, there are many aspects to the use of creatures that must be observed. Therefore, it won't be possible to use the witch's powers thoughtlessly, but the doubles are weak to massive attacks. Ikoma, remembering the suicide bombers, thought that a magical barrier was needed to protect against the fiery wave, but illusions did not control it. He, smiling slightly, returned the witch to the ring, saying that the girl also spent a lot of mana summoning doubles. However, now they will fight together. Alice, gritting her teeth in displeasure, thought that he had summoned the creature only to destroy her clones. However, from the very beginning, she considered his tactics absurd. Looking down, the mercenary realized in horror that she was losing to the main character, whose level was much lower than hers. Alice, laughing madly, covered her face with her hands, saying that no one had gone so far with her in battle. Therefore, her heart began to beat faster because no one had yet been able to drive her into a corner as Ikoma did. The mercenary, throwing up her hands, explained that she still had something left with which she could surprise the main character. Alice, sending many knives, smiled madly, saying that she wanted to have a good time at the end. Ikoma, looking at the attack, thought that the girl was using a magical skill that combined magical and physical attacks. However, he, like many others, uses too much mana. The girl, raising the knife, ran forward, thinking that dodging her spell required enormous concentration, so this time he would not escape her alive. The main character, looking at the attack, thought that he would not be able to completely avoid it, but there was a way to evade it. Running up, Alice saw knives stuck in the ground, thinking that the main character was gone. Raising her head, she realized that Ikoma would attack from above. The mercenary, repelling the blow of a falling meteor with a knife, thought that the main character would not be able to defeat her. Ikoma, splitting the enemy's knife, threw it aside. He, looking at the girl lying on the ground, said that their fight was over. Ikoma, seeing the split knife, explained that she was not the only one who did not fully demonstrate all the basic skills. Shin, striking the mercenary, thought that he absolutely did not care about all the attacks. Seiji, looking at his opponent, thought that none of them could inflict any damage on him, but that was probably not the case. The healer, imagining the enemy's body, thought that the skill, although it made him more resistant to attacks, still did not reduce the amount of pain. Besides, he's already at his limit. However, until he stops using the skill, they will not be able to defeat him. Seiji, looking at Shin, demanded to continue attacks until Kikayo was completely tired. Kikayo, looking at the group, thought that everything was going according to his plan because when Alice dealt with the main character, she would kill everyone else, and then their task will be completed. Satsuki, standing in front of the explosion, said that Ikoma would soon die. She, turning her head, saw the living protagonist and, smiling widely, shouted that he had finished the battle. Kikayo, looking at Alice's loss, thought that she had never lost to anyone. 4 years ago, while walking down the corridor, Kikayo reflected on the fact that he had decided to join a group of outcasts from society who were only capable of fighting to the death. Kikayo, entering the room, saw Alice sitting on the sofa, thinking that she was a warrior who would not lose to anyone. Therefore, she could not lose to an adventurer who was lower in level than her. Ikoma, looking at the girl, said that she was too dangerous. Raising his weapon, he explained that he did not want to face her in the future. Kikayo, making a doomed expression on his face, thought that he was obliged to do what he was still capable of. Pushing Seiji away, he ran forward, covering the girl's body with his back. The doctor, making a surprised expression on his face, realized that the enemy was running towards them and towards Ikoma. Kikayo, pushing the main character aside, picked up Alice, throwing her over his shoulder. He turned around and said that he was going to retreat, but he remembered them all. So the next time they meet, it will be their last day of life. Ikoma, looking at the mercenary, asked who hired them. Kikayo, turning away, demanded that the girl leave with him. Alice, evaporating, used mirage magic, saying that she had fun with him. Ikoma, falling to his knees, thought that the girl had used magic to retreat. He, looking at his shaking hands, thought that if Kikayo had attacked him, the fight would have ended against them. However, he was lucky that they decided to retreat. Seiji, looking at the main character, apologized, saying that the mercenary suddenly ran towards him, so he did not even have time to apply protection. Ikoma, remembering the fight with Satsuki, thought that he always wanted to help them, but they were even able to disarm the enemy. The group showed everything they could, and he definitely couldn't have done it without them. The main character, sitting on the floor, thought that the Chimera Fang would soon emerge from the shadows. However, now they will be labeled as losers to a simple adventurer, and this will seriously affect their reputation. Therefore, 10 years later they will not be able to become the most influential shadow group. Ikoma, looking at the group, thought that no one was hurt, but there may not be safety in the future. However, he managed to get the most important item. The main character, raising his hand with the ring, thought that the key to solving the occurrence of faults was in his hands. He, imagining the Special Forces building, thought that in past timelines the object was lost, although it was in it. And this time the organization did not invade the territory of the rift. Ikoma, recalling the images of the group members, assumed that the order was given to them by the head of the Special Forces. Kasai, sitting against the wall, said that they had to leave and they should take him out. Shin, furiously raising her weapon, shouted that he had no right to ask for anything, and besides, she was only ready to lead him to death. Seiji replied that they would not kill him. Ikoma, looking at the thief, said that he could not even stand. Therefore, after leaving, they will hand him over to the Special Forces since he is a criminal who encroached on their prey. Some time later, leaving the rift, Alice said that she had a wonderful fight and she was already close to finally dying. Besides, their mother would scold them, so they shouldn't have left. After all, Kikayo could not have protected her and attacked the main character, killing him in one blow. However, now they will have problems. Kikayo, walking forward, replied that killing the main character was not worth her life, and despite the fact that they lost, they would still meet again one day. He, presenting the image of a mercenary, explained that next time they would ask the former ranked adventurer to eliminate Ikoma. Alice, making a displeased expression on her face, said that she would not like a man to kill her Ikoma. The guard ran up to the soldiers, making a distant expression on her face. She said she was amazed at how they were able to defeat the Mystery Library Rift boss. Seiji, holding his friend on his shoulder, said that it was not difficult for them since they were rank B. Satsuki, shyly shrinking, smiled slightly, saying that he apologizes for the fact that they dealt with the Rift boss very quickly. A warrior approached the main character and asked if it was true that the guys were able to clear the rift. He scratched his head and said that his group had come to practice their skills in the rift, but he was not prepared for the fact that they were ahead of them since the guys managed too quickly. Soldier Mayumi Talia, who is one of the special forces, lowered his gaze, saying that civilians do what they want and do not think about the consequences at all. Shin said furiously that her squad were adventurers who risked their lives to cover their backs and clean up the rifts. Ikoma stopped his friend, extending his hand forward. Apologizing to the soldier, he said that they were too tired after the cleanup, especially his girlfriend, which is why she was rude, but there was no point in making enemies from the special forces. The main character, disappointed, imagined the image of a lieutenant. He thought about how the special forces almost all treated the adventurers like ordinary civilians, and that they were born out of the desire of ordinary people to protect others, as well as explore the rifts legally. However, special forces closely monitored the activities of adventurers, so it was dangerous to contact them because you could lose your license. Talia looked at the main character with displeasure. Ikoma, remembering the future, thought that the special forces would completely control the activities of the adventurers, but for now they could not do anything other than cling to them once again. The girl, approaching the lieutenant, said that they should not start unnecessary quarrels. She embarrassedly said that the most important thing is that the rift no longer poses a danger to people. The girl who said this was Special Forces soldier Yurikaze Tsumuji. Ikoma pointed his finger at the disgruntled thief and said that they wanted to report him because he was trying to steal their loot from the rift. Shin hit the traitor on the head out of anger. He said there was a misunderstanding in the group because he didn't do anything like that. Shin demanded that he shut up because he was trying to kill them and take their things. The thief was taken away while he looked at the main character. Ikoma said the guild will judge the thief, but he must also have a criminal record in other branches. The main character looked forward while the soldiers took the thief away. He thought that judging by his behavior, this was not the first time the thief had done something like this, and he had probably already received complaints from other adventurers. The main character, spreading his arms, said that they were also attacked by two soldiers from the Chimera Fang organization, one of whom was a bald man and the second a blonde girl. Talia guessed who Ikoma was talking about. He said the guy shouldn't make jokes because jokes like that aren't funny. Ikoma, standing next to Satsuki, replied that he would write a detailed report to the guild and send it to the special forces for verification to clarify the circumstances. Toya looked at the main character with displeasure, thinking that he was a very suspicious and creepy person. He grabbed his head, saying that such a statement could not be ignored, so they needed to contact headquarters immediately. The adventurers testified at headquarters during the daytime. A soldier was typing on a laptop during sunset. The tired group walked down the street, saying that they had finally been released. The main character was unhappy due to the label of the former thief class. The girl said that it would be easier for them if the thief did not create unnecessary problems for them. The dissatisfied Icon was bombarded with labels from his past life. The friend said that she did not expect anything different from the thief and would never trust this class again. Ikoma made a displeased expression on his face, thinking that he had been touched to the quick. He said that not all people with the thief class are bad, since there are honest and good citizens. Seiji smiled widely, saying that they shouldn't grumble since everything ended on a good note and now their share of the money was theirs. A mountain of gold fell from the ceiling. Shin said that their comrade only thinks about money. Ikoma looked at the finger with the shiny ring. The man asked if they were sure that they did not want to split the award among 4 people. Ikoma replied that the entire reward would go to the companions, since in return he took the ring and did not regret anything. Seiji smiled widely, saying that he was glad to meet the guys. He recalled moments of interaction with them. Seiji said that he initially intended to use them as labor to capture the rift, but next time he wanted to give it his all, and when new rank rifts appeared, he would not stand aside, but would begin to help his comrades. Shin nudged Satsuki, turning towards her. She apologized for being rude to her, since they were much stronger than she thought, and they could not have done it without them, so if they need company to conquer the rift, then she is ready to help. The friends thanked Shin with wide smiles. Walking down the street, the guy turned to Satsuki. He said that his ring allows him to summon a legendary creature, and so they approached the playground. The main character extended his hand and summoned a witch from the Library of Mysteries. The witch appeared from the ring, and the girl looked at him in surprise. She said she sees Ether appearing. Satsuki looked at the witch, saying that the witch was smaller and cuter than Ether. Ikoma replied that the creature was him, but was in a weakened form. The witch touched the guy's finger. He said that he can use her skills by spending mana, although they are not very powerful. Ikoma looked at the rising witch. He said that her magic consumes too much energy, but having it in his arsenal increases the range of his abilities. Satsuki looked at the witch, saying that she was indeed useful, but it was unclear whether she could reveal the phenomenon of rifts to him. Ikoma replied that the Ethers are considered one of the most unique monsters because they can speak their language. Satsuki remembered the image of a creature with horns. The witch's power was visually equal to Ikoma's power. He thought about the fact that the summoned monsters have the same level as the summoner, and some of them have a special parameter that increases depending on their level. For witches, this parameter was wisdom. Ikoma looked at the witch, holding out his hand to her. He thought that he would continue to raise her level, and then he would be able to ask her about the secret of the origin of rifts. The creature approached Satsuki. The girl raised her hands in surprise, saying that she did not understand what the witch wanted. The main character replied that she cannot speak well because she is at a low level. The witch, emitting energy, said that the world would very soon meet its end. The companions were stupefied by what they heard. At this time, the head of the special forces smashed the phone against the wall, saying that the Chimera Fang could not cope with a simple task. He switched photos, remembering the main character who cleared the rifts, became the first high-ranking adventurer, saved people from disaster, and defeated the elite soldiers from the Chimera Fang. The head of the Special Forces substituted the wisdom ring while looking at the photo of Icom. He thought that the main character was able to take the ring because he was an unusual person experiencing a second life. With glowing eyes, the head said that the guy would not be able to simply hide from him. The heroes enter a deep pit with a running monster. Ikoma held out his charged hand, saying he was using magnetic gravity. The beast is trapped in a magic circle. The main character hit the monster with a sword. He received 768 experience points. Satsuki looked at her friend, smiling, saying that he had dealt with the monster despite the fact that they were surrounded. Sana, smiling sweetly, replied that she did not expect anything less from the young man. Therefore, if he had a manager, she would have requested a collaboration with his participation. Ikoma responded that the girl should stop using him to promote her broadcasts. He thought that he had decided to take up leveling, but at level 40 it was much more difficult to do. Therefore, even the two of them could not cope, and for this they called a friend who has a lot of free time. The companions, sitting at the table in the coffee shop, said that they were grateful to the girl for helping them. Sana, smiling broadly, replied that because of them she was able to earn some extra money and improve herself a little. She happily said that they could repay her for her help in another way. The girl made a gesture with her fingers directed at the witch, saying that she wanted to take her on a few videos. Sana, admiringly imagining a creature in a maid costume, said that the witch is very cute, so if you dress her in a costume, the comments will be bursting with cuteness. The witch smiled, looking at her owner. Ikoma replies that he is forced to refuse the girl's request. He glances at the creature eating a donut. The main character thought that the witch is an unusual creature that cannot be shown to everyone, since she is unique and intelligent. Ikoma imagined images of people from the Chimera Fang, thinking that if he allowed the witch to be filmed, they would figure out their location. Ikoma imagined the meeting with the witch in his head, thinking that her words could not be ignored. The witch chewed on a donut, glancing at Satsuki. The main character thought that the witch no longer spoke, but she is the key to solving the origin of the faults. And, despite the fact that Ikoma wants to find out the whole truth about them, the main thing is that the world will end. Satsuki wiped the donut-munching witch's face. The main character was sure that there was something to which he did not betray importance, having been reborn again. For this reason, in 10 years the number of faults will decrease and inflation will increase sharply. People will not be able to control this phenomenon in any way, but it is not known exactly for what reasons their world will end. The young man held his chin, thinking that, as a former C-rank adventurer, he must change the destined fate of the world. To do this, he needs to level up, which proved to be a difficult task since the new rifts were too difficult for them. The guy said that they would have to look for a third member of the group who could be trusted. In addition, he will have to deal the majority of the damage. He presented their images in battle, saying that his class is universal, but not very good in terms of damage. And Satsuki's class serves more as a support class, making it harder for them to fight in the future if they don't find a permanent party member. Ikoma imagined images of allies, thinking that Sano was not interested in clearing the rifts, and her other friend had the same mobile class as him, so she was also not suitable. However, you can also try inviting the head of the Thunder Knights. The girl made a doomed expression on her face, answering that it was better not to invite the head of the Knights. Sana put the drink on the table, asking if the main character had received rank B. The girl moved her hand to the side, explaining that the guy should look for adventurers with the same rank as him, since there are a lot of them. In addition, almost all of them are single, so you can find someone who will meet his criteria. The main character looked away, thinking that in a past life he had a friend with rank B, and moreover, she worked alone. Ikoma held the girl in his arms, saying that she should not have rushed to protect him. The warrior girl, covered in blood, smiling slightly, replied that she was glad that he was not hurt. She held the main character's face while continuing to say that she was happy to work with him, even though they had only been in the group for a short time. Ikoma looked away, wondering if the girl was alive in the new time. He looked at Satsuki, answering that he was lost in thought because he was reminiscing. The main character held the witch on his lap, remembering that they should meet in 3 years, since this was the case in a past life, but it is unknown whether they will meet again. The companions walked down the corridor while the blonde girl stood at the counter. She stated that there was no work left for her. Satsuki looked at the girl in surprise, saying that she had never seen her before. The main character showed surprise when looking at the girl's appearance and remembering her image in the past. He thought about her using the same terrifying aura and red sword. The young man clenched his teeth, approaching the girl and saying that he knew that her name was Kagurazaka Mio. The girl turned around and made an irritated expression on her face, saying that she didn't know who the guy was. Ikoma thought hard about the fact that he couldn't talk to her as if they were old acquaintances. He looked at Mio, who folded her arms across her chest in displeasure, saying that he had heard many rumors about her, which were that she was a Burgundy swordsman who had never lost a single battle, and was also a lone adventurer. The guy looked at Mio, saying that they were looking for a new member for their group so she could join. The girl stamps her foot displeasantly, frowning furiously and saying that the main character is very straightforward and stupid for deciding that she will become a nanny for helpless warriors like them. Satsuki, imagining the image of the girl, thought that her friend recognized her talent since he even remembered her name, but she is still unbearable. The main character looked at Satsuki, who said that the girl didn't know them, so she couldn't know their abilities. This means that you should not judge only by appearance. Mio held her neck, answering that she had worked as an adventurer for a long time, so she could immediately tell who was worthy of her attention and who was not. Ikoma, putting on a calm expression, said that he and his friend were at level 40 and also had experience in capturing B-rank rifts, which was a good resume. The girl involuntarily looks away, folding her arms over her chest and saying that the fact that her companions have high levels doesn't mean anything. The young man replied that he understood that the girl simply did not like to be hired by other adventurers. He approached the girl, saying that since she did not want to babysit them, she could compare forces in the training arena, and if he could prove her strength, she would have to trust him to watch her back. The girl, leaving, stopped the guy with her hand, saying that she would not fall for a stupid provocation since she was not interested in their group. Ikoma glanced at Mio's hair, thinking that she didn't want to get close to anyone. Satsuki looked at the main character, saying that in the training arena you can get seriously hurt even in normal sparring. Usually, adventurers fight there with a guild instructor, and in order for two adventurers to fight each other, permission must be obtained from the administration. Ikoma turned his head away, answering that he was going to solve everything, but the girl still refused him. Mio walked down the street, looking up at strangers looking at their phones. The main character explained that the girl refused them because she realized that her personality was not important to anyone since everyone only wanted to get her power. Ikoma imagined an image of Mio turning away, continuing to say that she was a member of the Rare Reaper class. He thought that she could defeat the enemy not only with physical strength, but also with dark magic, so no matter what enemy fought against her, she was able to defeat him. The main character said that his friend's class was unique, so anyone would want her in the group. He looked down and thought that Mio would achieve great things if she could save her life. Satsuki, approaching her friend, lowered her doomed gaze, saying that they had to find someone they could rely on, but she could not get along with a person who was like Mio. Ikoma replied that everything would be fine since she is a reliable person, despite the fact that she can be harsh in communication. In the evening of the same day, the main character was holding a computer mouse, sitting at the table and thinking that the girl always chose dangerous faults to study because she was brave, therefore she hated the weak and had a rather bad character. He imagined the image of Mio leaving dissatisfied, thinking that she had always refused to fully join the group, preferring to be alone. But still, in the past timeline, she saved his life. Ikoma spun his mouse wheel, thinking that he had managed to slightly influence the course of the timeline. Therefore, in gratitude for saving her, he had to befriend her and save her in return. The main character, stretching his arms, looked at the unfolding witch and asked her if they could make friends and be in the same group. She, turning to the owner, replied that the power of one person can change the course of events. The young man made a discouraged expression, asking what the witch wanted to say. The main character looked away, imagining the image of a friend from a past life saying that they needed to find a person in the group who could inflict enormous damage on the enemy and distract him. Ikoma in the past, smiling broadly, replied that he knew such a person and would soon be able to persuade him to join them. The main character raised his hand while the girl turned away and walked away. He walked into a bookstore, coming out with a guide on how to make friends. After some time, a sign stating that civilians are prohibited from entering the fault area. Mio looked at the main character with displeasure, asking what he forgot in the rift area. Ikoma replied that many high-ranking adventurers go on raids into particularly dangerous rifts. He smiled widely as he continued to say that his group was also involved in capturing the poison blade, which would be a wonderful opportunity to show her their strength in action, and also help Mio decide whether she wants to join them or not. The companions entered a cave filled with corpses. The main character, watching, clenched his teeth in horror. He woke up, coughing into his hand, thinking that he had fallen asleep, and then indulged in unnecessary memories. The information on the website said that an overflowing rift had appeared, and therefore many monsters got out of it and began to attack the townspeople. Ikoma stared at the laptop in amazement, saying that a new rift disaster had occurred. However, such events rarely happened, which means that the situation was probably critical, and for this reason a raid was urgently assembled. He opened his eyes wide in horror, getting up from the table and thinking that such anomalies should have begun to occur only in 3 years. The main character said that the rift was called the Poisonous Blade. He imagined an image from the past, thinking that the rift was supposed to appear only in a few years, and in it the girl gave her life to save him. Ikoma looked fearfully at the news page, saying that he did not understand what was happening. Satsuki approached the main character, saying that the suit suits him very well. She recalled the moment of choosing clothes for the main character, saying that she was very surprised when he called her to go shopping, since she did not expect her to help him choose clothes. However, if he wants, Satsuki will always go shopping with him. The main character looked at the phone, thinking that the rift was supposed to appear only in 3 years. He sweated and remembered the image of Mio from his past life, thinking that she gave her life to save him. And, given her character, she will definitely take part in the raid again. Visual level of Icom at different times. He thought that he had a lot of experience in clearing rifts, but the level was significantly lower compared to his previous life. However, he still failed despite his experience and skills. The main character imagined images of the girl rejecting him, thinking that her level was much higher than his, so she would not listen to his advice. However, he could not leave her, despite the fact that it was reckless with his level to go into the rift, because it was too dangerous there. Satsuki looked sadly at the main character, saying that he turned pale from horror. Ikoma replied that he was fine and she shouldn't worry. The girl, clenching her hand into a fist, ran up to the main character and, grabbing his hand, said that he should share with her what was bothering him, because when he called her to the group, he said that he needed her strength. Hearing this, she was very happy. Ikoma hid the phone screen from Satsuki. She continued to say that she regretted that sometimes she could not come to his aid, even though he needed her. The allies looked at each other. Ikoma imagined the image of Satsuki, who said that he could always rely on her. The main character closed his eyes doomedly, answering that he was grateful to her for her support. The girl looked in surprise at the phone in her hand, saying that she had read about this rift and its power, but still did not understand why the main character wanted to take part in it. Satsuki looked discouraged at the main character, who sat with a serious expression on his face. With her mouth slightly open, she replied that she believed him, since he had proven it twice in the portals they had cleared. Besides, she trusts him. Satsuki smiled widely, explaining that she was sure that Ikoma would not deceive her in a stupid way. The main character, smiling widely, imagined the image of a gullible Satsuki, thinking that he was worried about her complete trust since she unconditionally believes everything he says, and this could create problems in the future. Sometime later, the information on the board reports that there are 4 stations left to the destination. The main character stood at the door of the bus, looking out at the street and telling Satsuki that the raid could be the most dangerous they have ever participated in, so they need to be very careful. The girl, with wide eyes, looked at the phone screen, saying that the level of the local boss would be about 65, according to an article on the Special Forces website. The main character imagined the image of a beetle monster, saying that the boss will undergo evolution during the raid and reach level 80, so they need to defeat him before he completes it. Satsuki opened her mouth wide in a stupor, saying that she was surprised at level 80. Ikoma introduced an image of Mio, explaining that he did not want to participate in the raid and fight the boss. However, if they couldn't persuade her to join, they would have to go with her. He imagined a plan to fight the bug, thinking that the raid should involve at least 3 groups that should cooperate and develop a plan to destroy the boss. The girl, doomedly lowering her gaze and raising it, said that she understood that the main character did not want to participate in the raid since he was doing everything only to save Mio. Ikoma calmly folded his arms over his chest. The girl asked if anything connected him with Mio in a past life. The main character, holding his shoulder, imagined the image of a girl, answering that she saved his life. Satsuki looked at the main character with dismay, thinking that Mio saved his life. The train with its companions arrived at the stop they needed. Ikoma approached the receptionist, explaining that he and Satsuki had come to participate in the raid. The woman thanked her companions for coming from another city and being caring. She, holding a piece of paper and smiling widely, said that few adventurers decided to take part in their raid since only 5 had arrived before them. The main character held his hand to his chin, thinking about the fact that a total of 7 people were going on the raid. Mio walked up to the guy in heels and, folding her arms across her chest, stated that they were pursuing her, but she had already said that she did not want to join their group. Ikoma, smiling, replied that they just wanted to participate in the raid since they were high enough for such a thing. Mio, making a dissatisfied expression on her face, said skeptically that she had not seen them on the last difficult raid. Satsuki looked sadly at the main character, thinking that such a girl could not save him because she hates the weak. Mio glanced angrily at the frightened Satsuki, wondering why she was looking at her so intently. The girl apologized and replied that everything was fine. A man with glasses approached the main character to ask if they had decided to participate in the raid. The patch on the man's arm attracted the attention of the protagonist, who glanced at it, thinking that they did not belong to either the guild or the adventurers from the special forces. However, he had already seen a similar logo. The protagonist imagined the building of a commercial organization, recalling that this company carved out a niche in the entertainment industry, enhancing its image through maintaining public safety. Moreover, they act as a company of adventurers, undergoing special training to develop their business and use their class skills. In the future they will achieve greater heights, but for now they are at the level of a young company. The blonde guy, approaching the man, said that they were the driving force, so he should be polite to them because they were potential clients. Shiraki looked ahead in disappointment and, bowing to Satsuki, apologized for his ward's rudeness, adding that although he was a stubborn old man, his character was not that bad. The girl smiled sweetly, thinking that she had met a person with an adequate character. Shiraki handed the card to the main character, explaining that he would be glad to go through the raid with them. Ikoma made a skeptical expression, thinking that in the company representative, everything may not be what it seems, so you should be on your guard. Shiraki smiled, folding his hand across his chest, and said that he admired the young talented adventurer. He smiled widely, declaring that he wanted to make friends with his companions. The heroes came to the cave of the Poison Blade Rift. The bug monsters crawled forward, grinning angrily at the group. They turned out to be level 4 bloodsuckers. The man raised the axe and smiled broadly, noticing that the monsters did not attack individually, but in groups since they had highly developed intelligence. Shiraki raised his sword, explaining that the rift had caused anomalies that caused the local monsters to be significantly stronger than the ones they had fought previously. Giving a furious look, he added that there were 7 of them, so with the right strategy, they could win. Shiraki turned to his companions, demanding that they not panic and cover them from behind. He struck the monster with his sword using the killing blow method. The girl rushed forward, attacking the enemy using the life-draining method. The main character, while fending off a beetle, reflected on how well his companions were working as a team. 2 of them served as an offensive force, destroying large numbers of enemies, while the third provided cover, distracting stronger opponents. Ikoma stood in front of the leader, who was ready to fight in case of a critical situation and cover the others. The main character approached Satsuki, pondering that in teamwork it is important not only to distribute roles effectively, but also for the leader to be able to cope with the task of maintaining order among his comrades. Finding himself next to a huge explosion, Ikoma swung his sword at the monster. The system window showed that the beetle was a level 44 bloodsucker and had 69 health units out of 137. Satsuki looked doomedly at the monitor screen, thinking that although the monsters looked ordinary, they had too much health. She looked at the defending protagonist, saying that there were too many monsters, which made it impossible to deal with them using gravity magic. Ikoma replied that he would not waste extra mana on a powerful attack, since they could defeat the monsters one by one. Neo, pointing her blade forward, released the energy, creating a bright flash. The main character watched the girl with discouragement, thinking that both in the past and in the present she remains an adventurer, capable of killing a strong monster with one blow. He looked at the girl holding the charged sword, thinking that her class had destructive power, which is why she was the strongest adventurer among the entire group. After some time, the beetle crawled to the feet of the main character, who turned to Satsuki, thinking that the monster was still alive, but his health was enough to pump out mana. He said that the girl should take the remaining energy from the monster. The man pushed Satsuki away with his hand, hitting the monster with his hammer and adding that the girl had better move back because he was going to use Heavenly Sunder. Shiraki watched his ward with a smile, saying that he was full of energy. Ikoma, approaching the man, threw up his hands in displeasure, explaining that the person who dealt the final blow to the monster was awarded more experience points. Therefore, they needed him alive, and it was ugly to take away their prey. The man, smiling broadly, replied that there is no point in regretting one monster because there are still a lot of them out there. The main character noticed that the man deliberately pushed the girl away in order to take away their experience, which is a bad attitude towards companions. The man, smiling maliciously, explained that the younger ones should yield to the older ones, advising the main character to calm down. Ikoma, watching a group of adventurers, thought that for them level was an indicator of skill, so there was an unspoken rule among them that the one who dealt the most damage to the enemy should finish off the monster. The main character, furiously clenching his hand into a fist, thought that after the man's act he would not be able to go with him into the cracks since trust did not increase after such actions. Shiraki ran up to the man, asking what was going on between the groups. He replied that the children were offended by him for no reason, but nothing serious happened. Leaving his comrades, the man raised his hand, saying that they had a lot to do and experience that they could gain, so they should go and not stand and be offended. Shiraki, holding the back of his head, apologized to the main character, explaining that there was a misunderstanding between them. Ikoma replied that it was okay, since perhaps he himself had been too harsh with him. Shiraki smiled widely, raising his hands and saying that the whole world should know about their exploits in the rift. Special forces are gradually spreading their influence over the rifts, so lone adventurers cannot unlock their potential because of them. Turning to the group with a smile, Shiraki explained that corporate adventurers are the future as they seek to ensure the safe clearing of portals. Satsuki, smiling widely, replied that he was very ambitious in implementing his plans. Shiraki presented images of the team, hanging his head in resignation, and said that they have a big problem with leveling up since their team is not able to do it quickly, which is why he takes on every opportunity. The main character thought that the higher the rank of an adventurer, the harder it is for him to earn experience, especially if he goes in a team of 4 people, because conflicts may arise in the group about the distribution of experience points. Shiraki, turning his head, stated that due to problems with promotion, they had difficulties with their comrades, so the man should be forgiven for his stupid act since he wanted to be useful in the future. Satsuki, holding her hand to her chest, replied that they had a heavy burden, but she wished them luck in leveling up. Shiraki, raising his hands, explained that they should stop because his group's duties included making a map. Ikoma, recalling moments of interaction with the group, thought that in the battle the leader controlled his charges very well, and they obeyed his orders. However, he later stated that he could not control their behavior in the rift. The main character, looking at the leaving group, thought that Shiraki could not be a leader since the group did not listen to him. Shiraki, being in the rift, said that the anomaly was not as terrible as they were told. A member of the group, turning to the man, replied that they were elected to the raid according to ratings. He, recalling the selection table, explained that he thought it would be much more difficult there. Shiraki turned around with a slight smile and said that they shouldn't let their guard down, even though it had been easy before. Turning his head away, he added that they were sent on the raid as representatives of the company, so they couldn't show a bad result. Satsuki, looking at the group in surprise, said that the people with whom she and the main character had to work turned out to be stronger than others. Ikoma imagined memories from a previous timeline, thinking that the raid was different from anything the group had ever seen as the rift anomaly progressed, albeit slowly. They would end up facing serious consequences and perhaps end up facing a monster in the middle of its evolution. The main character, walking ahead of Mio, reflected that the purpose of his stay was to explore and save the girl. However, if she gets into a fight, she will need to make a convincing report to the guild so that the special forces will pay attention to the rift and thus trained soldiers will take care of it. Ikoma imagined the group members, thinking that they all wanted to defeat the main monster, but he needed to convince them not to get into a fight. In addition, the girl was very stubborn, and it was impossible to simply convince her. To do this, he needed to be convincing enough. Shiraki walked past the main character, running up to the girl. Ikoma, turning to them, did not understand what the leader of the group wanted to talk to her about. Shiraki, walking next to Mio, said that he had heard a lot about her as she was quite popular among solo adventurers. He smiled broadly and said that he knew that she had recently received B rank, but at the same time managed to take part in many high-ranking raids. Shiraki, still smiling, raised his hands, explaining that he was honored to meet her because the girl was incredibly talented. Mio, turning away from Shiraki, replied that he should stop talking nonsense and say it straight. Shiraki raised his hand, saying that she should become his assistant, and that such a job would be easy for her. Moreover, if she joined them, then thanks to her talents they would be able to develop the company and protect the country from rifts together with her. Satsuki, turning to the serious Shiraki, reflected that he was a very eloquent person, although it was obvious that Mio would immediately refuse him. The girl, turning discouraged to Mio, heard that her friend was not interested in the proposal. Shiraki, blushing, clenched his hands into fists, shouting that she shouldn't worry as she would become his assistant, which would cause him to gather many capable adventurers. Mio, leaving, replied that she was not going to join anyone in the group because she chose the path of a loner because she wanted it. The girl, passing by the main character, said that lately she has often encountered persistent guys. Mio, glancing at Ikoma, continued to say that she joined the group only during the raid, and after that they would go their separate ways. Shiraki, looking at Mio leaving, said that it would be difficult for her to maintain a career as a solo adventurer, since at high levels it is too dangerous to go to the highest ranked dungeon alone. The girl replied that she was going to follow the path of a loner for the rest of her life. The main character looked at Satsuki, who said that after talking with Mio, the atmosphere became very tense. The man stood opposite his companions and, smiling broadly, said that his leader was very kind to them, so they should be distant and not interfere with their work. The main character, putting on a calm expression, said that they were looking forward to proving themselves in the raid, but their leader was trying to attract even more workers to the company, which indicated that they were not doing very well. The man, furious, with his mouth wide open, demanded that the main character not say anything unnecessary. Satsuki replied that he was quarreling with them and trying to create a conflict. The main character, looking at the group, told the man that he doesn't care about the leader's words since he is not a leader and they only listen to him during battles because they are afraid of him. Satsuki asked what the main character was talking about. Ikoma imagined moments of interaction with the group, saying that the leader was kind to strangers, always apologized for the behavior of subordinates and never reprimanded them, trying to create a friendly atmosphere. He, looking at Shiraki, explained that during the battle he did everything differently, and everyone obeyed him unquestioningly since in battle he had to be more obedient than with ordinary people. Neo looked at the protagonist, who stated that Shiraki failed to manipulate others through fear since they needed to maintain a good attitude with strangers. Shiraki, making a dissatisfied expression on his face, listened to the words of the protagonist that he would not follow his orders. He answered, smiling slightly, that there was a misunderstanding between them. However, they should have calmed down and worked together for the duration of their stay in the raid, even despite the fatigue from the attacks of his subordinates. Ikoma, smiling back, said that he would work with the group together, but did not intend to try for the sake of their company and obtain high results for them after the raid was completed. Some time later, the group walked along the rift. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said that he should not have quarreled with Shiraki in such a place. Ikoma replied that he was tired of being manipulated by the group leader. Shiraki, making a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that he had become the nanny of 3 adults who only know how to fight. He imagined moments of interaction with the main character, thinking that he was the smart guy who was the only one voicing dissatisfaction. And, despite the fact that he was quite experienced, it is strange that he was able to figure it out. Shiraki recalled the table of indicators, thinking that he agreed to the raid only to quickly raise the level and earn the respect of the company, but it was very difficult to hold out with uncontrollable people and smart people. The main character thought that he should be more careful with Shiraki. The group looked up warily. Ahead there was a cluster of beetle monsters, which Shiraki looked at with a malicious smile and thought that he had the perfect chance to sort out the misunderstanding. He smiled maliciously, thinking that he was going to show Ikoma who was in charge. Huge beetle monsters, which were level 47 killer mantises, stood in front of them. The group members smiled slightly, saying that they should quickly slam them. The main character, making a calm expression on his face, thought that the deeper they went, the more often they met strong opponents. Ikoma, imagining the image of a flea, reflected on the fact that they had previously encountered low-level monsters. Looking at the mantises, the main character realized that they were not only of a high level, but also had powerful blade-like paws with a strong body. Watching doomedly, Ikoma was sure that the beetles compensated for the lack of magical skills with physical superiority, so the best way to deal with them would be to hit them in the belly, and only Mio was capable of such a powerful blow. The main character extended his hand to the girl, explaining that she should not get too close to them and run alone. Neo, running away, said that he should stop talking nonsense because she could handle it alone. The girl, striking the mantises, jumped to the side. Ikoma, clenching his hand into a fist, thought that she was not listening to him and was again finding herself in dangerous situations. He turned to Satsuki and demanded that she help Mio while he attacked the mantises from behind. Shiraki, watching the main character, decided that the battle promised to be interesting. He, remembering the conversation with Ikoma, smiled maliciously. Sometime before the battle in the schism, the group was at the training ground. Shiraki crushed the man's head with his foot while the watching group said that they better not get involved, otherwise they will get it too. Shiraki looked at his ward lying in blood, thinking that being a leader is a great responsibility, but he also has the responsibility to educate those for whom he is responsible. And fear was the best teacher for them. Shiraki on the battlefield thought that this would prove to the main character that he was capable of risking his life for the sake of others. Shiraki made a summoning gesture with his hand, indicating that the 3 should take the bugs on the right, while he controlled the situation in the center. The leader looked at Mio, who thought that the monster was strong and agile, but its attacks were too indiscriminate. The mantis attacked the girl, defending herself with a sword. Shiraki stood in front of her, creating a protective barrier. He, smiling slightly, said that she should fight as a team since it is dangerous to be alone. Neo responded furiously that he didn't need to interfere in her affairs. Shiraki stood in the center of the group, thinking that he could calmly observe the main character and come to his aid at the right moment. Ikoma dodged the mantis' strike while Satsuki extended her hand and used a bullet of darkness. The magic touched the monster's paw, and the main character hit him with his sword, saying that the girl did a great job. Ikoma thought about cutting off the praying mantis' legs. The main character hit the monster by jumping on top of it using the double gravity method. Satsuki, watching the monster die, thought that Ikoma was spending too much mana on ordinary monsters, so it was worth ending the battle as soon as possible. Ikoma held his sword, thinking that he could not rely on anyone, but he did not have time to prolong the battle. The main character looked at the angrily shaking monster, saying that he was very stubborn. Shiraki turned his head towards the protagonist, thinking that his attacks were very fast and powerful, but he had not shown them before. He remembered the protagonist's attacks on the mantis, believing that he should not underestimate him, since the Ikoma class combined enormous mobility in battle and excellent leading skills. Shiraki thoughtfully held his hand to his chin, thinking that his company with the skills of the main character would reach a new level. He remembered a conversation with the director, who said that he was surprised that Shiraki had organized a special unit of adventurers, and he even trained them so that they would bring corporate benefit in the future. The director smiled broadly as he replied that many of the senior management laughed at his idea, but he will sponsor it if the group shows good results on the next missions. Shiraki, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, thinks that he will have to stand out in the raid and prove to everyone what he is capable of, so he must not allow the main character to take the glory. The leader made gestures with his hands, symbolizing that the battle was nearing an end. Looking furiously at the main character, he mentally made the girl understand with a pistol gesture that she should wound the hero during the fight. Shiraki reasoned that the people in the rift were focused on the monsters, and Ikoma wouldn't even notice that the injury was intentional. This was the only way to calm him down. The girl closed her eyes and ran to the side, not understanding why the leader gave her such an order. The main character swung his weapon, turning his head away and shouting that the battle was almost over. The girl, holding a sword, jumped on him, thinking that she was obliged to carry out the order, otherwise the leader would kill her. However, if she wounds him in the shoulder, it will not seriously affect the main character. Ikoma turned to the girl using the sword to fire a laser shot. The girl, looking at Ikoma, thought that he would not have time to evade from such a close distance. She attacked the main character, who was standing next to the monster, believing that he could not handle both of them with one blow. Ikoma, smiling maliciously, cut off the monster's head. The magical hand grabbed the girl in a vice using shadow bonds. She, trying to escape, realized that she could not move. The main character smiled slightly, thanking Satsuki for his help. She glared at her attacker, asking why she attacked the protagonist. The girl replied that she was aiming at the monster, but slightly miscalculated the force of the blow. Shiraki looked at his subordinate, thinking that he could not entrust them with even a simple task, because Ikoma and Satsuki were too experienced, despite their age. The Mantis was approaching Shiraki, who realized that his companions were prepared for any emergency. The main character shouted that the battle was not over yet, so it was too early for them to relax. The girl turned her head towards the Mantis shooting ice. Shiraki, gritting his teeth furiously, thought that the beetles had magic and that it was a mistake to send it close to them. The wounded Amiya fell to the ground. Shiraki turned to the group and shouted that the girl needed to be healed immediately. Hanagasaki, turning around, replied that he had not finished off the enemy yet. The main character ran up to him, parrying the Mantis' blow and, glancing at the chaos going on, said that they should help the girl. At this time, Sawai was healing the girl's wounds. The main character, standing on a dead Mantis, said that he was able to finish with them. He gained 2,059 experience points and increased his level from 49 to 50, gaining 4 skill points. Neo, raising her sword, cuts off the head of the Mantis. Ikoma, looking at her, thought that she was doing great on her own. Satsuki, looking displeased at the main character, said that they should not help the group since they risked their lives for them, and due to their carelessness and mistakes, he could be seriously harmed. Shiraki, smiling and scratching his head, said that there was a misunderstanding because the girl did not want to hurt him at all. Ikoma replied that he should stop being falsely polite. He, observing the group members, continued to assert that they unconditionally followed his orders during battle, and that Amiya would not make such a mistake under strict control. The main character thought that the group members were not to blame since they were under the control of the leader. However, if he continued to turn a blind eye to this, someone might get hurt again. Even if he tried to report the incident to the guild, it would be difficult to prove the accident, leaving only one option. Ikoma looked at the wounded girl lying on the ground and said that she was lucky, but the continuation of this situation was impossible, since they were waiting for a fight with the strongest monster, and he spent all his mana due to the mistakes of Shiraki's subordinates. The main character looked displeased at the embittered leader, declaring that, in order to avoid casualties, he was going to finish their exploration of the rift. Neo, folding her arms across her chest, replied that she was tired of them and should deal with them somewhere else, since she was not going to leave the portal until she defeated the main monster. Ikoma clenched his teeth furiously, thinking about the fact that he decided to go on the raid just for the sake of Mio. However, she is too single-minded and crazy, but despite this, it was impossible to leave her alone. The girl, looking arrogantly at Ikoma, said that they would spend the entire raid sorting things out, which would prevent her from dealing with the main monster. Neo opened her eyes wide when she heard the main character say that she hated working in a team because she once lost a teammate when she made a mistake. With a furious expression on her face, the girl held the sword to the protagonist's throat and asked how he knew about this. Putting her sword away, she walked forward, declaring that he might not continue his exploration, but she would stay on the path to the main monster since they were only getting in her way anyway. Shiraki, gritting his teeth in rage, thought that he could not allow the girl to be separated from the group in such a situation. The main character imagined images from the past, remembering how in the previous timeline he heard about the loss of her comrade from the people with whom he went on raids. but considered it just rumors. Now everything became clear to him. Ikoma turned to Satsuki and said that he would go get Mio. The main character remembered the image of the dead girl and realized that by allowing her to leave, he would let her die. Shiraki stopped the protagonist by raising his hand and saying that Amiya could no longer fight, but they should not be separated in such a situation. Looking displeased, Shiraki thought that they needed to stick together, but if Ikoma left, the raid would automatically fail. However, if he can convince him, they will continue cleaning the rift. The leader, looking at the main character, thought that he could not return from the rift empty-handed. Shiraki imagined images of the group members and the director, thinking that Amiya could no longer fight and that it was necessary to escort her to safety. However, if Ikoma and Satsuki left, their raid would end, and he couldn't let that happen, because without them they wouldn't be able to achieve the desired result. Shiraki gritted his teeth and raised his index finger to explain that Mio had decided to leave and he understood the concerns about her, but she had chosen to move on without them. Now they need to stay together for safety. The protagonist responded that Shiraki was talking about safety after he ordered the girl to attack him, so he shouldn't interfere and let him pass. Shiraki, smiling and throwing up his hands, explained that there had been a misunderstanding, but he could offer them a deal that would be beneficial to everyone. He showed 2 fingers and said that he would pay each of them 2 million yen if they agreed to continue exploring the rift with him. Ikoma looked displeased at Shiraki, who stated that he needed to clear the rift at any cost, and he agreed to do anything for this. Shiraki, looking at the main character, continued to say that they did not know Mio before, so he should not risk his life for her when he can easily earn huge money. The man, turning to the leader, said that they did not have that much money. Shiraki replied that if the rift was cleared, they would have much larger sums than 2 million yen. He thought that if he could prove that their team could cope with clearing the fault, then his project would be sponsored, and then he would receive not only money, but also power. The leader, smiling maliciously, thought that he was one step away from the goal, so he was not going to retreat. Shiraki, with a crazed expression on his face, said that the protagonist's fighting skills were incredible. After clearing the rift, he would be happy to work with him, and with his connections and Ikoma's fighting abilities, they could stand at the top of a powerful corporation, receiving money, fame, and respect. The main character passed by Shiraki, refusing the offer because he did not want to work with such a person. The main character pushed Shiraki away with his hand, saying that he would go in search of Mio before it was too late, and the rest should escort the girl to the exit. The leader grabbed Ikoma by the shoulder, shouting that he probably didn't hear his proposal, because 2 million yen would be the easiest money in his life. Shiraki raised his finger, shouting that he was ready to offer a large sum and would give 6 million yen for clearing the rift. Ikoma turned to the leader and replied that he became an adventurer to help people and that he was not interested in money or connections. The protagonist removed Shiraki's hand from his shoulder, declaring that he was still not going to waste time on him. The leader smiled maliciously, demanding that Satsuki be left with them. He, covering his face, explained that he could not allow her to leave with him, since he was a leader and could not allow her to be in great danger. Shiraki, making a sweet expression on his face, explained that, as a good leader, he could not let the girl go into danger because he was responsible for her. Satsuki, looking at him with displeasure, thought that Shiraki was not worried about her safety, but simply wanted to detain the main character. Smiling, Shiraki said that his level was the same as the main character's, so they should make a bet. He extended his hand and offered to fight for the place of leader, and the loser would be obliged to unquestioningly obey the winner until the end of the raid. The man opened his mouth furiously and shouted that fighting inside the rift was very dangerous. Shiraki reached for the sword, pointing it at Ikoma, saying that there was a conflict between the group members, and it needs to be settled in order to deal with the hierarchy once and for all. Satsuki, with a furious expression on her face, shouted that fighting in the rift in front of the main monster would be a bad idea as they would waste mana. Ikoma, raising his weapon, demanded that they quickly finish the fight and no longer interfere with him. The man thought that he had not met a single person who could defeat his leader, but no matter who wins the battle, both sides will suffer seriously, and Shiraki definitely knows this. The leader, turning to his subordinates, demanded that they help him. Hanagasaki, looking at the hand, charged it with energy using the super strength method. Sawai, holding the sword, charged it with energy using the super speed method. Shiraki, smiling maliciously, received the power of steel skin with an increase in overall magic indicators. Reaching out his hand, he imbued her with energy, declaring that he felt great so they could start a fair fight. Satsuki, looking furiously at the leader, said that there would be no fair fight, since he forced his subordinates to strengthen his characteristics in order to save mana to fight the main character. Shiraki, looking at the table of indicators, reported that he initially had 42 magic points, but thanks to the enhancements, his magical and physical indicators doubled. And now he definitely surpasses him in strength. Shiraki, smoothing his hair, said that the main character could still refuse and admit defeat. Ikoma, holding his hand on his chin, thought that thanks to the enhancements, the enemy's strength had increased significantly and it would be unwise to go into battle because he would have to spend too much mana to win. However, it was impossible to admit defeat. Holding his head from the chilling thoughts, he realized that the leader was manipulating people through fear and was trying to do the same to him, forcing his subordinates to strengthen themselves and asking them to give up before it was too late. With a furious expression on his face, Ikoma declared that a leader cannot do anything without the help of others. However, they should end the fight as soon as possible. Hanagasaki looked discouraged at the main character, thinking that before his eyes the leader had been strengthened with many spells, and now he would definitely not be able to resist him, because the outcome of the battle was predetermined. The main character imagined himself a representative of the paladin class, believing that this class is ideal for leaders because they have a high base attack, good defense, and a penchant for magic. Looking at Shiraki furiously clenching his teeth, Ikoma thought that the paladin class was completely unsuitable for him. Shiraki's system window reported that he had increased attack power, defense, and magic attack. The leader, approaching the main character, said that Ikoma was rushing into battle in vain since he could not defeat him. Shiraki smiled slightly, thinking that victory would be his, and it was stupid to agree to the fight. Ikoma, raising his sword, stated that it was time to stop talking, because if they didn't hurry, Shiraki's enhancements would wear off. The leader rushed forward, swinging his charged sword. There was an explosion, which the main character managed to dodge by running to the side. Satsuki looked upset at Hanagasaki, who said that the main character was no match for their leader. The man imagined the image of a leader, thinking that even without enhancements he was incredibly strong, and under their influence, the only one who could defeat him was the local main monster. Satsuki, joining her hands, thought that the main character had a very mobile class, and with the help of gravity, he would be able to dodge and stop Shiraki in time. At least she wanted to believe that. The leader, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, was sure that the main character was simply dodging all his attacks. Shiraki, chuckling, looked at Ikoma, saying that he understood that the main character decided not to attack, but to wait for the moment when his enhancements would end. Shiraki, looking at Sawai, who was holding Amiya by the shoulders, stated that he would hasten to disappoint Ikoma because as soon as the old gains subsided, his comrades would help him again. And alone the main character will not be able to resist a close-knit group. He thought that strength always lies in numbers. The school building appeared in Shiraki's memories. Once upon a time, he looked at his comrades with a smile, reflecting on the fact that he had always been a gifted child. Even devoting little time to studies and sports, he invariably remained the best in them. The bullies ran up to him, beat him up, and told him that, as Mr. Perfect, he had to stand up. The high school students, smiling, dared him to fight back, claiming that they were just ordinary schoolchildren. Shiraki looked up at the toilet stall and thought that the bullies had gathered in a group and knocked him down. If they fought one-on-one, neither of them would be able to defeat him. At that moment he realized that a person is powerless in front of the crowd. Recalling his psychology textbook, Shiraki reflected on how he began to study it in order to manipulate people. Over time, using the skills he had collected, he created a group of adventurers in order to earn a lot of money with their help and go into business. Shiraki, swinging his sword at the main character, stated that no matter how he tried to evade, it would all end with his death from one blow. Ikoma, looking at him calmly, stabbed him in the stomach with his sword and said that he was talking too much. Shiraki, clutching his stomach, dropped the sword and, bending over from the blow, could not understand what happened, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach. Ikoma, looking at him, calmly added that he struck with the blunt side of the sword. Hanagasaki noted with a discouraged expression that this was simply impossible, reflecting on the fact that they had very carefully strengthened the leader before the battle, but he was still unable to attack. Shiraki, on his knees, wondered in confusion why he was never able to land a blow. The main character looked at Shiraki with contempt and imagined the moments of the battle, reflecting on the fact that his body was not able to withstand a huge amount of enhancements. Even though Shiraki had gotten stronger and faster, there was no point because his body couldn't handle that kind of power. Looking at the leader, Ikoma calmly said that he allowed him to attack so that he would realize his weakness, because even with the enhancements he remained weak. Hanagasaki reflected with surprise that their leader was weak from the very beginning, and the boy realized this after the first blow. Realizing this, he opened his eyes wide, realizing that the enhancements did not help the leader, but only made him even weaker. Shiraki, wiping his face, rose to his feet and said that he had let his guard down, but assured that this would not happen again. With a furious expression on his face, he stated that the main character should have attacked him with the tip of the sword because he had missed the chance to win. Shiraki looked furiously at the main character, thinking that he must win, otherwise he would not be able to prove his strength to those around him. However, no matter how much he tried to shake the enemy's resolve, he remained indifferent. Biting his lip, the leader realized that he was again succumbing to emotions, and this was what was preventing him from delivering accurate attacks. Glancing at the sword, he realized that there were only 3 minutes left before its enhancement was completed, during which he must defeat the enemy. Shiraki, standing opposite Icom, lowered his sword and decided that thanks to the paladin's magic and the enhancements of his comrades, he could cope with the main character. Ikoma, maintaining a calm expression on his face, stated that Shiraki should no longer hope for the help of his subordinates, since it is pointless because from now on he will not even allow him to be touched. Shiraki replied indignantly that he did not understand the meaning of his words. Sebai, amazed at what was happening, wondered how their leader could lose despite all his enhancements. Shiraki, at the same time, imagining the moments of the battle, came to the conclusion that he had become slow and that brute force was now not enough for him to win. The leader, dodging blows, charged his body with energy, realizing that his enhancements concern not only physical strength and speed, but also allow him to gather all his strength for one decisive magical blow. Shiraki, using the sword, used the method of divine punishment. Hanagasaki, with his mouth wide open in surprise, realized that the leader was using the most powerful spell, which required a huge amount of mana. Ikoma ran forward, holding his sword, thinking that he could use the reduction in gravity to dodge the blow, but did not want to waste more energy on this fight than necessary. The main character, looking at the Mandy's fang, tossed it with his foot. Using doubling gravity, he hid behind the fang as if behind a shield. Shiraki, gritting his teeth in horror, realized that the main character was using the monster's fang as protection. The main character thought that the enemy's magic was not so dangerous that he could evade it using gravity. Ikoma jumped forward, getting behind Shiraki, and swung, striking him in the forehead with double gravity. The leader, holding his head, mechanically waved his sword in horror, feeling pain and confusion in his thoughts. Shiraki, holding his head, did not understand what was happening. The main character, watching him, thought that the human body is extremely sensitive to any changes in space. Ikoma struck at the leader's body, thinking that just a slight change in the gravity of his body would be enough to make him lose his orientation in space. Shiraki fell powerlessly to the ground, realizing that the main character was very strong. Ikoma put his sword to his neck, saying that there was no point in continuing the fight. Shiraki looked up at the protagonist, thinking that his comrades had put all kinds of enhancements on him, but even going against the power of the crowd, Ikoma was still able to win. Hanagasaki, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, thought that he did not understand anything while watching the main character. He understood that they were all B rank, but Ikoma was on a completely different level. Shiraki, rising from the ground, swung his sword, thinking that he could not admit defeat, because he had to prove to the company that he was a leader. Ikoma, keeping a calm expression, said Shiraki's time as leader had come to an end. The leader, depicting a dissatisfied grimace, rushed at the main character. Ikoma, turning the sword with the hilt, struck his opponent on the forehead. Shiraki fell to the ground, realizing that he had been defeated for the first time. Ikoma, looking at Shiraki with a bruise on his forehead, reported that basic enhancement magic only lasts for about 500 seconds and therefore his defeat was inevitable. Hanagasaki, realizing what was happening, realized that the main character had calculated everything to the smallest detail. Ikoma said that he would now be the leader of the group and that they should rest a little, and then gather their strength and return from the rift the same way they came. Satsuki grabbed the man's arm using force and stated that due to their leader's selfish desires, Ikoma had lost too much mana. Smiling widely, she added threateningly that since they would no longer fight monsters, all the mana would have to be given to them. Ikoma, looking at the darkness enveloping Hanagasaki, replied that this was not part of his plans, but so be it. The girl drained the energy from the bodies of her comrades. After some time, she handed it over to the main character. Ikoma said that the duel had dragged on, and now they needed to immediately follow Mio's trail. Shiraki, holding his comrade's shoulders, shouted that with the power of Ikoma, they could take his company to a new level. The main character, turning away, replied that he was not going to join their team since he did not become an adventurer for the sake of money or fame. Ikoma, imagining images from a past timeline, thought about how he had never met corporate adventurers before. He said that Kyrak needed tools, not comrades, but a group without trust among its members was doomed to collapse. With this approach, he will never be able to achieve his dreams. Shiraki, opening his mouth in surprise, realized the words of the protagonist, lowering his gaze doomedly. Some time later, the companions walked along the rift. Satsuki noticed that Ikoma was kind to the group and even explained how to get to the exit faster, but in her opinion, after everything they had done, they did not deserve such treatment. Ikoma replied that despite their mistakes, he still wanted them to make it to the exit unharmed. An image of a comrade from the past appeared in his imagination, saying that they were already at their limit and should return. Ikoma, turning to him, replied that they had gone too far, and he still has mana so he can deal with the monster alone. The main character looked at his comrade, who made a sad expression on his face. Then he thought only about ambitions, not realizing that the opinion of each member of the group is important. Ikoma lowered his gaze and said that he had previously only thought about the result, and that is why he and his former comrades quickly parted ways. The girl, looking at him and smiling widely, noticed that he had become a different person and now everything would be different. Resolutely clenching his hand into a fist, Ikoma presented the image of his friend, saying that at the first stage, the main monster of the rift was just beginning to evolve, so Mio should not have suffered much. He thought that in any case he should hurry and stop the fight before it was too late. A little earlier, a little further into the rift, Mio looked up at the monster that appeared from the shadows, thinking that she had met many raid monsters in higher levels, but this one surpassed them all. The monster jumped to the ground in front of her, being a level 80 cursed mantid queen. Ikoma looked at the magic shard, thinking that they dropped from local monsters after killing them. Satsuki, holding her hand to her chin, noticed that Mio had recently been there, but for some reason she had not collected them. The main character imagined an electric car, thinking that the magic shards are stones containing monster mana, which are very valuable and in 10 years will become the most environmentally friendly source of energy. Even now, these fragments could be sold to the guild for a generous reward. Although, knowing Mio, he understood that she was never after profit, which is why she did not pick them up. Satsuki, looking at Ikoma, said that she wanted to know more about Mio's fallen comrade. Ikoma, turning his head and imagining Mio kneeling before his dead friend, said that he had heard this story from other adventurers. In the first year of work, the girl lost a close friend while cleaning a fault. Satsuki, with a sad look, added that because of this, Mio chose to work alone. Ikoma remembered the image of the angry girl, thinking that she still blamed herself for what happened. The main character, holding his chin with his hand, admitted that he collected information about her because he wanted to get closer, so he tried to find out more about Mio from others. The girl, discouraged, asked if the main character was stalking. Ikoma replied that in fact it was not like that. He thought that Mio saved his life, so he wanted to know as much as possible about her. Satsuki, her eyes wide open in surprise, stated that he had fallen in love with Mio. Ikoma realized that his behavior had caused a lot of misunderstanding. He said that Mio had entered the deepest part of the rift, so they needed to hurry. At the same time, in the rift, a female mantis was approaching Mio. The girl, raising her sword, thought that the opponent's level was much higher than she expected. The system window showed that Mio was at the 46 power level. The monster, opening its mouth, attacked the girl, splitting the stone behind her. Mio, worried about the broken stone, reflected that the mantis had the incredible strength and speed of a level 80 monster. Looking at the monster, she imagined images of her comrades, realizing that she could not run away and inform everyone about the danger because it would chase her, putting other members of the raid at risk. Raising her sword, Mio said that she deliberately chose to go into the rifts alone so as not to endanger anyone. She thought that she would not be able to escape and, therefore, would have to fight. But in this case, she dooms herself to death because her class was revealed only on the verge of death, and only then will she be able to even the odds and defeat him. The girl imagined the image of a friend who approached her and said that they should meet soon. Mio, holding her sword, decided to focus on the battle. The female praying mantis, creating larvae, directed them towards the girl. Mio pushed off, jumped and swung her sword. She thought that 4 poisonous larvae were too few, and now the monster was defenseless, so it was her turn to attack. Landing on her feet, Mio realized that the mantis had disappeared, even though it specialized only in attack. The girl clenched her teeth furiously, realizing that the monster was playing with her, trying to complete the evolution. Swinging angrily, she struck at the monster. Jumping, the girl raised her sword, deciding to demonstrate to the monster the full power of her class. The system window reported that her bloody lunge skill consumed 44 points of power and converted it into a powerful slashing attack. The monster, looking at the girl, crossed its limbs, deflecting the blow. Mio, holding the sword, pressed on the monster's limbs, declaring that she could not be killed just like that. Mio reflected on the fact that, despite spending health points, she was still unable to break through the enemy. The system window showed that she had 67 health points out of 128 and 69 mana points out of 91. The female praying mantis swung her limb, throwing the girl aside. Mio, watching the monster, thought that she could attack it at most twice more. Standing up, she parried the mantis' blow, coughing up blood. Mio noticed that the mantis was much faster than it was before. The female ran up to the girl and, hitting her in the stomach, threw her aside. Sitting in the cave, Mio felt terrible pain, unable to move her arm or leg. However, given the colossal difference in levels between her and the monster, it was surprising that she was still alive. Mio, opening her eyes, saw a female praying mantis rushing towards her and wondered why the monster had not finished her off yet. The system window reported that she had only 6 health units left out of 128. Memories took Mio to a ruined city where she, as a child, approached a group of adventurers. One of the men, pointing his finger at her, said that she should return to the shelter since there could still be monsters on the street. The girl, standing in the rain, walked past the adventurer, declaring that she wanted to get into her house. In horror, Mio opened her eyes wide when she saw her parents lying in a pool of their own blood. Gritting her teeth, she filled her body with energy, thinking that the monsters were taking away everything that was most precious from her. The praying mantis, having hit her, jumped to the side. The girl said that he would not be able to finish her off easily. Mio used the last wish method, which is a skill that activates when her health drops to 10% or below, increasing her attack power and removing all debuffs at the cost of mana. Holding onto the charged sword, she thought that the skill would last as long as she had mana. Mio said that the battle is not over yet. Charging her sword, the girl ran towards the mantis, thinking that she hated monsters very much. Even if he regains his health thanks to his racial skills, he will not be able to restore the severed limbs, so she decided to tear off all his paws. The mantis deflected the blow of her sword by swinging one of its limbs. Mio jumped to the side, dodging the blow, while thinking about the fact that her skill was using up mana very quickly. She cannot stop because she needs to put all her strength into the attack. The praying mantis created many poisonous larvae that flew towards the girl. Mio dodged, thinking that the monster's projectiles had become much more powerful and faster. She quickly attacked, swinging her sword at the monster's limbs, deciding that as long as she had mana, she would fight until her last breath. Tensing furiously, Mio pressed down on the monster's blade, splitting it. The female struck the girl with her other limb, throwing her aside. Mio closed her eyes, preparing for the final confrontation with the mantis, thinking that her mana was depleted. The system window showed that her health was 6 out of 128 and her mana was 0 out of 91. With her eyes closed, Mio imagined the image of her friend who said that she wanted to rest because she was tired of walking. Mio turned away and replied that the monsters did not care about her condition. Therefore, whether she is tired or not, they must destroy them as soon as possible. But if a friend can't stand it, then next time she'll go alone. The girl turned around, seeing the bloody image of her friend, who said that she died because of her, but for some reason Mio was still alive. Her friend pulled her closer, asking when they would meet again. Mio covered her face with her hand, answering that she would meet her very soon. Magic Bond stopped the body of the running monster. Satsuki, holding a charged staff, shouted that the main character should hurry up, since she had caught the monster for a short time. Mio opened her eyes and saw the face of the main character. Ikoma raised his hand, throwing the monster aside using the grant method. Ikoma, holding Mio, took her away, hiding her behind a huge boulder. Satsuki turned to the main character, saying that they still managed to save Mio. The girl with a sad expression thought that Mio had almost no health left, so her body was too weak. And we urgently need to take her to the doctor, otherwise the girl will die. The beetle, defensively, covered its muzzle with its limbs. Ikoma, looking out from behind the boulder, said that it would not be easy for them to get out, since the main monster was very strong. The praying mantis, standing opposite the exit, covered it with its body. The main character noticed that the monster was not only strong, but also smart, since he did not allow them to leave the rift. Mio, looking at Ikoma, said that he should not have passed, because even the three of them could not cope with the monster. The main character, clutching his head, thought that he initially did not want to fight the monster. And although they managed to save Mio, she could no longer fight. Ikoma imagined a power chart in his head, thinking that he and Satsuki had too much of a power gap compared to the monster. In addition, the peculiarity of this mantis was its high defense and speed, so they could not defeat it in any way. Turning to the girls, Ikoma said that they should leave, and he would distract the beetle. Leaning on her sword, Mio rose from the ground, saying that Ikoma should give up heroism because she would die as a lone adventurer, and she chose this path, being prepared for such an ending. Leaning on the sword, Mio asked to leave her pride because she did not want anyone else to die because of her. Ikoma, calmly looking at her, thought that, despite the severe wounds, the girl's determination remained unshakable. The pain of her past did not allow her to accept anyone's help. The main character replied that he was ready to leave her. Calmly closing her eyes, Mio said that she was going to distract the bug while they ran away. Ikoma replied that they would stay and help her defeat him. The girls, making discouraged expressions on their faces, exclaimed that they could not win, because Mio was seriously injured, and with Satsuki they would not be able to cope with a level 80 monster. Ikoma, turning around, suggested using the mana transfer skill to make Mio last for a while. Satsuki replied that she could not restore mana because the girl had almost no strength left and it took time to use this skill. Ikoma, leaving the girls, said that he would give them some time. Looking up, Mio called him suicidal because she fought against the monster and knew how dangerous he was. The protagonist thought that he knew more about him than she could imagine, answering that he had a plan to destroy him. Approaching the monster that was creating the larvae, Ikoma said that the mantis could attack him. Satsuki extended her hand to the girl, giving her mana. Mio, looking down, said that Ikoma had completely underestimated the mantis and would not be able to defeat him alone, going to his certain death. Looking at the flying mantis, the main character, using force, dodged to the side. He charged his body with energy, thinking that the enemy would not be able to drive him into a corner. Ikoma, pushing off from the ground, jumped onto the monster's head and stopped on it. Mio opened her eyes wide in surprise, thinking that the main character was able to strike the monster. Satsuki, watching the fight, realized that Ikoma was really strong, so he was able to damage a level 80 mantis. The monster swung its limbs in a panic, having received a blow in the back from the main character. Ikoma, jumping off the monster, remembered the moment of Mio's death, saying that he had been waiting for their meeting for a long time since that day. Jumping on the monster, the main character pierced its shell, thinking that he had long dreamed of killing it. Standing on the mantis, Ikoma noticed that the monster was too weak for level 80. Satsuki, watching the fight, wondered if Ikoma could defeat the monster. Mio responded in the negative, explaining that the difference in levels was too great and Ikoma's attacks didn't do enough damage. Therefore, he will soon run out of mana, but the monster will still be alive. Looking at Ikoma, Mio thought that he deliberately forced Satsuki to give her mana so that she could join the fight, but even if she did this, it was not a fact that she would be able to survive after activating the skill. Holding a loaded sword, Ikoma stated that he had long dreamed of avenging the death of his comrade. So I'm ready to have some fun with the monster. The praying mantis released poisonous larvae. Neo looked at him with dismay and thought that the monster recognized the main character as a threat, despite the fact that he was a full 30 levels below him. Ikoma rushed forward, shouting that the poison larvae method was not enough to defeat him. Having charged his body with energy, the main character dodged the blows, thinking that he clearly remembered their fight 10 years ago as if it happened to him yesterday. Using his mana, Ikoma jumped at the monster, swinging his sword. With a blow from his weapon, he cut off his wings. Neo, her mouth wide open in surprise, noticed that Ikoma was clearly higher than rank B. The system window reported that the queen's health had decreased to 457 units out of 616, and her mana began to amount to 305 units out of 444. Neo, clenching her hand into a fist, thought that the monster was too strong, so it would be able to restore its health no matter how much Ikoma beat it. Rising from the ground, Mio said that she had to go, otherwise Ikoma would die. Satsuki countered that she shouldn't go since her mana had not yet recovered. Charging her body with energy, the girl replied that this would be enough for her, especially considering that Ikoma specifically asked Satsuki to transfer mana to her so that she could use the Reaper's Last Wish method. While getting up, Mio imagined in her head the image of a friend who said that you shouldn't rely on someone else because he will die. Passing by her friend Mamon, Mio said that she could not ignore the decision of a man who risked his life for her. The main character, watching the running mantis, stabbed him with a sword. Defending himself, Ikoma shouted that only with Mio's skill could they kill the monster. Holding a sword in front of him, the main character stated that with her skill they could deal with the monster in 5 seconds. Ikoma grabbed Mio by the shoulder as she tried to dodge, and using his gravity reduction skill, he threw her aside, ordering her to jump. Running away, he shouted for Mio to use the skill. The girl watched as the main character hit the monster's limb, imagining past blows, she sank down. Gritting her teeth, Mio decided that she must defeat the monster at any cost. Pushing herself off the ceiling, she thought about how she would have to use the full potential of her class. The system window showed that the girl had only 3 health units left out of 128. Swinging her sword, Mio thought that to use the skill she needed to gain high speed, and also not allow other monsters to attack her during the strike. Ikoma, next to the mantis, shouted for Mio to attack. The girl, having released an energy serpent, raised her sword, beginning to use the method of bloody revenge. Having created an explosion, the girl pierced the mantis. Neo, trying to get out and looking up, thought that she could not move because she had spent all her strength trying to defeat the monster. Lying on the ground with a hole in her chest, the female opened her eyes. The main character thought that the monster has a special blow that it inflicts while pretending to be dead in order to weaken the enemy's vigilance. The female raised her sting and pointed it towards the girl. Ikoma thought that the sting would instantly kill the victim. Satsuki and the main character turned to Mio, at whom the sting was rapidly flying. Running up to the girl, Ikoma, furiously clenching his teeth, wondered how he could redirect the flight path of the sting. As he held out his sword to deflect, he realized that he needed to use the gravity reduction. Raising his weapon, Ikoma remembered Mio's death and, shouting that the female had taken the life of his dear friend, struck at the monster, vowing to end her existence. The system window informed him that he had gained 31,317 experience points and had increased his level to 58. Satsuki, smiling widely, said that they were able to defeat the main enemy. Putting on a serious expression, Ikoma thought that despite the difference in levels, no one from his group was harmed. The main character, turning his head to the girl, realized that he managed to save her, but remembered how in the previous timeline the loss of Mio greatly affected him. After all, it was because of her death that he became an adventurer of the highest rank. Neo, looking at her hands and looking up, thought about how she survived, although she shouldn't have. Imagining the image of Momon, she remembered the moment of her death. The girl, clutching her head, fell to the ground, saying that she was fine. Just looking at Ikoma, I suddenly remembered one annoying girl. Neo, closing her eyes, said that she had ruined her friend's life and now Momon would despise her forever. She imagined an image of a suitable Momon saying that they could never meet again. Ikoma, making a serious expression on his face and remembering moments from the past, thought that Mio was always risking her life because of the death of her friend. After all, even in the past timeline, she was the same and, being an adventurer, always despised herself, which is why she looked for ways to die alone. Turning to Mio, the main character said that the annoying girl does not despise her because she would not risk her life to save her. The girl, sitting on the ground and turning her head towards the main character, listened as he said that her friend died as a result of clearing the rift, saving Mio. However, she must live on because she received such an opportunity. Satsuki replied that Ikoma should not discuss this topic because it was personal and it was rude to discuss such things. Mio remembered the image of Momon saying that she shouldn't quit school. Mio, sitting at her desk, replied that the number of faults is increasing every year. Besides, because of the monsters, she has no one else left, and the benefits she is paid are still not enough to go to university. Neo, leaving the class, said that she would quit school and become an adventurer, since she was not going to go to university and adventurers did not need a higher education. Momon, clenching her hand into a fist, shouted that she would also quit school and become an adventurer to cover Mio's back. After some time, the girls walked through the forest. Momon, looking at her friend, suggested returning. Neo, turning her head, replied that Momon was not cut out for such work. The friend grabbed Mio's hand, telling her that she was not alone and should let her be with her. Later that day, Mio carried her injured friend on her shoulders, urging her to hold on a little longer. After all, they were almost out, so Momon shouldn't lose consciousness. Closing her eyes, Momon whispered that she was glad that Mio was not hurt. The girl, kneeling down, said that her friend, without a doubt, now hated her. Ikoma, looking at Mio, replied that she would never know the thoughts of the dead and should not think about it in order to maintain her sanity. Mio, imagining the image of her dead friend, listened to Ikoma's words that Momon risked her life to save her, so she should stop hating herself because her friend definitely wouldn't want that. Ikoma, sitting on his knees, added that she should not die in battle. Neo, imagining Momon braiding her hair, heard the protagonist's words that her friend only wanted the best for her, so she put her life on the line. With her eyes wide open, Neo remembered her friend's last words. She imagined Momon telling her to eat well and make new friends, because despite their imminent separation, she would always look out for her. The image of Momon hugged Mio and said that it was too early for her to die, so she should live for the two of them. Sobbing, the girl said her friend's name. Ikoma, approaching the mantis and looking at the girl, said that she acted recklessly out of guilt towards her friend. He, lowering his sad gaze, remembered Mio's death, noting that Momon always took care of her, putting her life above hers. Therefore, if the girl dies, all her efforts will be in vain. Kneeling down, the main character asked Mio to let him become her friend. The girl looked up, full of hope, but immediately lowered it, answering that she needed to think it over. Ikoma, watching his friend, assured her that he would give her as much time as needed. He thought that at least he could establish a good dialogue. A little earlier, a little closer to the exit from the rift, the girl, sitting on Ikoma's back, apologized, explaining that due to her poor health she could not move. Satsuki, watching them, imagined her comrades immersed in a loving interaction. Walking closer, she placed her hand on her chest, declaring that she was truly happy for them. Ikoma, surprised, replied that he did not understand what she was talking about. As he continued to walk along the rift, he thought that as his rank increased, the rifts became more and more dangerous. Imagining images of enemies, he realized that from rank A, advancement would be extremely difficult without the support of the healer class. However, monsters weren't the only threats. Imagining the artifact and the healer, Ikoma thought that he needed to find a person capable of restoring health at a critical moment, or obtain a rare item with such properties. This became his next goal. Neo, looking at Ikoma, noticed that she had not worked in a team for a long time and for the first time she could rely on someone. Hugging him, she admitted that she was pleased to trust him. The main character, remembering Mio's death in the previous timeline, realized that he was able to change the course of events. An image of him from the past came into his mind, smiling and reaching out to touch him. The next day, the companions were sitting in a coffee shop. Satsuki, looking at Ikoma, asked if Mio wrote to him. The main character, pushing the phone towards her, suggested that she take a look for herself. In correspondence, he stated that the hike was very tiring, but expressed hope that the girl got there without problems. After reading the messages, Mio did not respond. Satsuki, looking at the screen, thought that the girl was ignoring the main character. Looking down doomedly, he admitted that he knew about her stubbornness, but hoped that she could get closer to them. Satsuki noted that Mio was probably just tired and that's why she wasn't answering, adding that she needed a little time, after which she would probably contact him. The witch, smiling, looked at the glass of cold coffee. Raising the tube to her lips, she opened her eyes doomedly. Ikoma, sitting next to the sobbing witch, agreed that Satsuki was right. He imagined Mio, thinking that despite her strength, she was stubborn and proud. Recalling her fight with the mantis, he noted that despite her low level, she was able to challenge a strong opponent and survive. If he had been in her place, he would have died from the first blow. However, he still wanted to protect the girl from reckless actions. Meanwhile, Mio walked down the corridor, looking at the elevator doors. Ikoma thought that he needed to gain her trust in order to protect her. The girl approached the table, saying that she was sure that she would meet her comrades here. Satsuki rose from the table, asking how Mio was feeling. The girl replied that she was used to being seriously injured, so she knew how to take care of herself, and Satsuki shouldn't worry. Ikoma asked in surprise why she had come. Mio, remembering her friend who reproached her for the lack of communication, admitted that she had never been inclined to correspond. Placing her hand on her chest, the girl explained that she had hoped to meet with them in person to discuss the important matter of her joining their group. The main character smiled widely, saying that they were glad that Mio decided to join them. The mercenary, sitting on the sofa, said that he did not understand why he should be busy clearing rifts and killing adventurers. The woman sitting opposite replied that she hid him from persecution, so he was obliged to do the assigned work. The boss, introducing the client, mentioned that he was an influential person in the government structure, who said that he would no longer tolerate losses. The mercenary, smiling maliciously, noted that he did not understand why he was entrusted with such a task because there was nothing complicated about it. Crossing his fingers, he added that killing a B-rank adventurer was the easiest task. Crossing his arms over his chest with dissatisfaction, he stated that he did not intend to finish the job for Kikayo and Alice since they were the ones who were supposed to eliminate the target. Kikayo, gritting his teeth, silently listened to the mercenary's words that he was right. After all, they missed the adventurers and did not complete the task. The mercenary, remembering the past, smirked slightly, saying that, unlike those who failed the mission, he underwent military training, fought on the side of the heroes and was the strongest adventurer, although their very idea of heroism disgusted him. Alice, listening to him say that adventurers are used in battles with monsters to die in the name of stupid heroism, thought irritably about how unpleasant he was to her. Sitting at the table, the mercenary said that the heroes annoyed him, and therefore Kikayo and Alice should just stand aside and not interfere. He plunged a knife into the photo of the main character, saying that he would first check what he was capable of and then kill him. The heroes approached the building of the branch of the Adventurers Guild, where licenses were issued. The woman, smiling widely, announced that from this day on, Satsuki was officially assigned the rank of Be the Girl. Imagining a pyramid of ranks, thought that in their country, only 1% of adventurers reach this level, and now she is one of them. Ikoma, looking at Satsuki, congratulated her, noting that she had risen higher thanks to her hard work. Satsuki, looking sadly at her comrades, thought that compared to them she was still not strong enough and useful to the team. Clenching her hand into a fist, she decided to put even more effort into raising her rank. Neo, while presenting the adventurer schedule, noted that Satsuki's level was indeed superior to that of a normal B-rank adventurer, but her promotion was due to her merits to the district rather than solely due to personal strength. Therefore, this is not something to be proud of. Blushing, Satsuki admitted that Mio was right in agreeing that she needed to work even harder. Ikoma, turning to Mio, reproached her for the lack of congratulations because Satsuki had done so much for this. Mio replied that she tried to be objective because only her comrades could tell her the truth. Coughing into her hand, the girl said that she had prepared a gift for the group. The companions entered the building with the cells. Opening one of them, Mio explained that the gift was optional, but she wanted to give it. Ikoma, watching the girl, was mentally surprised that she had prepared something for them, because she and Satsuki had not bought her anything. Applying the keycard to the cell, Mio assured that she was not expecting a return gift, but simply wanted to thank them for saving her, since without them she would have died. Opening the box, she continued to say that since her friend passed away, she had avoided getting close to others, so she decided to give something simple as a symbolic gift. Satsuki, smiling slightly, thought that she had previously judged Mio unfairly, saying that she was not a very good person. She thanked the girl, realizing how kind she really was. Ikoma, looking at the huge box, guessed that it might contain weapons or equipment. Mio pulled out a huge teddy bear from there and handed it to Satsuki, explaining that the toy was from a famous German brand from a limited edition released in honor of the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki was amazed how her ideas about Mio were shattered in an instant. Ikoma, with his mouth open in surprise, noted that the bear was clearly not an ordinary cheap gift. Satsuki, holding the toy and smiling widely, thanked Mio. She thought about how she didn't understand how she would bring the toy home. The main character looked at his phone and read an urgent notification about a C-rank rift that had opened nearby. Civilians were ordered to go to the nearest shelters until the situation improved. Satsuki, looking at the phone, noted that recently the number of faults has increased significantly. Mio replied that the rift was not far from Tokyo, and they could get there quickly if they went straight away. Ikoma, turning to the girls, confidently stated that the level 40 monsters living in the C-rank rift would not pose a serious threat to them since they were at level 40, which was lower than theirs. Holding the phone in his hands, the main character thought that the appearance of faults was not uncommon, but the second urgent call in a week surprised him since special forces must investigate and deal with anomalous activity. Ikoma, looking at the screen, said that a rift called the Fairy Garden had opened. Satsuki, closing the cell, turned to Ikoma and asked what he knew about the rift. The main character replied that this is a level 40 rift in which monsters that look like plants live. However, the main problem was that the main monster of the rift is the Tree of Life, and it is not particularly complex, but if they allow it to go beyond the boundaries of the fault, then it will be impossible to cope with it. Ikoma, thinking that they needed help, wrote a message with a request for Sen. Comrades, leaving the building, ran past a stranger in a hood. The mercenary, standing on the roof, said that people from the government caused an artificial disaster. He looked at his phone and thought that the government had a way to create an artificial rift, and they did this to lure the main character into a trap. The mercenary, putting the phone to his ear, said that he was heading to the fracture site and they would soon meet there. Extending his hand, he added that he hoped that the main character would appreciate the surprise he had prepared for him. The ground monitor opened its mouth wide when Mio hit it with her sword. The main character, standing opposite a swarm of insects and raising his hand, demanded that the witch go into battle. She raised her hands and used a wave of fire, destroying the insects. Satsuki, looking at the sobbing root, smiled slightly. Draining the energy from him, she stated that she had extracted enough mana from the monsters to restore their strength. Mio, stroking the sobbing child's head, said that everything would be fine. Satsuki, looking at her comrades, stated that the monsters, compared to the previous disaster, were not so strong. Ikoma, turning his head away, explained that the local main monster would not be as easy as it might seem. The main character, presenting the image of a monster, explained that he is capable of creating monsters in huge quantities and also has a high speed of movement. Ikoma, looking down, added that if the monster gets out of the rift and they cannot catch it, then it will fill the city with monsters and then disaster will be inevitable. Mio, holding the girl's hand, asked how they could find the monster. The main character, turning around, replied that the main monster is very careful and timid, so he tries not to get close to opponents whose level is higher than his. With their current level, his comrades can easily defeat him, but catching him will not be easy. Ikoma, looking at the phone screen, thought that he had written a message to Sina a long time ago, but never received an answer from her. Mio, standing next to the sobbing child, suggested that they split up, since their current level allows them to cope with the monster one by one. In addition, this will help to explore most of the territory, and she will accompany the girl to a safe place. Ikoma reflected that he had a bad feeling about the situation, because in the past timeline the rift was common and served as a place for newcomers to work. Now, with the onset of a new catastrophe, everything could change. The main character, looking at the girls, was sure that after their separation there was no guarantee that they would be able to catch the main monster, but they had little time left. Satsuki and Mio turned to the main character, who said that they should split up, but if they find anything unusual, report it immediately. While frying a piece of meat, the mercenary smiled broadly, and then, putting the plate on the table, said that he had prepared a double hamburger with a double portion of cheese. Walking across the dirt floor, he admitted that he loved family restaurants and delicious food at affordable prices. Sitting down at a table in a destroyed restaurant, he added that a hamburger with so much cheese was simply incredible, so he wanted to eat it before the task. Having stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth, the mercenary found himself under the shards of a broken window, hiding behind the table. The blonde man, holding a sword, said that he was looking for a serial killer who preyed on powerful adventurers. Asahi threw up his hands in displeasure, answering that he had just finished cooking his own lunch, but if the man also wanted to eat, he could simply ask him to cook more. He was thinking about how he didn't know what skill to use on the enemy when the man raised his sword. Asahi decided to use a magical blade, creating a huge explosion. The mercenary, smiling maliciously, sat on the demon, saying that the enemy is a magician, although he uses melee attacks, so he is also a warrior. Kimura, smiling broadly, explained that he received a report from his subordinates about a suspicious masked man, so he came to kill him, being a rank adventurer and bounty hunter. Asahi, looking at Kimura, replied that he chose hard work, although he could be an ordinary adventurer. Kimura explained that being an adventurer is a thankless job, since killing bad people gives him more experience and fame. Asahi, clutching his head, said that Kimura has a boring life in which he needs to get up early in the morning and run around with a proud look, killing criminals. However, he didn't want to waste time on him, so he would spare him if he left. Kimura, swinging his sword, shouted that he would not let the enemy escape. He thought that Asahi had summoned a familiar, spending a huge amount of mana, and therefore would not be able to drag out the battle. Kimura parried the familiar's attack, thinking that he needed to close the distance to end the fight with one blow. Asahi, smiling, said that he would teach him a trick. Kimura fell from a blow to the back, thinking that he was unexpectedly attacked from behind. Although before entering the room, he carefully looked around and did not find any other familiars. Asahi, summoning a killer doll and smiling maliciously, showed his middle finger, declaring that he knew from the very beginning that he was being followed. Asahi, approaching Kimura, said that he expected high protection from him, so he did not die from one blow. Kimura, raising his head, shouted that he was ready to pay the mercenary any money so that he would not kill him. Asahi, making the horns gesture with his hands, said that the enemy should not forget about his horn friend, who will smash him against the wall. Throwing up his hands, the mercenary said that people constantly offer to save their lives for money. Asahi, seeing the fire attack, thought it was flying straight at him. He turned his head, noticing a familiar whose body was blazing with fire. The mercenary, gritting his teeth with rage, thought that his familiar was killed with one blow. Taoya, holding the bow, said that he wanted to finish everything at once, but missed. Tsumiji, raising her charged staff, sent a whirlwind of fire towards Asahi. He, seeing the restaurant on fire from the whirlwind, shouted that because of the soldiers he would no longer be able to cook another serving of a double hamburger with cheese. Asahi, looking at the soldiers, thought that first the bounty hunter came to him, and then the special forces, who began firing fire so that the fire would spread and fry him alive. Toya, raising his hand, demanded that the soldiers attack. Asahi, seeing his serious expression, thought that they had saved the hunter and, despite the smoke, only Lieutenant Toya from the Special Forces could lure him into such a trap. Asahi, imagining the images of adventurers, thought that not everyone is accepted into the Special Forces because the candidate must not only be strong but also follow the strictest rules. Therefore, many cannot stand working in such conditions. The mercenary imagined the image of a lieutenant, continuing to reflect on the fact that he was the most talented and youngest in the Special Forces, as well as the only one who passed the entrance exams the first time. Asahi, smiling maliciously, thought that he wanted to kill him since he was a talented idealist. Asahi imagined images of guards, thinking that Taoya's subordinates would greatly interfere in their fight. Furiously clenching his hand into a fist, he thought that due to the sudden blow he had lost his familiar, so if he tried to fight, he would waste a lot of mana. However, he still had work to do, and if he did not complete the task, the female boss would quarter him. Therefore, the Special Forces soldier was lucky, but he would definitely meet him next time. Crossing his arms, the mercenary jumped out the window, breaking it. Tsumiji, watching him, screamed that he was trying to escape. Toya, drawing the bowstring, shot at the mercenary using a fiery arrow. Smiling widely, the girl said that the lieutenant had succeeded. Taoya, looking at the slime, replied that the mercenary disguised himself with a robe and fled to the roof. Looking away, the lieutenant explained that they would not pursue him since their goal was to stop the rift and they would spend too much time and energy on the battle. Taoya, turning to Kimura, demanded that his subordinates deal with the fire, and he would later interrogate him once the group was done with the restaurant. At the same time, on the roof, Mio was running, catching up with the main monster of the rift. The monster, running away, created monsters that attacked the girl. Mio, waving her sword, drove away the monsters. She, looking at them, thought that she could not fight with them, however, if she did nothing, the main monster would run away again. Holding the sword, the girl charged it with energy using the method of infernal destruction. The system window showed that she was spending 44 health points, converting them into dark magic. Jumping on the main monster, Mio thought that she would defeat him with one blow. Varen jumped out of the bushes at Mio. She managed to dodge, but spent a charged attack. The girl, watching the monster, thought that the slug had called the creatures and escaped. The main character rushed down the street, thinking that he did not notice any traces of the monster. Looking at his phone discouraged, he read a message from Mio in which she said that she did not have time to catch the monster, but last saw him in the indicated area. After destroying the monsters, she looked at her phone and read a message that said that she had done a great job and had significantly narrowed down the search area for the main character. Smiling widely, she thought about smashing the monster against the wall. The monsters, with their mouths open, flew towards the main character. He jumped and killed them, gaining 64 experience points. A huge monitor lizard, looking at the main character, used a fire attack. Ikoma, pushing off from the traffic light, pierced the monster's body. Looking at the system window, the main character thought that it was unpleasant for him to receive so few experience points, but this was due to the difference in levels. Looking at the burning city, Ikoma thought that the monsters were still not ending. However, he was never able to find the main monster, killing which the rest of the monsters would disappear. The green-haired guy, smiling broadly and raising his hands, said that the main character easily dealt with the monsters and that it was the first time he had seen such a strong adventurer. The main character, turning his head, replied that the city was unsafe and that only adventurers could be in the disaster area. Adjusting his glasses, the guy explained that he was also an adventurer and a hero like Ikoma, protecting civilians from the monsters of the rift, although only with the E rank in the hillbilly class, which is not very strong. Imagining the levels, Ikoma remembered that upon reaching the 10th level, the adventurer could choose a class, which depended on the initial characteristics and abilities. These parameters are determined by how the adventurer distributed his points at the first level. After introducing the hillbilly class, Ikoma came to the conclusion that it could only be obtained by distributing all stats evenly, which ultimately renders the class useless and without any special skills or abilities. Remembering the image of Kenji, the main character thought that the hillbilly class was considered the weakest among adventurers. Therefore, they don't even tell beginners about it, advising them to develop only 2 or 3 characteristics to obtain a useful class. Blushing, the guy admitted that he had a rare, but completely useless class. Ikoma, holding his hand to his chin, decided that the guy most likely did not know how to correctly distribute stat points, which led him to such a result. Approaching, the guy, blushing, said that he knew Ikoma as the owner of a rare gravity class. Taking out a tablet, he added that everyone knows about his achievements, and he also watched videos on Sane's channel. Smiling sweetly, he explained that he was jealous of Ikoma because of his rare class that allows him to control gravity. The main character, turning away, replied that he had no time to talk because he had to go. The guy asked Ikoma to let him go with him, because such a chance comes extremely rarely. The main character, looking at him, replied that with level 20 he could not cope with the local monsters, who were at least 25th. However, if he really wanted to help, he could find people and escort them to the shelter. Taking out a stone, the guy, looking at it, said that he uses a method of splitting objects, transforming them into characteristics. He looked at the main character and explained that his class allows him to use the skill of splitting objects, transferring their characteristics to others. Therefore, his strength can help in capturing the main monster. Ikoma, with a calm expression on his face, thought that the guy was very persistent. He replied that in any case he could handle it alone. The main character thought that he had to catch the rift monster as quickly as possible and could not get close to someone he did not know. Looking at the phone, he thought that Sana had answered him something. Ikoma asked her in a correspondence to start a stream to make it easier to find the main monster. After some time, Sana sent him a link to the broadcast. The main character, having visited her channel, opened a stream where she said that the area was engulfed by monsters, so the adventurers needed help. Sana, holding up a piece of paper with a picture of a slug, asked her followers to help them find it using photos and hashtags. Ikoma, scrolling through the posts, read that the slug was very fast and moved around the Miyagi area. Sana warned followers to be careful because, despite its appearance, the slug was very dangerous. Ikoma, looking at nearly 2 million shares, thought he could track the monster's movements in real time. He smiled maliciously and held the phone to his chin, thinking that the slug would now not be able to hide after such attention. Looking at the photo of the monster, the main character decided that he needed to leave quickly since the slug moves extremely quickly. In addition, he was going to write to Satsuki and Mio because they were not far from the place where they saw the monster. The main character, looking at Aki, said that he would go to where the main monster was last seen, offering to join him if he wanted. Aki, smiling widely with joy, clenched his hands into fists. Aki ran after the main character, shouting that he went to clean up with the legend. He, smiling broadly, said that monsters should be afraid because they cannot hide from their strongest duo. The main character replied that Aki might not help him. Holding the phone in his hands, he explained that he had compiled an approximate route for the movement of the rift monster. Looking at the map, the main character said that based on the data received, he understood several important things. The first important detail was that the slug moved exclusively to the north, and the second was that it preferred to be in the shade of bushes, trees, or other similar plants. Imagining the image of a slug hiding among high-rise buildings, the main character said that he specifically avoids the sun's rays because he is afraid of being dried out in the sun. Ikoma, making a mark on the map, explained that based on everything that had been said, they needed to suddenly attack the monster and send it to a place from which there would be no exit. Aki, holding a finger to his mouth, noticed that Ikoma had come up with a trap. Looking at the main character, he said that it was his first time fighting the main monster and he had never seen how professionals work. Aki, smiling in admiration, noted that Ikoma came up with a great plan in a short time since he is incredibly cool. The main character replied that there was nothing special in his reasoning. Aki said that although the main character is younger than him, he has achieved a lot despite his young age. Ikoma thought that he was actually 28 years old and had spent his entire life in the rifts. Aki, sobbing sadly, said that the main character reminds him of his older brother, who was incredibly strong and had a great sense of justice. However, despite constant comparisons with his brother, Aki never achieved anything. The main character, looking at Aki, thought that he did not know how to respond to his words. Looking at his phone, he read a non-monster related post about a serial killer in the area, so everyone should be careful. Ikoma, imagining the image of Asahi, thought that he only killed high-ranking adventurers, collecting loot from them. Looking away from the phone, he thought about the fact that Asahi was using the strongest class based on summoning familiars, and even in the past timeline, he was exclusively engaged in killing high-ranking adventurers. The main character remembered the newspaper headlines and decided that the special forces could not cope with Asahi, and those who encountered him did not return alive. Ikoma, imagining the image of Kike and Alice, was sure that they specifically sent Asahi to take away the wisdom ring from him, which they could not take last time. However, he understood that he was unlikely to be able to resist him. Aki, leaning towards the main character, asked if he was okay. Ikoma, turning around, replied that everything was fine. He thought that he needed to kill the monster and leave as soon as possible. Holding a phone in his hand, the main character said that a serial killer had been spotted in the area, who was seen in a family restaurant, but after meeting with the special forces, he managed to escape. Ikoma, pointing at the phone, said that this opponent would be too dangerous for Aki, so if they met Asahi, Aki would have to run quickly. The main character, reading the post on his phone, learned that the subscriber did not have time to take a photo of the slug, but it headed towards Nashiasaki Street. He thought that the monster was very close, and they could defeat it. Ikoma, turning his head, said that he had received information about the location of the monster. However, in order to defeat it, he would need help. Aki, clenching his hand into a fist, replied that he was ready to help. Turning his head, the main character said that the monster hates sunlight, so they will deliberately change its route. And then he will scare the slug, and when he tries to hide, Aki will be waiting for him in the alley. The main character said that Aki will need to kill the monster or catch it. Aki gave an approving thumbs up, replying that he had items that would help catch the monster. Kneeling down, he declared that the monster would die from his powers. Ikoma replied that Aki should not worry about him and run to safety in case of an emergency. Leaning over in embarrassment, Aki asked why the main character became an adventurer, since it was a dangerous, ignoble, and not the most profitable job. Looking at his hands, the main character replied that he initially chose this path to understand how far he could go. Ikoma remembered a moment from a previous timeline when he realized that with this power he could save many lives. The main character, clenching his hand into a fist, continued to say that with great power came to him a sense of responsibility for those who suffer from monsters or people. Scratching the back of his head, Ikoma said that he had never been asked such a thing, so he didn't think about it seriously. Aki, smiling broadly, replied that what he had heard was enough for him. Raising his hands, he thanked Ikoma for sharing the story with him. The main character said that they need to go, since there is no more time to talk. Ikoma, jumping over standing cars, caught up with the running slug. Turning his head towards him, he used the power of the grant, scaring the monster. The slug crawled into the alley. The main character, looking at this, thought that he had fled to the right place. And now it's Aki's turn to fight the monster. Aki, standing against the wall, made a calm expression on his face, looking forward. Running after the slug, the main character thought that he could catch up with him, while the monster left the monsters to distract him. He, pushing off the wall using the gravity method, jumped on the slug, declaring that such tricks could not stop him. The monster stopped and created a large tree monitor. The main character thought that the monster could use his children as a human shield in order to leave them and hide from the enemy unnoticed. Pushing away from the monitor lizard and jumping to the side, he said that he needed to ignore the monitor lizard and continue to follow the main monster. Leaping onto the main monster, Ikoma landed on his feet, observing its method of swift escape. He thought that when a monster takes damage, it activates a special escape skill to find the most secluded place and hide from its pursuers there. However, this skill has one caveat, which is that the cooldown takes an hour since it consumes a lot of mana. The monster's joy quickly turned to indignation at the sight of Aki, who, shaking in horror, said that the monster had come straight to him. Aki, smiling slightly, thought that he had a chance to become famous and become a hero after catching the slug. He, holding a bottle in his hands and using the splitting method, threw it, shouting that the slug should try its contents. The fiery liquid poured onto the monster. Aki, smiling slightly, watched the monster, thinking that he was afraid of fire and froze in fear at the sight of it. Raising his hands up, he shouted that he was finally able to catch the monster. The main character, looking at the monster, said that his partner did a great job. Ikoma, smiling, said that the monster would not be able to escape since he had no mana left, since everything was spent on summoning monsters and escaping. The monster, rising from the ground, summoned monitor lizards. It enveloped the body in wood, using the warning method and entering combat mode. Ikoma, looking at the monster, thought that he had decided to spend all his mana on defense. Aki, covering his ears with his fingers, shouted that they needed to retreat quickly because of the loud noises. He, watching the monitor lizard attacking the main character, demanded that they urgently escape. Ikoma, looking at the monsters, pierced them with one blow of his sword. The main monster directed its arboreal tentacles towards Ikoma. The main character, jumping on him, struck with a sword, piercing the monster's body. The monster, having begun to change shape, exploded into small particles, and the monsters it summoned evaporated. The system window reported that he received 1135 experience points. Aki, smiling widely, clenched his hands into fists and shouted that they had finally won. Watching the battle, the mercenary, smiling, thought that although he looked at the adventurer of rank B, he was not at all impressed. Exhaling calmly, the main character thought that the monster had been defeated. Looking at his phone, he decided that he needed to warn the girls by texting them that he had killed the monster and that they should meet at the appointed place. Turning to Aki, the protagonist thanked him for preventing the monster from escaping, noting that without his help the monster would not have been caught so easily. Aki, scratching his head and laughing slightly, replied that he would never have thought that a legend would thank him, and also admitted that he was even a little embarrassed. Looking at his hands, he continued to say that initially, having received this class, he did not hope to defeat the main monster even at least once in his life, but after defeating the slug, he believed in the potential of the class. Punching the air with his fist, Aki declared that after intense training, he would save people like the main character. Ikoma, looking down, noted that there are no bad or good classes and, remembering his comrades from the past timeline, explained that each class has its own pros and cons that make them useful in different situations. The main character, remembering Aki's actions, explained that the hillbillies can split objects and turn them into skills, which help them defeat the head monster. Aki, with a discouraged expression on his face, listened to Ikoma's words that if you develop your strengths, then no one will pay attention to your weaknesses. Looking calmly at Aki, he added that the guy would achieve more, especially after he challenged a monster who was clearly a higher level. With his mouth open in admiration, Aki asked what the Gravity Master's greatest strength was. Ikoma replied that he did not know about the whole class as a whole, but could only talk about himself. With a serious expression on his face, he added that his strength is the desire for more. Aki, admiringly approaching the main character, said that he could achieve a lot. Standing on a city street, Ikoma noted that a serial killer was roaming the area. Looking at Aki, the main character said that he did not want to meet him, but if they met him, the guy should run away as quickly as possible. Ikoma, parrying Asahi's blow, thought that he had found them too quickly. As he watched Asahi create the puppet, he thought that he had not even sensed his presence nearby, and that is why such people are very dangerous opponents. The puppet, creating magical threads, sent them to the main character. Ikoma, fighting off the attack, sensing the presence of the enemy behind him, deflected his blow with his sword. He, watching the falling weapon, thought that he had killed not a person, but a slime disguised as him. Aki, crushing his glasses, said that he had to sit in the shadows all the time. Having removed the rings, he smiled maliciously and thought that he had a great desire to kill the main character. Ikoma, with his back to Aki's attacker, turned around and deflected the blow. The mercenary, jumping to the side with a malicious smile, noticed that the main character had a good reaction, but it would only help in a fight with the real Aki. The main character, looking at the mercenary, said that he realized that in front of him stood a real serial killer of adventurers. Asahi, remembering the moments of the beginning of the battle, thought about what made the killer doll attack Ikoma, and even carried out a surprise attack. Smiling widely, he continued to reflect on the fact that the main character had nevertheless evaded not only the doll, but also him, showing how interesting prey he was. Looking at Ikoma, Asahi asked if he was scared, since he was nearby and at arm's length from the very beginning. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, replied that he knew from the very beginning that Aki was actually Asahi. Ikoma thought that Asahi was a legend among adventurers, and even in past timelines, no one knew anything about him, and his class was hidden from everyone. The main character, imagining the image of a witch, thought that the Ring of Wisdom would allow him to name the class of anyone he pointed to, but this would require spending too much mana. However, the hillbilly's method of reducing mana usage helped him discover the mercenary's identity. Ikoma, imagining the hillbilly method, realized that he would not have wasted his mana so easily if Asahi had used the skill. Asahi, smiling maliciously, said that the protagonist's theory seemed implausible to him, because if Ikoma knew who he was, he would not have teamed up with him. The main character, imagining the image of a slug, replied that he had come up with an excellent plan to catch it, but for this he needed a second person. Pointing his finger at the mercenary, he added that Asahi would not have attacked him because the monster was nearby all the time. In addition, it was beneficial for the mercenary to gain his trust, and after capturing the monster, simply kill him without witnesses. Smiling madly, Asahi thought that the main character knew that he was in danger, but still decided to go with him in order to kill the main monster and save people. He said that the right people like the main character are much more fun to kill, so he wanted them to fight quickly. Looking at Asahi, the main character thought that he could not read his movements since he had not fought one-on-one for a long time. Imagining the maliciously smiling Asahi, he realized that it was physically impossible to defeat the killer of adventurers, whose level was much higher because his abilities and experience were much higher. Remembering his opponents, Ikoma thought that he had already spent too much energy in the battle with them, so in such a situation he alone was absolutely powerless. Running away from the mercenary, he decided that this was his only chance of salvation, since he would be safer in a crowded place among adventurers. Asahi, making a surprised expression on his face, extended his hand forward, ordering the puppet to act. While running away, the main character, without turning around, dodged the doll's strings. Asahi thought that his doll was killing with threads that were difficult to notice right away, but Ikoma not only saw them, but also managed to dodge without turning around. The mercenary, blushing with pleasure, realized that he had come across a smart prey. Catching up with the main character, he shouted that he just wanted to play with him. Stopping in the middle of the road and looking into the park, he assumed that Ikoma was hidden among the trees. Turning his head, Asahi decided that the protagonist was not stupid enough to hide there. Besides, he would probably prefer a strong blow, which requires a huge falling speed. Realizing that the attack would come from above, he turned around and parried the blow with a crushing hand. Ikoma, clenching his teeth furiously, realized that his blow had been blocked. The mercenary, holding a knife, said that he had a significant advantage in the alley, but the main character brought him out into the open to make it easier to dodge, thereby depriving him of his advantage. Asahi, smiling maliciously, called on his familiars, saying that this would not help the main character anyway. Ikoma noted with a serious expression that the enemy had summoned 3 familiars, and also suggested that there could be more. Seeing the slug, he realized that Asahi had spent all his skill points on summoning, causing the level of the familiars to be equal to his level. Reflecting the blow, the main character realized that he was now fighting against 4 strongest opponents. Jumping to the side, avoiding the trap, he thought that he could not relax for a second. Asahi, smiling madly, enjoyed playing with the main character. Remembering the losing warriors who said that he used forbidden methods in battle, the mercenary, smiling maliciously, reflected that he loved to break proud heroes, trampling all their talents into the mud. Looking madly at Ikoma, he decided to show him how insignificant he was. The protagonist suddenly asked if the mercenary was sent from the Chimera Fang to create a disaster and lure him out. Asahi, lowering the corners of his lips, thought that the main character was very quick-witted. The mercenary replied that he did not understand what was being said because he simply hated being in debt to old women. Dodging the familiar's hand, the main character turned his head and noticed a puppet in the web. Asahi said that if Ikoma wins, he will tell him the secret. Turning around, the main character realized that the doll's attacks had become faster. Watching the protagonist's confrontation with his familiar, Asahi thought that the protagonist, by focusing only on the puppet, was preventing him from ending it. Smiling slightly, he extended his charged hand, realizing that the main character was trying to survive, so he needed to use his entire arsenal. Ikoma, flying away from the demon's blow, realized that Asahi had created a 4th familiar. Extending his charged hand, he declared that he could summon more. Looking at the monsters, the main character, smiling slightly, thought that the mercenary was the most powerful opponent he had fought with, but thanks to the fact that he showed all the fighting methods, he had a chance of winning. Running away from the pursuing familiars, the main character thought that it was dangerous to engage in battle with them because you need to know their characteristics. Swinging his weapon, he struck the familiar, wondering how fast he was. Ikoma, turning to the scattering familiar, decided that he had hit but did no damage at all. As he dodged, he realized that he could reveal his enemy's abilities without going on the offensive, thereby understanding their weaknesses. While dodging the blow of the huge demon, he pierced the body of the slug. Gritting his teeth, he barely managed to remove his head from the doll's strings. Asahi, smiling maliciously, ran up to Ikoma, brandishing a knife. He said that the main character is really strong, just as he was told. The mercenary, looking at the familiar attacking Ikoma, noted that he would have lost alone, but against a group of the protagonist's assistants there was no chance of success. Jumping away from the familiar's blow, Ikoma, looking at his hands, realized that he had used the gravity reduction method to dodge, but still received damage. Imagining the images of the mercenary and his familiars, he thought about how they acted as one, draining him. Looking at the huge demon, Ikoma thought about how skillfully the mercenary controlled them as if they were an extension of his hands. This was because Asahi was a fanatic who loved Mortal Kombat, and for the sake of it he developed tactics that made him practically invulnerable. Smiling slightly, Ikoma thought that there were no invincible opponents. However, I felt that I was missing some important detail. Looking at Asahi, blushing with pleasure, he realized that the mercenary wanted to prolong their fight indefinitely. Throwing a stone, Ikoma aimed it at his familiar using gravitational magic, but it went right through. Throwing another stone that bounced off the curb at his familiar, Ikoma realized what he should do and rushed at Asahi. The mercenary, smiling maliciously, ordered his familiar to attack. The monster, swinging its fists, missed and hit the road. Ikoma jumped and stood in front of the demon's eyes, throwing it away. Surprised, Asahi thought that Ikoma had gracefully dodged. Looking at Ikoma standing on the pillar, he figured that he could easily attack him with the doll's strings. But the main character, having accumulated energy, realized that only 2 familiars could attack him in the air. Raising the sword, he used the gravity method, increasing the pressure on the selected area. The puppet threads collided with the familiar and destroyed it. Asahi, clenching his teeth furiously, realized that Ikoma had set a trap. Remembering the thrown stones, he realized that the hero was testing whether direct attacks had an effect on his familiars. Seeing the falling lamppost, he decided that Ikoma had exposed the weaknesses of his 2 strongest familiars in a short time, so he chose to retreat to regain his strength. The main character, looking at Asahi, smiled slightly, realizing that his strength had disappeared. The main character, looking at the crippled familiars, thought that 2 of them had been eliminated from the game, and the doll was disoriented due to an accidental attack on a comrade. Squeezing his hand with the glowing ring, Ikoma concluded that he had defeated the main monsters. So now the real battle will begin. Asahi, gritting his teeth furiously, looked at the doll, thinking that they were an extension of his arms, but he relaxed too much, allowing the 3 of them to attack. The mercenary, watching the main character, realized that to win he needed to rely not on his familiars, but on himself. Asahi, clutching a knife in his hand, hoped for a quick end to the battle, but realized that now he himself could become the prey of the protagonist. Looking at the witch who was striking him, he was surprised to realize that Ikoma had sent her to him during the last battle. Pointing his hand at the main character, he thought that he could kill him. The witch, smiling, looked at the mercenary. He, answering her with a malicious smile, said that her owner would die. The main character cut off the slug's limb, deflecting its blow and thinking that physical attacks had no effect on him, so he would have to use magic. Sensing the familiar's presence behind him, Ikoma jumped to the side, thinking that he tried to incapacitate him by hitting him on the head with a traffic light, but he survived. The main character looked at the witch, thinking about the fact that he had summoned her for 30 seconds to distract Asahi and deal with the remaining familiars. Jumping, he pierced the monster's hand using the reverse gravity and meteor fall method. Ikoma, sitting on the crippled familiar, said that he would have to be patient for a while. Turning to the slug, Ikoma created a magic circle, declaring that he would be the next victim. At the same time, the witch, exhausted from the attacks, fell to the ground. Asahi looked around in horror at the bodies of his familiars. The main character appeared behind the mercenary, hitting him with a sword. Asahi, throwing down his weapon, fell to his knees and, looking at the defeated familiars, declared in horror that the main character had destroyed all his subordinates. Ikoma noticed with a cold expression that Asahi was now left alone because his toys had run out. The mercenary, sitting opposite the main character, thought that after defeat, his familiars could not be summoned again until they were restored. Placing his hands on the ground, the mercenary realized that he had some mana left for the last call. The main character, looking at the new familiar, came to the conclusion that he did not seem dangerous. The mercenary looked at the support familiar, thinking that she could heal his wounds and restore his mana, and also give him the opportunity to escape so that he could return later with renewed strength. Turning to his familiar, he realized that if he escaped, he would no longer be able to kill the main character, since his specialty was a surprise attack and Ikoma would be ready for the next meeting. In horror, looking at the main character, the mercenary realized that his second attempt was doomed to failure, but also noticed that Ikoma's mana was running out. He realized that he would never see Ikoma in such a weakened state again. Holding his sword, Asahi rose from the ground, demanding that his familiar heal him. Standing in front of Ikoma, he said that his face reminded him of another person who was a genius without any effort, but received everything that Asahi could only dream of. This irritated him, because he himself worked hard to achieve his goal. The mercenary, smiling maliciously, invited the main character to attack in order to show him what defeat was. Asahi, parrying the blow, clenched his teeth, thinking that he was superior to the protagonist in combat experience. In addition, the familiar enhanced his characteristics. Looking at his hands, he reflected that his weapon was much lighter. Therefore, Ikoma lost to him in everything, but did not show a drop of fear. Dodging the main character's blow, Asahi reassured himself that Ikoma was weaker than him. After all, he had already spent a lot of mana and exhausted his body by manipulating gravity. Ikoma, recalling the mercenary's attack, reflected that despite the use of magic in battle, the enemy also specialized in surprise attacks. Looking at the swinging mercenary, he realized that he often wielded a sword, and his movements revealed that he had once practiced kendo. Asahi, holding the sword, mentally demanded that he concentrate in order to complete everything. Ikoma, calmly watching his opponent, realized that he had become more careful, but his movements were still sharp. This means that Asahi was either angry or more reckless. Nevertheless, it was surprising how he held on, despite the fact that he was a magician and could have calmly retreated long ago. However, Ikoma knew that the reason was that he simply did not want to lose. Asahi, holding the sword and making a furious expression on his face, said that he did not care about life or other people since victory was the only thing that mattered to him. Gritting his teeth, he thought about the fact that some people are given talent from birth, and fate rewards them with everything it can. However, he was not going to lose to such upstarts. Remembering his childhood, Asahi turned his head to his older brother, who once asked why he left the football club. After all, I wanted to cheer for him at the competition. Rising from the bench, young Asahi replied that his brother Yu was a great fellow. His father, looking at Yu, said that he had excellent academic performance. In addition, he was able to take third place in the competition, which made him an example to follow. Asahi, standing at the door, heard his father talking about how his older brother's birthday was coming up, so he and his mother would buy him whatever he wanted. Yu, looking up at his father, reminded him that it was not only his birthday, but also Asahi's. As he left, the young mercenary said that he didn't care about his birthday and they could celebrate without him. Imagining the image of his father holding Yu's shoulder, Asahi thought about what an amazing person his brother was, smart beyond his years and able to achieve anything without apparent effort. Sometime later, in the school building, Asahi looked displeased at a classmate who invited him to join their club even without attending classes. In the clubhouse, the young mercenary frowned and reflected on how he had always had a talent for kendo, and this was the only place where he was not compared to his older brother, and therefore he devoted his entire high school to this martial art. The matured Asahi, standing in front of his parents, reflected on the fact that they had completely moved away from him, as if pretending that he did not exist. However, this only made him feel better. A year later, while at home, the older brother with a wide smile announced that he had given up football because he had decided to join the kendo club. Asahi, making a discouraged expression, thought that Yu decided to touch on the only thing he was better at. Walking into the competition room, the younger brother was thinking about the chance given to him to prove himself at the tournament, the results of which could lead the school to go to national competitions. Asahi looked displeased at his brother, who was also nominated for the role of captain, and the decision about who would go depended on their fight. Yu swung his wooden sword and struck Asahi. The future mercenary recalled how he worked for 6 years to become a captain, while Yu achieved it in a year. Enraged, Asahi delivered a forbidden blow to his brother's neck. Looking at Yu lying on the ground, he thought that this was the first time he had defeated him, although he had used an unfair technique. Turning to the coach, he admitted to the violation, promising not to repeat it. Smiling maliciously, he thought about how he hit his brother in the neck so that it would be difficult for him to breathe, thanks to which he defeated Yu for the first time. And it doesn't matter in what way, but he won, and stupid heroes should keep honor and nobility to themselves. Sometime later, in the computer class, Asahi, sitting at the computer, read that his power would only be revealed at level 30. However, if he did not want to wait, he could buy a ring with which it would be possible to summon familiars to the battlefield. Smiling widely, he thought about how he was going to level up his skills, relying on the power of his familiar to become stronger. Asahi, holding his hand to his chin, thought that he needed money for powerful familiars, but he could not walk into the rifts. One day, standing opposite the defeated adventurer, Asahi thought that his main income was theft. However, he still didn't want to be a hero who only had good deeds on his mind. After all, he is capable of achieving more, and for this, if necessary, he will even build a road from other people's corpses. He, looking at the body and then leaving, said that the enemy was simply unlucky, and he felt disgusted by this act. Asahi thought that in any case he had no way back. As he approached the building, he saw his older brother, saying that he did not expect that criminals were caught right inside the vaults. Yu, raising his sword, said that, knowing his brother's character, he would not surrender to him. Asahi shouted furiously that he never thought they would clash again, but he was ready for this battle. Yu, dodging the blow, struck the enemy. Asahi, looking at the defeated puppets, thought that his brother had killed them all. Smiling maliciously, he reflected that Yu had become very strong. The elder, pointing the weapon at the younger, said that he should say goodbye. Asahi, sobbing, replied that he just wanted to be better than him at least in something. Yu looked displeased at his smiling brother, who realized that he was worse than he had expected. The doll, appearing behind the older brother, hit him in the back. Asahi, looking at Yu, said that he had finally surpassed the genius by killing him. As he left, he added that he would destroy anyone who would hinder him in his ascent. Having repelled the blow of the main character, Asahi thought that with the death of his brother he had become stronger, smarter, and acquired many familiars, but still lost to Ikoma. The mercenary, fiercely holding his sword, shouted that he would never give in to someone like the main character. He thought that he should watch Ikoma's movements and focus on them. The main character, dodging the blows, thought that the mercenary was holding himself confidently, but if he did not go on the attack, he would die. Using force, he decided that he needed to shorten the distance. Barely dodging the blow, he jumped to the side and realized that he could predict the mercenary's movements. Wiping the blood from his neck and looking at the madness in his opponent's eyes, Ikoma realized that he could defeat him by reading his future moves. Keeping a calm expression on his face, he reflected on the essence of Asahi's fighting style. Looking at his stance, he realized that he would try to counterattack. He, imagining representatives of the Asahi class, was sure that they specialized in magical items, so if he escaped, he would be able to stop him, killing him on the spot. The main character, looking at the madness of the mercenary, decided that all they could do was continue the fight. Smiling excitedly, he realized that none of them wanted to leave the battlefield. Ikoma said that he had not experienced such pleasure from battle for a long time. Rushing forward, he thought that meeting a strong enemy would give him the opportunity to test the limits of his strength. Asahi, watching Ikoma, thought that he needed such an opponent because he began to enjoy a fight where life is on the line. The mercenary, confident of his victory, raised his weapon, but the main character, cutting off his hand, took a fighting stance. Falling to the ground, the mercenary realized that he had used up all his mana and could no longer move, but he did not feel tired. Remembering the image of his brother playing football, he, sitting on the bench, thought that he wanted to find a place where it would be better than him. In the memories, looking at Yu's smile, he realized that his brother always followed him for one thing only. Walking away from the head of his murdered brother, in flashbacks he realized that Yu was following him so that he could defeat him. Seeing Yu's image in the main character, he apologized to him. Ikoma, pointing his sword at his neck, reminded him of his promise to tell who hired him. Appearing on the bridge, the girl thought about the fact that Asahi lost for the first time. Blending in with her surroundings thanks to her camouflage, she thought that her superior had assigned her to spy on Asahi from afar to learn Ikoma's strengths and weaknesses. Looking at the main character, she decided that she could eliminate him while he was distracted. Amatsu Ruka, being a magical musketeer, confidently stated that Ikoma would not even notice the death. Looking at the mercenary, he thought that he had fallen into a trap created artificially. Imagining the images of Kikayo and Alice, he thought that they were all sent for the sake of his wisdom ring. However, behind this was the one who created artificial disasters, whom he had never met in the previous timeline. Asahi, looking at the main character, said that he did not know who exactly needed his death, but he had an assumption that Ikoma would not be happy about. The mercenary, turning to Ikoma, explained that the man in question was extremely vindictive, and if he was crossed, he would not leave until his death. The main character, looking down doomedly, listened to Asahi's words that this man was the head of the Special Forces. Ikoma, imagining the Special Forces building, reflected that in the previous timeline the ring was lost there, and they were then studying portal disasters. If the mercenary didn't lie, he could be in big trouble. Imagining images of soldiers, the main character thought that one of the highest ranks of the Special Forces in a past life also worked with political organizations, which was another proof. Amatsu, watching the conversation, decided that it was time to end it since Asahi could say too much. Pointing the weapon at the protagonist, she thought that he was a priority target and a hindrance to the organization. Ikoma, looking at Asahi, replied that he was using words without proving them. The mercenary, seeing a flash behind the main character, stood up, shielding his body from the bullet. Ikoma, looking at the wounded Asahi, thought that the shot was fired from a magical weapon. However, it is unclear why the mercenary protected him. The wounded Asahi, rising from the ground, said that to prove it he needed to find the woman who hired him. Pointing to the girl, he added that this would not allow the sniper to get away. Looking at the system window that appeared, the main character thought that he was given 17,435 experience points for the death of a person. Turning his head and imagining the death of the mercenary, he thought that the girl's class was in long-range combat, and for this she used a magical weapon that was imbued with her mana for a powerful shot. The main problem was that Ikoma did not know where the shooter was, and he had absolutely no mana left. The only thing he had was the direction given by Asahi. He ran forward, thinking that by doing so he would force the girl to retreat. Amatsu clenched her teeth furiously as she thought about Ikoma rushing towards her despite his inability to fight. Magic hands grabbed her legs and snatched the gun. Satsuki, looking at the girl, furiously demanded to stop. Amatsu, snatching her weapon, fired at Satsuki, but missed. While running away, she thought that Satsuki, despite his cuteness, was a rather formidable opponent and a member of the Ikoma group. Therefore, she needed to kill the target as soon as possible and escape. Turning, Amatsu deflected Mio's blow. The main character, watching the fight, realized that the girls had found him. He remembered how before the fight with the monster he sent his location on the map and they arrived on time. Gritting her teeth furiously, Amatsu created an explosion and decided that she needed to escape immediately. Satsuki, looking at the explosion in surprise, shouted that the girl belonged to the Chimera Fang. Turning to Mio, she asked if she managed to defeat her opponent. Neo replied that the shooter managed to escape. The main character, looking at the girls, thought that they were tired of fighting monsters, and his own mana was almost running out. He decided that Amatsu's escape was for the best, because someone might get hurt in the fight against her. Turning to Satsuki, he thanked them for their timely arrival and, looking up, said that he would explain everything later since there could be more opponents nearby. Entering the alley, Amatsu knelt down, clenching her teeth furiously. She used a skill that allowed her to move in the shadows without others noticing. Imagining the image of Mio, Amatsu decided that next time she would kill her first. As she examined her injuries, she realized that she would not be able to complete the task. Her class specialized in eliminating a single target, and the arrival of her comrades completely ruined her chances of success. Amatsu remembered standing in front of the woman and declaring that she saw no point in backing up Asahi. The woman, sitting at the table, replied that their client would not tolerate another failure, and if they fail to complete the task, then their company will end. Sitting in the alley, Amatsu looked down resignedly. Standing in the restaurant, Seina raised her glass, congratulating the group for averting the rift disaster. While at the rest house, Ikoma thought that exactly a week had passed since the break, and after completing the volunteer work, Seina invited everyone to get together and celebrate this event. Seina, looking at the dissatisfied Mio, said that she was really very beautiful, so the rumors did not lie. She turned to the girl and invited her to star in her video. Neo replied that she was not interested in such things. Looking at the glass, she blushed and asked who told her she was beautiful and whether that person was Ikoma. Satsuki, turning pale with irritation, shouted that the main character had fallen in love with Mio. The girl replied that she would never date him since they were connected exclusively by friendship. The main character, watching the girls' conversation, chewed the food served. Seina, glancing at the hall, leaned her hands on the table, saying that she would bring them more food. Satsuki, looking at the girl in surprise, said that she was very generous with them. Ikoma replied that because of the stream he asked to do, the guild gave her a separate reward. Looking up from his food, the main character listened to Satsuki's words that thanks to his achievements, Sei's popularity was constantly growing. Ikoma presented a table of his characteristics, at the top of which was closing 2 high-ranking faults, and below that was defeating criminals and preventing 2 disasters. The main character said that he did not ask Sei to talk about his achievements because he hates unnecessary attention. He, looking at Satsuki, said that Seina can help her if she wants popularity since he doesn't mind. Satsuki chose to politely decline. The main character, presenting the news report, thought that thanks to the girls' stream, they were able to find the boss and evacuate the residents, which is why her popularity on the internet increased. Ikoma, looking at the happy Seina, reflected on the fact that she became a blogger to inspire people and talk about the dangers and the rifts. Therefore, she was glad to contribute to saving many lives through the stream. A couple of days ago, Seina, waving her arms, announced that her subscriptions had skyrocketed along with views of streams and videos. The main character, looking at the girl rejoicing over her money, thought that besides saving people, she had other reasons for joy. Ikoma, looking at Sein, said that she had been walking for a very long time. The girl, holding a tray of food, smiled widely, saying that she simply took a long time to collect a large amount of food. Satsuki, looking at the food discouraged, said that they wouldn't be able to eat at all. Seina replied that their family eats such a portion in a matter of minutes, especially the brothers. The main character, looking at the girl with his finger outstretched, asked if she had money due to the influx of subscribers. Seina replied that they did not understand anything, since the subscribers who came to her would just as easily leave. Furiously eating chicken with chopsticks, the girl continued to say that as long as she has money, she wants to allocate it to herself and not refuse anything. And then he will be more careful in finances and take care of his family. The main character, looking at the girls, thought that being the eldest in a large family is not easy. However, he should also be careful. Remembering the image of the deceased Asahi, he thought about his words about the head of the special forces. The main character thought that he had strong allies and a fairly high level. However, he did not feel safe because someone purposefully wanted him dead. Remembering the images of Kikayo and Alice, he thought about retiring, but did not plan to do so. Remembering the moments of Asahi's attack, he thought that even if he resigns, the head of the special forces will send another killer, from whom he can quickly get rid of, but still Asahi could allow the organization to kill him. Remembering the moment of the mercenary's death, Ikoma reflected on his action, not understanding why he saved him from an unexpected enemy attack by sacrificing his life. However, the main character will never forget this. Looking down in doom, Ikoma thought about the fact that he would face even greater danger in the future. Seina, showing her phone, offered to help him promote the channel. Smiling sweetly, she invited Ikoma to start a stream and introduce him to fans. The main character, holding his chin, replied that his subscribers helped him catch the monster, so it would be possible to hold one stream. Covering her face with her hands, Seina listened to the protagonist's question about why she fell silent. Opening her face, the girl, blushing with pleasure, replied that she was fine, she just didn't expect Ikoma to agree. Therefore, I was in slight shock. Sana, approaching the main character, asked if he really agreed. Ikoma replied that he did, because he was not joking. He, despite the girls communicating, thought that initially the biggest problem for him was the Chimera Fang. However, now he will probably face a battle against the Special Forces. However, no matter what lies ahead, he will continue to get stronger. Turning his head away, Ikoma thought that one day he would deal with his pursuers. The head of the Special Forces, sitting at the table, said that the Chimera Fang had failed once again. However, he gave them many chances, so he is no longer going to tolerate failure. The unknown caller said that if the contract with them was terminated, the organization would start causing unrest, which could be bad for them. The head of the Special Forces replied that he was no longer going to associate with the dregs of society from the Chimera Fang, and if they try to do anything, they will lose everything they have. As he opened the drawer, he thought that the situation was getting out of control, and if the main character continues to level up, then they will not be able to stop him. Looking at the photo, the man said that he would have to cause an artificial rift, which is a time labyrinth with a time dragon. Looking at the ruined photo, the head of the Special Forces apologized to Olivia in it since he had no choice. Making a serious expression on his face, he said that the main character had crossed the line of what was permitted, so he would show Ikoma his place. Sitting in the room at the laptop, the main character looked at the witch, saying that from the very beginning he had not noticed one detail, but it turned out to be true. Looking at the laptop screen, he said that, judging by the Special Forces report regarding the appearance of faults, the frequency of their appearance is much higher than in the first timeline. Looking at the graph, Ikoma realized that the number of faults is increasing every year, and the disaster threat index jumped sharply in September last year. The main character, remembering his image at the beginning of the time restart, thought that he was somehow connected with the increasing occurrence of faults. However, he did not understand how. Ikoma, feeling that the witch had taken his hand, grabbed the notebook, thinking that she would give him a new clue. The witch, blushing slightly, replied that she wanted pudding. The main character, disappointed, ran his palm over his face, answering that he would bring her pudding. Notes in the protagonist's diary stated that the witch often talked about the weather, recognized herself in the mirror, called Satsuki by name, and loved pudding. Looking into the refrigerator, the main character, hearing the words of the witch, turned around in surprise. She, looking at him, sitting at the table, said that she needed to convince God. The main character looked discouraged at the witch, who said that the game was being played for the sake of conviction. Some time later, in the Adventurers Guild branch building, standing in the training ground, Satsuki shouted that she was using the dark bullet method. The main character dodged the bullet, jumping away from Mio's attack. Ikoma turned towards Satsuki's attack with a slight smile, thinking that she deliberately directed him towards Mio, knowing that he would retreat, preparing a trap. The main character, knocking the weapon out of Mio's hands, repelled the attack of the Shadow Blade. Satsuki, looking at him displeasedly, thought that she needed to gain time so that Mio could pick up the weapon. In addition, she should not have allowed the main character to approach her. Looking at the girl creating a shadow curtain, the main character ran up and broke it. Satsuki, opening her mouth furiously, shouted that Ikoma had jumped very high. The main character, holding out his hand to her, poked his finger into the girl's forehead. He removed his finger and said that the training was over, and as a result, Satsuki learned to quickly assess the situation, and Mio learned to work more harmoniously in a team. Satsuki, clutching her forehead, thanked her comrades for the training. Looking down sadly, she thought about how she didn't feel any progress despite Ikoma's praise. Remembering the main character's blow, Satsuki came to the idea that she needed to react much faster, also pay attention to the movement of her opponents and learn to use their steps against them. Mio calmly listened to the protagonist's words that she should rely less on brute force, since such tactics are only suitable for defeating monsters. However, it is not as effective against people. Mio, looking at Ikoma explaining something to Satsuki, thought that he has amazing combat experience, but it is not clear where he was able to learn how to fight against people well. She said, tucking her hair behind her ear, that she was grateful for the training. The main character, confused, listened to the girl's question about why they had recently been training not in the faults, but against each other at the training ground. And is he really afraid that strange people will attack them? Looking away, he replied that it was not only about the people from the Chimera Fang, but also about the rifts that were appearing more and more often. In addition, they are B-rank adventurers, so to become stronger, they need to train more. Remembering the wounded mercenary, the main character reflected that he attached a lot of importance to his warning. The deputy head of the guild, smiling broadly, said that the comrades had fought an incredible battle, and this was the first time he had seen such coordinated group work. Sarazawa, looking at the protagonist, continued, saying that the combat training of the protagonist's group was at the highest level. In addition, Ikoma was very good at noticing the weaknesses of others, as if he had previously worked as a martial arts teacher. Remembering the previous timeline, Ikoma thought that he gave a lot of advice to newcomers when he found himself in the rifts with them. Sarazawa, smiling widely, said that the main character has incredible talent, and since the number of contract workers in their guild has completely decreased, Ikoma could try working for them. The main character, clenching his hand into a fist, thought that he could not work for the guild, since it was strange that he had made great progress very quickly. Imagining the image of the head of the special forces, Ikoma reflected that this person is also the one who controls the Chimera Fang. Therefore, if he stands at the very top, then he has enough connections and powers that the main character does not have. He, looking at the glowing ring, thought that he needed to continue training, waiting for a new rift to increase his strength. There was a warning in the middle of the road in the Odo area saying that entry was prohibited because a portal had appeared. People in cars, looking at the rift, said that adventurers or special forces should do something about it. The traffic controller stopped people in front of a rift in the distorted forest, from which a huge red eye appeared. Satsuki, sitting with a friend at the table, asked in surprise about the fault in the Odo area. Imagining the type of rift, Ikoma replied that it was suitable for adventurers of B rank and above, and was also the most difficult of all available. However, their goal is to level up. The main character, pointing his hand at Mio, continued to say that it was impossible to kill the main monster since even the monsters at the entrance would already pose a danger. Neo asked why Ikoma decided that everything was so bad in the rift and the rough estimates were wrong. Smiling broadly, the main character took out 2 thick folders with the pros and cons of assessing faults and their problems, saying that he was glad to see the girl's question. Neo, not understanding the explanation, replied that he might not continue. The main character, sadly holding the folders, said that he had not even begun to explain. Satsuki, smiling slightly, responded to the girl's words that Ikoma was surprisingly serious when it came to fault analysis by saying that he had always been like that. The main character, looking at the folders, thought that he had taken data from a past timeline. However, he noticed that in modern times, faults are much more dangerous. Making a serious look, Ikoma said that in order to level up, they would have to challenge stronger opponents. The girls with serious faces listened to the words of the main character that he has a desire to become stronger as quickly as possible. However, if they do not agree with this, they can refuse. Neo, smiling slightly, replied that she understood why Ikoma wanted to become stronger and was obliged to repay him with help for saving his life. Satsuki, blushing, replied that the main character had done a lot for her, so she wanted to continue to watch his back. Ikoma, smiling, thanked the girls. Approaching the station, Satsuki said in surprise that a fault had appeared right in the middle of the area. Ikoma, looking at the rift, touched it. The portal sucked in Mio and the main character, and they fell and landed on their feet. Ikoma, seeing Satsuki falling, caught her in his arms. She, looking at him, thanked him, asking in surprise what was happening. Neo, looking at her surroundings, thought that this was the first time she had fallen from the sky in a rift. Satsuki, looking dismayed at the portal sealed with chains, asked what he was doing. Turning to the girl, Ikoma replied that he was being sealed, and this was a new phenomenon associated with rifts. With it, it is possible to enter the rift, but it is no longer possible to exit, and to exit you need to defeat the main monster. Neo, holding her hand on her chin, replied that they were trapped. However, she didn't blame the protagonist since he didn't know. A stranger with the group, approaching the main character, extended his hand, saying that they were brothers in the situation, who had so far found only them among the adventurers. The blonde girl replied that she was expecting special forces to help. Smiling slightly, the guy introduced himself as Jirakuchi Zen, saying that he wanted to gather adventurers to kill the main monster. Zen, shaking the main character's hand, said that he has an O rank and a sage class, therefore he is considered a leader. Ikoma, looking at him, thought that the sage class is special and allows you to control white and dark magic. His only drawback is the lack of protection. However, if you join the warrior class, this is compensated for. Zen, smiling slightly, said that they needed to work together to get out. Looking at him, the main character thought that Zen was very calm and collected, and thanks to his charisma, he had won the trust of other members of the group. Ikoma replied that he agreed to work with them. Standing next to his comrades, the main character said that he was a master of gravity, and the girls were a shaman and a reaper. In addition, he noticed that the group of new comrades numbered 6 people, and if you include them, then 9. Zen, smiling widely, replied that they would be very happy if the entire protagonist's group joined them. Satsuki, looking at the disgruntled Ikoma, said that a sage would make a good leader. Zen, holding the phone in his hands, said that the sealing of the rift began 5 hours ago, and not enough time had passed for the special forces to start an alarm. The group looked at each other in horror as they listened to Zen's words that the units would take several days to gather their forces. A member of the group, making a frightened expression on his face, shouted that they had nothing to eat or drink, and besides, the monsters had not been visible all this time. Satsuki, looking down in fear, said that she had taken a packed lunch, but it wouldn't last long. Ikoma, looking at Zen, said that usually if a group disappears, then the special forces only begin to look for them after a few days. However, this fault appeared in the middle of a residential area and at a fairly high level. Therefore, if the special forces ignore the disappearance of 9 adventurers, the strength of the rift will increase and cause a new catastrophe. And this is not in the interests of the special forces, so they probably won't have to wait a few days. Zen, hitting the wood with his fist, shouted that he had analyzed the current situation in detail before saying such words. Satsuki and the main character watched Zen's behavior in surprise. He raised his hands, smiling widely, apologizing for losing his temper since he was very concerned about human lives. However, in any case, they should decide what to do and not argue when they come to their aid. Looking at Zen, the protagonist reflected that his behavior from the very beginning seemed very calm, but something was clearly wrong with him. Raising his index finger, Zen said that he would try to listen to everyone's opinions, but ultimately he would act based on his experience. He, holding a cane in his hands, continued to say that he was appointed leader for a reason, since he is the only adventurer of rank A. Moreover, they should stop empty arguments since they are all already in a panic. Satsuki, looking at the leader, shouted that Ikoma had already defeated a rank A monster and a criminal of the same rank alone. Stopping his friend, the main character said that there was no point in arguing with Zen since it would lead to nothing. Looking at the leader standing among the group, the main character thought that Zen was taking advantage of the situation, turning the entire group against him. Raising his hand, Zen explained that time moves differently in the rift than in the real world, so it is unknown how long they will sit and wait for help. Looking straight into the protagonist's face, he continued to say that the faster they defeat the main monster, the faster they will get out of the rift. Ikoma, looking down doomedly, thought that Zen would insist on his opinion to the end. The group members said that it would be difficult to defeat such a strong monster, but they had no other options. They, turning to Zen, said that they would do as he said. The leader, looking at the group, explained that the battle was not easy for them, since they were all B-rank adventurers, but he would try to lead them to victory since he was an A-rank adventurer. Smiling widely, the blonde girl, pointing at herself, said that they trust him with their lives and will listen to any order. The main character, imagining the image of a mantis monster, thought that the local monsters were much stronger than him. Looking at the group members, he thought that he had no more information about the main monster, so the chance of defeating him was about 50%. Seeing Zen, Ikoma thought that he was talking about victory, instilling confidence in the group. But casualties in a battle with such a strong opponent could not be avoided in any case. Zen asked if the main character would go with him. Stretching out his hand to Ikoma, he said that the main character could stay and wait for the special units, since I am sure of their arrival. The girls, looking displeased at the leader, listened to his proposal that they had class potential, so they could go with the group, leaving the main character. Satsuki, looking at Zen angrily, replied that she was refusing his offer. Looking down, she continued to say that the leader was not only rude, but also not ready to listen to suggestions from other people. Turning his head towards Satsuki, the main character said that they will go with the group, since the chances of surviving with her are higher than without her. The blonde girl looked at the main character angrily, listening to his words that after the group members saw the power of the monsters, they would change their minds and give up the idea of fighting the main monster. She, approaching Ikoma, angrily said that he should not go against Zen. Smiling, the leader raised his hand, offering to join them. Ikoma, looking at him, thought that if he left them alone, they would die. Walking at the end of the group, he thought that he needed to prove to the group members that going to the main monster was dangerous, so that they would return to the exit and wait for the help of the special divisions. Smiling slightly, Zen thought about how the protagonist didn't give up even after he set the group members against him. Turning to Ikoma, he mentally came to the conclusion that, unfortunately, it was not possible to leave his group behind since he turned out to be the smartest among the participants. Recalling the moment of the conversation with Ikoma, the leader reflected that the special units would actually arrive the very next day, and they would probably not be able to defeat the main monster, having received many casualties. Smiling maliciously, Zen was sure that it was much more interesting for him to fight with those who would die for him, and in the end he would simply take the reward or run away in a dangerous situation. He, imagining the group members as playing chips, thought that he was going to play a deadly game with them and see if Ikoma could stop them from going into battle. Turning around, the swordsman asked in horror where the sound of chirping cicadas came from in the forest. Ikoma, raising his sword, looked at the many-eyed flying monsters. The system notified the group that the monsters were level 62 abominations. In horror, gritting their teeth, the group members shouted that the monsters were above level 60. Zen, smiling maliciously, reflected that the main character is smart and insightful, but he would like to know how Ikoma would act in battle. At the same time, at the headquarters of Special Division, the head of the council, sitting at the table, thanked the leaders for coming to the urgent meeting. The girl, holding the sheets in her hands, began to say that after 5 hours none of the adventurers came out of the new rift. Turning her head to the screen, she explained that, based on magical fluctuations, the rift was likely sealed from the inside, but they were continuing to investigate this matter. Opening his mouth in puzzlement, the council member said that they should send help, otherwise many of the strongest adventurers would die. Leader of Special Soldiers, the unit responded that they should have dealt with the rift from the very beginning without sending adventurers. A man with glasses raised his hand and asked about the dangers of sealing the rift. Looking at the piece of paper, the girl replied that the phenomenon was not dangerous. Introducing an image of the Ikoma group, she continued to say that the longer the rift remains sealed, the more magical energy it accumulates from within. Showing graphs, the scientist explained that, according to their data, in all faults where this phenomenon occurs, in 17% of cases monsters evolve. The horrified man replied that if they did nothing, the monster would come out of the portal and innocents would suffer. The head of the special forces, looking away, thought that due to causing an artificial catastrophe, an unstable portal had occurred. The scientist, holding a piece of paper, explained that they could send a squad inside the rift, but it was not a fact that evolution had not yet completed. Therefore, the district authorities are already preparing for the worst, and they have already requested reinforcements from foreign adventurers. The heads of the headquarters, sitting at the table, listened to the words of the scientist that first they needed to form 2 detachments. One that will handle emergency response to the rift, and one that will go inside. In addition, it is likely that casualties will not be avoided, but if it is too late, the area will be destroyed, and someone will have to take responsibility for this operation. Placing his hand on his chest, the man offered to look into what was happening. The man speaking these words was the head of the 1st Special Corps divisions. Kiryu continued to say that he also wants to make one suggestion since they need to save the city from another disaster and he has an idea. He, looking at the group members, said that he wanted to get permission to use the Starry Sky Key, which is stored in the Special Laboratory divisions. A member of the leadership, looking at Kiryu, shouted that using such an artifact could lead to bad consequences. The commander, lowering his gaze, replied that the proposal of the head of the 1st Corps was quite reasonable. Looking up at Kiryu, the commander continued to say that he was allowing him to enter the Twisted Forest Rift and activate the Starry Sky Key. Kiryu, smiling, replied that he could handle the dirty work. Crossing swords, the soldiers stood in the training arena. While watching the training, Toya held the phone and asked what the purpose of Mr. Fujima's call was, as he thought that Mr. Fujima hated contacting him. Kiryu replied that there was work for Toya's squad to clean up the Ranka Rift, but he would not be responsible for all the consequences. Toya, holding the phone, listened to the master's words that he should not worry about responsibility and needed to take one strong fighter, going with him to the rift. The agent thought that the gentleman was abusing power, stealing money and intimidating people, but this is the least he can do. Toya, imagining the image of Kiryu, reflected that he did not undertake to clear the rift out of good intentions, since he was definitely up to something. He, looking at the phone, listened to Kiryu's words that the mission was top secret, so it couldn't be spread about even among the squad. Sumiji, looking at Toya, asked about who called him. The agent replied that the head of the 1st Corps had assigned him a secret mission. Sumiji, looking down, replied that the commander should not go to her. When leaving, Toya said that Kiryu was higher in rank than him, so he was obliged to follow his orders because he was a special officer. The division is a structure with a rigid hierarchy, so it has no choice. The deputy, looking at Kiryu, asked whether it was worth using an officer who was in good standing with management. Turning around, Kiryu replied that Toya was a backup option who would do all the work and deal with the key. Besides, he was just lucky to rise to the top, but if the task fails, all the blame will be on him. Standing in the elevator, Kiryu continued, saying that he came up with the idea of issuing permission to use the key and bringing in a talented fighter to do all the work for him. At the same time, in the rift, standing near Ikoma, Satsuki created a magic circle using the Scarlet Lightning method. Turning to the girls, Ikoma shouted that they should help the other part of the group. Zen, looking at the main character, thought that he had analyzed everyone's abilities, directing them into battle. However, he didn't expect such leadership potential from the protagonist, so he needs to start doing something, otherwise Ikoma will start bossing him around. A member of the group, turning to the leader, asked him to do something. Zen, holding his staff, apologized to the man, explaining that he was waiting for the right moment to attack. Having created a familiar, the leader sent his ice attack at the 3 monsters. Looking at the evaporating monster, Zen explained that it only had 3 charges, so he had to watch the monster's movements to know when to attack. He smiled slightly and continued to say that he simply wanted to reduce the mana consumption, since it could be useful in the battle with the main monster. However, in the event of a critical situation, he would still join the battle. The group members smiled slightly and said that he was truly a good leader because he thought ahead. Satsuki, looking at Zen in surprise, thought that he was able to kill 3 level 60 opponents with one blow since he has incredible strength. The leader, glancing at Icom standing behind him, reflected that the main character should have realized the difference in their strength when faced with real danger. In addition, Icom's level is very low compared to his level. The leader, throwing up his hands, said that he was the owner of a rare class. He was sure that there was also a big difference in the classes with the main character since he was blessed by heaven. That's why he is such a good warrior and leader. Ikoma, making a displeased expression on his face, said that Zen was just pretending under the pretext of wasting mana. Looking at the discouraged leader, the protagonist explained that he only entered the battle when he was noticed to show class superiority. Besides, he should have started doing something earlier since he believes that he is a leader. Blushing slightly with pleasure, Satsuki listened to Ikoma's words that the leader insisted that they move on, hiding behind their rank and experience in rifts. However, in the end he sits behind them, watching the group do the work for him. And such behavior can ultimately lead to the death of someone. Zen, throwing up his hands, replied that Ikoma was just still angry at him for not taking his side. The main character, standing opposite the leader, said that the matter is different since he does not care who becomes the leader of the group because his main task is survival. Looking at Zen, who was furiously clenching his teeth, Ikoma continued to say that if he sat behind the backs of others, then no one would reach the main monster alive. The group members silently listened to the words of the protagonist that a leader must put people's lives above ambitions, otherwise no one will follow him. Zen, smiling slightly, was mentally indignant, thinking that he would let the main character die first. He replied that Ikoma had done an amazing analysis. The group members, looking furiously at the main character, said that he should stop arguing with the leader. Zen, smiling slightly, reflected that Ikoma had just annoyed him in the first place. However, using words about pride and pretense in his direction finally brought him to negative emotions. Flying up to the leader and turning sharply, the monster flew away. The girl looking at him mentally asked where he was going. A bony hand grabbed the monster by the eyes. The controlling monster, smiling slightly, watched the actions of the group. Zen, looking at the main character, thought that he was going to show superiority by humiliating him, but this had no effect. Turning around, the blonde girl thought that the main character should not have been taken, but most of the group still hated him. Looking at the man in the group, Zen mused that he couldn't kick Icom out because then everyone would think he had a personal grudge against him. However, you can tell one of the group members that the main character hates him. Imagining the moment of Icom's expulsion, Zen decided that he could expel him for the good of the rest of the group. Imagining the image of a beetle flying away, the girl thought about where it was going. Ikoma, looking at the girl, asked what she was thinking about. Turning to the main character, she mentally decided that she shouldn't tell him, otherwise Zen would get angry. The girl replied that she was not thinking about anything serious. The main character said that any little thing she noticed in the rift could save their lives, so any information should be shared with the group. Ikoma, looking at Zen walking ahead, continued to say that the girl should at least share with the leader since she does not want to tell him. Looking away, she replied that she was not entirely sure that she had seen anything unusual. Remembering the flying beetle, the girl explained that it did not attack them, but simply watched from the side and then flew away in an unknown direction. The main character, holding his chin, noted that monsters usually do not have intelligence, so they cannot simply observe their victims. However, the local monsters may have high intelligence or be influenced by a stronger monster. Looking at the girl, the main character sincerely thanked her for her story, since this observation turned out to be very useful. Zen, approaching the swordsman and smiling slightly, wanted to tell him about the hatred of the main character. However, turning to Ikom's call, the leader calmly listened to his words that the local monsters have high intelligence since one of them was watching them. Therefore, perhaps he has already shared information with the main monster, and going further could be dangerous. Zen, clenching his teeth furiously, replied that the main character just wanted to go back, so he came up with this story. The girl, pointing her finger at herself in horror, heard the words of the main character that she saw how the monster was following them, and then calmly flew away. Ikoma continued by saying that Zen, as a leader, must consider all possible risks and listen to the members of the group. Zen, smiling, looked at the girl, in his thoughts hating her for sharing important information with the main character, and not with him. The girl thought in horror about how scared she was from the leader's gaze. Zen held his hand to his chin and thought that Ikoma was right and he couldn't ignore that statement. However, if you listen to his words, they will have to retreat. Zen realized that gaming is always stressful, which is why he enjoys playing it so much. Ikoma, making a calm expression on his face, replied that they should not take another risk to kill the main monster. Zen, throwing up his hands in dissatisfaction, said that the main character should stop making him out to be a bad person and putting forward unnecessary proposals to anyone. The leader, smiling widely, continued to say that he called him out of his own free will to join the group, but all he does is complain all the way. The main character, irritably lowering the corners of his lips, listened to Zen's words that he was hiding behind good intentions in order to simply seize leadership. Zen, smiling maliciously, thought that even if he was wrong, it still didn't matter. Looking at the group members, he was sure that people would not listen to Icom and support him. The main character, looking up at the leader, replied that he could blame him as much as he wanted, but he should not take risks just to preserve the leader's pride. Zen replied that Ikoma was starting to annoy him. The monster's staff passed by Icom and Zen. Satsuki, raising his weapon, shouted that the monsters were approaching them. The system notified that monsters with huge bodies are level 64 butchers. The monster swung at Zen, who said that they were interrupted at the most interesting place. Neo, repelling the monster's blow, noticed that they hid their presence even while in company. Zen, gritting his teeth in dissatisfaction, reflected that they had been surrounded all along, but now it was obvious that they had actually been sent by a stronger monster, which would put an end to his game. Looking at the swordsman from the group, Zen was sure that he had stumbled once, but he would still have built a position so that everyone would be on his side again. Making a displeased expression on his face, the leader mused that he needed to finish off the monsters quickly and efficiently to regain trust. Raising his index finger, he thought that this battle for the group's trust would be the last. Zen shouted that they should check for more monsters since they might be hidden. The group, turning to the leader, listened to his words that they should split up in threes and inspect the bushes, and the people in the center would at that moment maintain formation and remain ready. Ikoma, looking at the leader, thought that he would have to obey. Observing the group members, the main character thought that Zen, given his class, has excellent combat experience, and this could definitely help them in battle. In addition, some members of the group are scared. Running forward, Ikoma swung his sword and shouted that he was attacking the monster ahead. As he struck, he looked at the second monster that was running towards him. Satsuki, using the Bullet of Darkness method, distracted the monster by glaring at it furiously. Zen, watching the battle, thought that the monsters were quite strong and had high levels of strength and defense. The leader, looking at the girls' backs, thought that he could not summon a familiar, because then he would not have enough mana to fight the main monster. Seeing Satsuki unfold, Zen decided that he should let the mages and melee fighters go ahead, while he himself stayed at a safe distance. The leader, holding his hand to his chin, was confident that no one would be seriously injured in the battle. However, in a critical situation, he will use magic and regain the group's trust. Zen, looking at the members of the protagonist's group, thought that kicking them out with injuries would be bad, although very tempting. Zen, licking his lips with pleasure, decided to deliberately send monsters to the main character's group so that Ikoma would beg him for help in treating them. The control monster, looking at the leader, approached him from behind. In horror, opening his eyes, Zen turned to the attacking monster. He clenched his teeth furiously and dodged, jumping away, thinking that he understood who commanded the monsters. Looking madly at the monster, the leader thought that the monster had made the other monsters distract the fighters, and he attacked him. However, Zen decided to intimidate him a little and give himself the opportunity to move to a safe distance. The monster extended its bony hands towards Zen, who was thinking about using the most powerful spell. Stretching his hand forward, he created a barrier and smiled widely, thinking that he was using the absolute protection that his class has. And, although it is expensive, it is impenetrable, and under the shield it will be easy for him to attack. Remembering the group members, Zen reflected that for them, fighting even ordinary and weak monsters was an incomprehensible task. He, smiling broadly behind his shield, said that he went to high-ranking rifts because he had a strong familiar. The monster, having created a jug, held it in his hands. The system notified that he had created a poisonous mead that removed all magical effects. Zen thought that the monster was going to use the item on him. The monster threw the mead, dissolving the protective barrier. Zen, looking at the remains of the barrier, thought that the monster knew how to use objects and develop tactics. And besides, he has self-awareness. Swinging its clawed hand, the monster struck the leader's body. Bent over in pain, Zen thought that the monster was not even the main monster, but at the same time he had never encountered such a level of power before. Besides, any break before that was just fun for him, since he was a genius who found a way out of any situation. As he ran away, the leader reflected that he always had backup plans in case the outcome worsened. However, something like this still happened to him. Zen, falling to the ground at the feet of the monster, remembered the words of the protagonist that his behavior could cost someone their life. He, sweating in horror, realized that he would die in the rift. The protagonist's hand grabbed the leader, throwing him to the side. Zen, looking at the monster's hand in magical fetters, turned his head to Satsuki standing behind him. Ikoma, standing next to Zen, replied that his main concern was the survival of the entire group. Swinging at the monster's arm, Ikoma thought that his blade seemed to have passed through rubber, making it clear that the monster was resistant to cutting and piercing attacks. The system notified that the monster was at level 77. The main character, looking at his comrades, reflected that the monster has high intelligence and analytical abilities, making this rift initially very dangerous. Ikoma, turning his head towards Satsuki, said that they should not retreat. He, looking at Mio, explained that her class is the best in close combat, so she can handle small monsters. The main character, looking up at the monster, continued, saying that their main task was to exterminate it. He thought that if the monster was resistant to piercing attacks, then it needed to be neutralized with magic. Satsuki, with a serious expression on her face, listened to the protagonist's order to transfer part of Zen's mana. Ikoma, running away, added that the three of them could defeat the monster. Approaching the leader, Satsuki furiously said that he had no right to escape, otherwise she would forcefully drag him into a fight. Zen, clenching his teeth furiously, replied that she need not worry. The monster, dodging Ikoma's attack, spilled poison onto the ground, burning it. Angrily watching the monster, Zen said that after the humiliation he experienced, he couldn't just run away. Staring furiously at the monster, Ikoma stood opposite it. Swinging his sword, Ikoma dodged the monster's hand. The monster, smiling broadly, once again extended its arms forward. The main character, jumping on them, ran along them towards the monster's body, swinging his sword at his neck. The monster, healing the wound, returned its head to its place. The main character, looking at the monster, said that its head was also protected from piercing damage. Zen, looking at Ikoma's back and smiling maliciously, said that his class was insignificant against such a difficult opponent. He, imagining the moments of the battle, explained that Ikoma clearly understood his weakness, since he was able to maturely assess the situation, although his speed and reaction were still amazing. However, what was most surprising was his absolute calm, because of which he could be considered insane. Satsuki, sharing mana and listening to Zen's words that he rarely met calm daredevils, thought that the leader was like a proud peacock. Satsuki, looking at the turned monster, looked displeased at the leader, who said that she should not be distracted, otherwise they would all die. Zen continued to say that if the monster did try to attack them, then she would have to use the most powerful spell. However, she didn't need to overdo it because he wanted to deliver the final blow and take all the glory. Aggressively clenching her teeth, Satsuki realized that Zen was not just a fool, but a real psycho. The leader, watching the battle, thought that the monster changes its attack style depending on the enemy, and this was the only monster in his life that was capable of changing attacks in a short time. Moreover, he also used something other than mana. Zen, smiling maliciously, mentally admitted that the protagonist was right, realizing that the deeper they plunge into the rift, the more similar monsters they will come across. The monster, stretching out its arms, tried to catch the returning protagonist. Ikoma, in horror, looking at the monster creating a new poison, thought that the monster was using a tactic in which it drove him into a corner, preventing him from running away or blocking the blow. And although she was disgusting, she was at the same time efficient and effective. The monster, holding a jug, sprayed it on the main character's body. Standing in the fog, the monster turned its head, looking for Ikoma. The main character, under the influence of gravity, stood behind him on a tree branch. Jumping, he made a kick using the meteor fall method. Ikoma, watching the monster, thought that he was still alive. Zen, looking at the fight, thought that the main character managed to well avoid the deadly poison by using his wits. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he realized that Ikoma had exceptional talent, thereby giving him competition. The monster, stretching its arms, created jugs of poison, throwing them. The jug flew towards Satsuki, who deflected it using the dark bullet method. Holding Zen with her hand, she asked if he could move. The leader replied that she should just pour mana into it, because if she moved, the monster would notice them. For the same reason, she should have made fewer unnecessary movements. Satsuki, looking at Zen, shouted that she had given him enough mana to fight. The leader replied that to kill the monster he would need a powerful spell. Moreover, while the enemy is in confusion, they have a chance to take him by surprise. However, if there is not enough mana in his body, then they will lose their last chance to win. Zen, clenching his hand into a fist, thought that he had started preparing the spell in advance. However, if it did not help, then this would be their last battle. The monster, waving its arms, created a wind slash, directing it at the main character. Ikoma jumped up and kicked the monster's jug. He watched with a smile as the liquid splashed into the eyes of the monster trying to remove it. Zen, raising his staff, created a familiar, which, using magic stones, pierced the monster's body. Satsuki, watching the monster, screamed in horror that he was trying to escape. Zen, looking at him furiously, demanded his familiar to use the trident method. The monster's body was nailed to the ground like an ice spear. Smiling widely, Satsuki shouted that, thanks to the main character, they managed to defeat the monster. Zen replied that the victory was achieved thanks to his magic and the thorns, which are so sharp that they pierce any strong body. The monster, looking at the ice spikes and tearing off a piece of its body, ran forward. Ikoma glared at him and said that he had finally decided to attack him directly. Dodging the blow, the main character, jumping behind the monster, pierced his body using the Grant method. The mask on the monster's face cracked from the explosion, flying to the side. The main character calmly looked at the system sign saying that he had received 22,200 points, raising the level to 64. Neo, having killed the monsters, approached the smiling Satsuki, who said that the girl was able to cope perfectly well without her and Ikoma's help. Some time later, the leader sat on the ground receiving Satsuki's healing power. Zen, looking at the blonde girl holding out her hand to him, replied that he was fine and could get up himself. He turned his head and replied that he could heal the wounded with white magic. Ikoma replied that they were lucky that no one was hurt. A member of the squad approached the leader and shouted that he was supposed to protect them in a critical situation, as promised. However, they were able to survive only thanks to the main character. The leader's swordsman, pointing at the man with his hand, replied that they relied on him, deciding that he could cover them, so they themselves must bear responsibility for this choice. Plus, it's only because of Zen's decisions that they're still alive. Approaching the swordsman, the blonde girl added that they really only survived thanks to Zen, so everyone else can leave if they don't agree. Ikoma, watching the argument, thought that he did not want to cause quarrels in the group. Looking at the leader's defenders, he thought that they had been with him from the very beginning, so they were protecting him in every possible way. The swordsman, turning to Suzuki, asked which side she was on. Looking away, she replied that she adhered to the opinion of the majority. The fair-haired girl, lowering her sad gaze, replied that she was seriously injured when she fell into the rift. Recalling the moment she met Zen, she explained that he came to her aid and saved her from death. Gritting her teeth, the girl continued to say that in any case she would be on his side, since she was grateful for saving her life. Standing in a stupor, she listened to the words of the leader that he was wrong to decide to risk everything. However, in any case, he knows how to admit his mistakes. Zen, holding his chin with his hand, continued to say that he wanted to unite everyone and defeat the main monster, but when faced with an ordinary monster, he realized that it was better for them to calmly wait for the special squad. Divisions. Ikoma, looking at the smiling Zen in a stupor, replied that he was about to strangle him. The leader said that they should not quarrel as he would listen to all his grievances later. Grabbing the main character's hand, Zen pulled him towards him, saying that he was simply amazing. The group listened in stupor to the words of the leader that he had never been in groups, but only joined raids. However, Ikoma is the first adventurer to whom he admitted defeat and admired him. Zen, smiling widely, looked at the madness of the main character, inviting him to leave the girls and create a group with him. Ikoma, removing the leader's hand and turning away furiously, said that they should quickly return to the exit. The members of Zen's group turned away discouraged and said that they had been following him for a long time, but he could not be saved. At the same time, on the surface next to the rift, Taoya looked displeasedly at Kiryu, who said that he was glad to meet with an officer from the 2nd Division. Shoving his hand into his pocket, Kiryu said that their operation would begin soon. However, before doing so, he would like to discuss with the officer what he could not tell him over the phone. Handing over the box with the key, he said that the officer must use it for this mission. Calmly looking at the key, Taoya replied that it was a good item for a secret mission. Presenting the appearance of the key, the officer explained that it was a special object that could cause overpopulation in the rift. It can also be used to remove the seal. Tsumeji replied that they would only attract another disaster to the city by using the key. Kiryu, smiling widely, answered the officer that he asked him to take a strong fighter, not a stupid girl. Tsumeji, blushing, turned away from the ridicule of the soldiers. Taoya explained that the sealing of the rift is a special anomaly that precedes a catastrophe, and in such anomalies the evolution of the main monster usually occurs. Therefore, if they do nothing, thousands of civilians will die. Looking at Toya's back, the girl replied that they just needed to kill the main monster. The agent explained that if he loses, the monster will evolve and the disaster will be even greater. Calmly looking forward, Taoya continued to explain that if they caused overpopulation, the monster would come out of the rift. Moreover, if everything is done correctly, the fight will be with a weak version of the monster. Therefore, this option carries minimal risks. Taoya, looking at the leader, reflected that he had chosen a dangerous mission with low risks in order to get more profit. Looking at the soldiers in the area, he realized that they were preparing for the possible release of monsters. The agent, turning to the girl, listened to her words that the officer's task was special. The vision is to protect the city from threats. However, they end up creating a new disaster, putting him in danger. Tsumeji, looking doomedly at Toya, listened to his words that special. A unit is nothing more than a system. Therefore, if she wants justice, she can become an adventurer, but they always died very quickly. Kiryu, clapping the officer on the shoulder and laughing, replied that he said everything correctly. He, looking at the soldiers and smiling broadly, said that they should start a mission with the help of stupid adventurers, which will help them fulfill their heroic duty. Grabbing the beetle with her shadow hand, Satsuki raised her hands using mana drain. Having pumped out the mana, she, smiling widely, said that they were lucky to meet monsters from which they were able to replenish energy. Ikoma, looking at the girl, thought that thanks to her they were able to restore mana in a short time, therefore, even if special. Unit will not arrive in time, they will be able to repel the monster's attack. Imagining packages of food, the main character thought that they had some provisions, which, although they would not be enough, would at least be able to avoid starvation. Looking at the sad members of the group, Ikoma realized that they were no longer causing problems. Smiling good-naturedly and showing thumbs up, Zen said that after leaving the rift they needed to create a personal group. Ikoma thought that the only one who bothers him is Zen. Looking at Ikoma, Zen asked him to repeat the name as he had forgotten it. Holding his hat, he listened to the protagonist say that he specifically named people based on class because he didn't want to remember their names. The blonde girl ran up to Zen and said that he couldn't forget their names. Turning to the leader, she smiled widely and asked if she was right. The girl speaking was called Anna. Shyly, Zen replied that she was right since he would never forget her name as a thief. Hugging the main character, Zen asked him to remember his name because he wants to remember it for the rest of his life. Satsuki, pulling the leader away from Ikoma and looking at him furiously, demanded to stop pestering the main character. Turning warily towards the main character, Satsuki listened to his words that it was not monsters who came to them, but people. Kiryu, who came with the group, lowered his gaze, saying that they had found a whole group of adventurers. Satsuki, smiling widely with joy, shouted that she was glad that the special squad had arrived. Divisions. Zen, looking at the squad, thought that he wanted to enjoy surviving in the rift with the main character. Ikoma, looking at the detachment, thought that they came very quickly. Representing his level, the main character was sure that to conquer the Fissure of the Distorted Forest, a group of fighters of the 80th level is needed, but in Japan there are quite a few such people. Presenting images of special employees. Units, Ikoma thought that they were constantly striving to fill the ranks with capable people. However, there are very few strong adventurers, so special. The unit hires a rank adventurers for serious missions. Tsumeji, raising her hand, asked the adventurers to approach the exit of the rift and wait for them to unseal it. In addition, an anomaly has been detected in this rift, so you should refrain from unnecessary battles with monsters. The swordsman, looking at the girl, asked whether they relied on guards in case of anomalies. Tsumeji replied that their strength would be used to conquer the rift. Ikoma, looking at Kiryu, questioned whether they were a combat team or a research team that would reveal the cause of the rift anomaly. Kiryu, turning to the soldier, demanded to deal with the main character. Special agents, the units, looking at Ikoma, demanded that he stop saying unnecessary things and just go to the exit. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said in a whisper that the soldiers are very tough, so they better leave. Zen, approaching Ikoma, said that after the arrival of the special divisions, the fault is no longer their problem, so there is no point in asking unnecessary questions. Satsuki, looking at Zen communicating with the soldiers and saying that the main character is a little weird, thought that no one asked him to get involved in their conversation. Zen, pushing the main character, took him away, asking him to leave. Looking at the back of the soldiers, Ikoma thought that something strange was happening since they refused to answer him. Tsumeji, looking at Taoya and biting her lip, turned to the main character. Holding her hands to her mouth, she shouted that the adventurers should be careful as the rift was unstable. Therefore, anything can happen, but as soon as the entrance opens, they must leave immediately. Satsuki, watching the soldiers leaving, thought that the soldiers were special. The units are very scary, but the girl, on the contrary, is very sweet. Walking towards the exit, the main character thought that the fault was unstable, therefore, in the interests of special units to deal with the anomaly as quickly as possible. Moreover, in such a situation there is a high risk of failure, so sending a battle group forward without additional information is an extremely unwise decision. Looking at the special soldiers units, the main character understood that they had not hired additional force in the form of adventurers of rank, and moreover, they refused to provide them with security. Remembering the image of Tsumeji screaming at them, the protagonist thought that she shouldn't have said that, because if they killed the rift monster, then leaving it would not be a problem. However, this may be due to the fact that once the entrance is unlocked, it will not be safe to be in the rift. Looking at Kiryu, Ikoma said that he knew about the Starry Sky Key. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, Kiryu replied that no one could have known about him. Ikoma, standing next to the admiring Zen, realized that the squad wanted to use the artifact inside the rift to cause an artificial disaster. Kiryu, looking at the main character, thought about what he promised so that no one would find out about what happened on the mission. Putting on a furious expression, he decided that he should get rid of Ikoma right away. As he got closer to Kiryu, he said that he realized that they actually wanted to use the Starry Sky Key. Satsuki, looking at the main character in surprise, asked what he was talking about. Imagining the appearance of the key, the main character thought that thanks to it was possible to cause overpopulation in the rift in order to remove the ceiling. Presenting the diagram of the rift, he said that during sealing the concentration of magical forces increases, so the monsters will become stronger and more aggressive. Looking at the special officers units, he said they came to create an artificial rift by breaking the seal. Satsuki, holding her hand to her mouth in surprise, said that one should not intentionally create a rift catastrophe because it was wrong. Kiryu, making a furious expression on his face, imagined hands on the phone photographing the key, thinking that the main character could not find out about it because it was top secret and there could be no dissemination of information. He, furiously clenching his teeth, thought that special. The unit carefully monitors information, so there was no way for an ordinary adventurer to know about this item. The adventurers, looking furiously at the officers, shouted that it was impossible to create a disaster and release all the monsters. Moreover, the rift was high-ranking, so if the monsters came out, the city would be in danger. Kiryu, looking at the adventurers, shouted that they should stop talking nonsense and making unfounded accusations. The main character, turning to the leader, replied that he did not consider them unreasonable, since as soon as he mentioned the artifact, everyone immediately turned on him. The soldiers, looking at the adventurers in horror, thought that everyone now suspected them. Sumiji, looking at the main character, thought about how he understood everything. Remembering the moment when she asked them to run, the girl realized that he guessed because of her. Neo, grabbing the main character by the shoulder, whispered that he should stop talking to the soldiers, because even if he was right, they would not listen to him and would not fulfill his requests. Remembering the bodies of her parents, Mio clenched her teeth in pain. Zen, holding his hand to his chin, thought that he wanted to know what the main character was thinking about. Moreover, even if they enter into battle with the soldiers, it will not lead to anything good, so it is not clear why Ikoma started the argument, because it was completely pointless and no one won in it. Looking at the soldiers, the main character said that he was not going to criticize their decisions, since the situation was critical and there was no time to think about better options. Moreover, they could not take on adventurers, since they were ordinary people and were not ready to take big risks. Therefore, they decided to use the Starry Sky Key to prevent huge losses. Ikoma, pointing his finger at Zen, said that he is an rank adventurer and that he himself is quite strong, although he does not have the same combat experience as the soldiers. The groups, discouraged, looked at the main character, listening to his words that they should unite to defeat the monster and prevent disaster. Zen, looking at the main character in surprise, thought that he was not what he seemed. Smiling madly, he realized that Ikoma knew a lot about fun. Kiryu, looking irritably at the main character, thought that he took on this task only so as not to fight with anyone. However, in the end he will have to team up with unknown adventurers and risk his life just to defeat the monster in the rift. Approaching the main character, Kiryu said that adventurers are eternal romantics who only want to be heroes. Bringing his face close to the main character, the head of the first department said that they were responsible for millions of lives, so they would not play heroes. Looking at Kiryu, Ikoma replied that each of those who enter the rift meets death over and over again. Therefore, they are not romantics or heroes, but people who prefer to face death instead of condemning to death those who have never been to the rifts. Remembering the deaths of people in the past timeline, the main character thought that special. The unit wants the best, but leaves mountains of human corpses. In the flashback, the adult Ikoma, lowering his doomed gaze, said that they should have arrived a little earlier. The distraught comrade, turning to him, shouted that, despite the fact that they are stronger than ordinary people, they are still not omnipotent. Hanging his head, Ikoma said that he had been to hell many times, so he would use his powers to stop it. Looking up at the irritated Kiryu, the main character added that heroism does not play in him, and he is ready to prove these words with actions. Kiryu, furiously grabbing the main character by the clothes, shouted that all adventurers were saying the same thing, overly confident in their own abilities. However, he is so angry with the main character that he demands the soldiers to teach him a lesson. Looking at Taoya approaching him, Kiryu said that he would not be able to stop him, because fools do not understand until you talk to them through violence and pain. Taoya, looking at Kiryu, replied that he did not intend to stop him, but simply wanted to personally show the main character a lesson. Sumiji, looking at the officer, thought that he should have stopped the leader and sorted it out peacefully, but he just got angry. Toya, approaching the main character, explained that he also hates idealists who hide behind justice without thinking about the consequences. In addition, they always impose their ideals on others, trying to seem better than others. Therefore, the best solution, in his opinion, would be to forcefully convey to the main character that they have a big difference in abilities and determination. Kiryu, turning his head to the officer, thought that there was no point in stopping him. Imagining the image of Taoya, he thought that the officer had achieved heights thanks to his combat skills and was able to overcome the rank, so an ordinary adventurer would not have done anything to him. Satsuki, looking at the main character, suggested calming down and negotiating peacefully. Drawing his weapon, Ikoma replied that his words would not be enough to prove the point. He, looking at Toy, said that he would show what he was capable of in order to force the officer to change his decision. The groups looked at the opponents standing opposite each other. Suzuki, sadly lowering her gaze, said that if the main character wins, then they will have to go after the main monster. Kiryu, standing next to the soldiers, thought that after defeating the main character, the others would not mind. However, he was initially scared when he learned that the main character understood their plan, so he even wanted to order him killed. But it would be much easier if Taoya just calmed him down, and even if he overdid it, it wouldn't be his problem. Taoya, looking at Icom, thought that he had met him before. Remembering the meeting after clearing the Library of Mysteries, he realized who the main character was. Turning his head away, Taoya asked the main character what level he was at. Ikoma replied that it was 64. The agent said that he has a chance to defeat the main monster, but he does not, since he is one of the best special soldiers units located at the 82nd level. Therefore, Ikoma should have realized that his stubbornness was not worth fighting against a high-ranking warrior. Looking at the officer, Ikoma replied that he was indeed very strong, but too self-confident. Attacking the main character, Taoya said that Ikoma is very daring, but he would defeat him even without using a bow. Satsuki, looking discouraged at the battle, asked how an archer would fight without a bow. Swinging his knife, Taoya said that nothing can correct fools like the main character. Zen, watching the battle in surprise, thought that Icom had a difference of 20 levels with an officer, so it would not be possible to even talk about class superiority. He, turning his head to Kiryu, thought that the officer would be able to defeat the main character without even using a bow. However, since Ikoma agreed to fight, that means he must have a secret weapon. While dodging the knife, the main character, looking at Toya, thought that they had a huge difference in skills, so it became more difficult to dodge. Looking away, Ikoma realized that since his opponent was an officer, he was used to fighting hand-to-hand. Looking at the huge fist, the main character decided to find a flaw in the technique and counterattack. As Ikoma dodged the fist, he realized that the officer was using both his knife and his hands in combat at the same time. Seeing the flying leg of the officer, Ikoma, jumping to the side, thought that he rarely met people who mastered hand-to-hand combat, since it had become the least effective style. Looking at Taoya running, the main character thought that he was moving very easily, probably because he was using a class skill. Ikoma, seeing the flying knife, thought that he could not dodge a direct blow. Reflecting a blow with a sword, the main character looked in surprise at the officer who grabbed his hand. Kiryu, calmly exhaling, thought that the battle lasted a long time, but its outcome was always obvious, since the officer was not just a master of hand-to-hand combat. His style combined powers gained from leveling up in judo techniques, as well as unbeatable melee attacks that allowed him to constantly kill monsters. Throwing the main character over his shoulder, Taoya thought that the trajectory of his fall was too strange. Standing opposite the officer, Ikoma said that he was expecting his attack, since after all the techniques, he apparently decided to use the best of them. Imagining the moments of the fight, Toya thought that Ikoma specifically dodged in order to bring him to the main technique, and at the moment of capture he reduced the gravity, and when he took off from the ground, on the contrary, he doubled it. Tsumeji, with her mouth wide open in surprise, thought that an ordinary adventurer could take the officer by surprise. Holding his hand to his chin, Taoya replied that he was going to beat the main character half to death, but now he would just kill him. Ikoma thought that next time he would not be able to counterattack easily. Raising his sword, he said that he was going to save some mana, but now he won't be able to. While stabbing Ikoma multiple times, the officer continued to say that the protagonist has no strength and awareness because he is an idealistic fool and he will never lose to such a person. The main character replied that he was special. The unit usually relies on idealistic fools like him. Dodging the irritated officer, Ikoma jumped onto a tree behind him. Taoya, looking at Tsumeji, thought that many things irritated him, starting from the careless leadership of the guild, because of which he was on the verge of death twice. Shifting his gaze to the leader, the officer continued to reflect that he was also irritated by the cruelty of the hierarchy, since talented people were not able to break into leadership. Furiously gritting his teeth, Taoya, imagining the image of the main character, realized that what irritated him most were people who throw around words without knowing where their idealism leads, and Ikoma is exactly like that. Raising his weapon, the main character dodged the kick. Toya, looking at Ikoma sitting on the ground, said that if he goes to the main monster and loses, he will endanger all of Japan. The main character answered that in sealed rifts, monsters with approximately a 20% probability underwent evolution, although these statistics also include those cases when evolution was stopped before it began. Therefore, considering which detachment was sent special division, there is a high probability that evolution will still happen. Ikoma thought that the unit is still weak, but in 5 years they will be able to cope with such a threat. The officer, looking down, replied that the main character, knowing about the weakness of their forces in front of the main monster, still wants to try to kill him, dooming tens of thousands of innocent people to death. Making a calm expression on his face, the main character replied that he was going to show the officer how he could defeat the monster. Toya, making a furious expression on his face, thought that, giving any arguments, he still would not be able to prove to the main character that he was wrong. Taoya, looking at the running Icom, raised the knife, thinking that he was very fast, but it is unknown how he was able to save a huge amount of mana until now. Watching in surprise as Icom swung his sword, the officer thought that he understood why he was so irritated by him. Looking furiously into the eyes of the main character, the officer thought that he had preserved what Taoya had renounced long ago. In his memoirs, the officer, as a 25-year-old youth, said that he abandoned his police career to become a member of the Special Forces divisions. Looking at the smoking boss, he said that there was a terrible disaster last month, so he wants to help avoid something like this. Smoking, the leader replied that this work is performed by adventurers, and they simply support them and nothing more. Presenting images of adventurers, Toya said that after the disaster, people realized that they had to fight back. However, they acted rashly, becoming adventurers, and they, as special employees, units are obliged to monitor such situations and help people. Looking at the leader, Taoya continued that before being recruited as adventurers, many people do not undergo special physical and psychological preparation, recklessly risking their lives. Turning to the officer, the leader replied that due to the disasters, many organizations, except those associated with the faults, suffered great losses, and many states lost their national framework. Therefore, they cannot afford to deal with this alone. In addition, the system cannot be changed, and there is no money for this, which is why in this situation they cannot take full responsibility for the adventurers, since this would be a waste of national resources, and they will not spend more effort and time, thereby reducing the effectiveness of the cleanup and increasing the number of disasters. The leader, taking Toya by the shoulder, continued to explain that at the head of their organization is an elite who came from other spheres of life. Making a malicious smile as he left, he said that he also belongs to the elite, so he does not want to take on a business with huge risks and little chance of success. Therefore, he should no longer propose stupid ideas, but simply work for the benefit of the organization since they need such soldiers. Taoya reflected that from the moment he joined the special, the unit has passed 5 years, and life has become easier for him, but nothing has changed in the organization. Remembering his interaction with Kiryu, the officer realized that he served only one ideal, but this broke him, and it was much easier to justify everything with such a system. Ikoma, looking at Taoya, asked if he was able to prove his strength to him. Taking out a bow, the officer replied that in order to convince him, the main character must put his life on the line. Tsumeji, gritting her teeth in defeat, thought that the officer had decided to use a class weapon. Kiryu, watching his ward, mentally demanded to kill the main character, stopping wasting his time. Charging his bow with energy, Taoya sent many arrows at the main character. Ikoma, dodging the blows, thought that the officer was fast and he was still being hit across the area, and besides, each of his shots was comparable to a high-level spell. Ikoma, jumping, swung his sword. Taoya, looking at him, thought that he had eased the gravity of his body by jumping forward, intending to attack from above. Raising the bow, the officer pulled the string and directed the arrow towards the body of the main character. Ikoma, holding his sword at his opponent's neck, calmly looked at him. Smiling maliciously, Taoya lowered his weapon, answering that given their difference in levels, he would admit defeat. The hospital building in the memoirs of an officer, sitting by the bed of his sick father, he listened to his words that he tried to do everything for Toy, but because of his constant work, he could not really teach him anything. The officers standing near the door said that the hostages were in danger, but Toya's father, without waiting for reinforcements, went after the criminal alone, receiving serious injuries. Sadly lowering his gaze, Taoya replied that his father managed to teach him a lot, so he will always look up to him and live his life the way he does. Raising his head to the sky, the officer reflected on what irritated him, how he had come to terms with reality and could no longer adhere to his own ideals. Having mentioned the name of the main character, Toya said that he agreed to act according to his plan. Satsuki, smiling widely, thought that Ikoma had been recognized by the senior officer, and by combining their efforts, they would be able to defeat the main monster, preventing the inevitable collapse. Tsumeji smiled slightly and looked at the officer, reflecting on the fact that he had lifted a heavy load after the battle with Ikoma. Zen, listening to the name of the main character and putting his finger to his temple, thought that this time he would definitely not forget him. Kiryu, watching the officer, thought that permission to use the key was given to them by one of the main people of the organization, so they cannot team up with adventurers. Taking out his sword, Kiryu thought that he was obliged to punish the officer who went against the orders of the Special Forces divisions. Zen raised his hand and said that he understood the protagonist's desire to deal with the monster by joining forces against a common enemy, but this was only his desire, and the other adventurers did not agree to this. In addition, not all of them are special. Units shared his opinion. Ikoma replied that to defeat the enemy, well-coordinated teamwork is necessary. The main character proposed to split into 2 groups, Strike and Reserve, and in the event of failure of the Strike Force, the Reserve will activate the Starry Sky Key at any time. According to his idea, everyone could participate in the group they wanted. Kiryu, holding the sword, said that the main character does not have the right to make such important decisions because he is not in charge, and they will act according to the original plan. Looking at Kiryu, Ikoma replied that their plans were almost identical, and in any case, after failure, his group would still use the key. Presenting images of members of the special units, Kiryu shouted that after the adventurers took command of them and went after the rift monsters, his authority and reputation would be destroyed. He thought about the fact that he went on an important secret mission that he was personally assigned, but not only were they stopped by adventurers, but the soldier he took lost to one of them. Therefore, if the elite finds out about this, his authority will come to an end. Looking at the comm officer, Kiryu said that people like him had no place in their organization. Toya replied that he understood his dissatisfaction and, regardless of the success or failure of the operation, he would resign. Kiryu, throwing up his hands in dissatisfaction, replied that he shouldn't just leave because senior officers couldn't be so frivolous. Toya said their values were very different because he knew that casualties could not be avoided. However, the point is whether the organization is willing to take risks and compromise, but they have simply turned a blind eye again and are being more frivolous than him. Looking at the officer in surprise, Kiryu thought that it was impossible to convince him, and therefore he hated such stupid heroes. As he left, he raised his hand, saying that they had nothing more to talk about, and his resignation was accepted, so he can become an adventurer or something else. Holding the sword, Kiryu turned sharply and ran towards the officer, thinking that he could not let him go just like that. Looking at Taoya's back, he thought that it was a mistake to take him from the very beginning, since only 2 people were enough, and for violating the order of a senior in rank, he will beat him half to death. Kiryu, imagining the scale of levels, thought that he was ahead of him, being at the 85th level. Running forward, he swung his sword, thinking that at close range Taoya would not be able to use his class weapon. He will not let him escape and will close the distance, each time using the gladiator class skill, which increases the speed and power of attack. Swinging his sword, Kiryu thought that thanks to the method he would be able to fight with the officer on equal terms, so he needed to knock the weapon out of his hands and throw him to the ground. Having knocked out the bow, Kiryu smiled and said that his opponent was completely helpless. Taoya, hitting Kiryu in the face, thought that his bow was a primitive deception, since by coming closer, a person dooms himself to a trap, receiving a blow to the jaw. And even if the difference in levels is huge, they have many disadvantages of the human body. Throwing Kiryu to the ground, the officer thought that every person has a weakness before being hit in the head. Looking at the prone form of Kiryu, the officer said that he would never use a bow against a weak opponent, since a person who uses his subordinates as cannon fodder poses no threat to him. He defended their stupid ideals because he served in the Special Forces division, but now, being retired, he will no longer do this. The soldiers looked at the officer in horror, not understanding how he was able to defeat the legendary gladiator in hand-to-hand combat. Ikoma, looking at the prone form of Kiryu, thought that he would be a valuable fighting unit, but would not agree to their plan. Satsuki, looking at the main character, said that she would like to join the strike force. Sumiji raised her hand and shouted that she would also join the strike force because she wanted to protect the citizens. Toya, turning around, replied that if she goes with them, then Special Department will fire her. Sumiji replied that many people's lives are at stake, and therefore she is ready to protect them to the end, without thinking about how to carry out the order. Looking at the girl in surprise, Taoya apologized to her because for a second he doubted her opinion. Sumiji replied that she was initially against Kiryu's plan. Suzuki, placing her hand on her chest, said that she would not be able to help in the battle, so she would remain in the reserve squad and go to the exit. Zen, sobbing, said that he was very scared, so he did not want to go. Replacing his sadness with a smile, he continued to say that he agreed to go only if the main character begged him about it. Satsuki, holding her staff to his neck, furiously replied that he was the one who wanted to go after the main monster from the very beginning, so he would go with them anyway. Looking at the 6-person strike team, the protagonist thought that the main monster was at level 90. However, the situation was completely different from their fight with the mantis. Ikoma, with a serious expression on his face, realized that they had no choice but to face the unknown.